Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. The second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'm a ball till I fall, I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog, and my back against the wall. I accept every challenge, had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace, treat the trophy like a chalice. Stayed on my grind, great things take time. Now how I shine, you might go blind. Come along for the ride, cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option, they can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent, top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights, I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights, I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. Cause this is my moment. My moment.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
I'm here to win a championship and put out good games for the spectators.
做青岛决赛，我们有更大的信心，可以拿下这次的冠军。
dan terus di counter strike tak dilakukan ada pentakill berjaya untuk dia mencari penta yang pertama untuk WCS ini.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers, to the WCS Malaysia Singapore. And I am the This is Husky. Guess where we are today?
We're in the studio. I finally get to meet you in real life after the photo shoot. I know we had this conversation before, but for a while I had this disconnect with the with society, and I'm glad that everything is actually physically tangible. It's not just a holographic projection, and we are here. Yeah, it's real. Yeah, you look good today.
Yep, you look good as well.
Thank you. The games are going to be great today.
Yep, definitely. We have, all the teams coming in early on the season. We have 8 teams, and 4 have been sent back. We have 4 more left. But before that, if you guys want to join in on the conversation on what is going on WCS MYSG, just put on your comments or any posts and put the hashtag WCS MYSG for a chance to be featured live, and let us know what do you think about all these teams coming in, because we have 4 left. It is Upcar, Phantom 6, and then later on we have RSG as well as Sam9. What do you think about these 4 teams that are left?
I think they are great, right? We get a grudge match, we get the 2 alphas battling it out, and of course all of this will be happening throughout the course of the evening. But if you are missing out on things and you feel like, I want to be more involved in Wild Rift Esports for Malaysia and Singapore, Wild Rift Esports MYSG on Facebook is the destination to go to. We've been loving your memes, we've been loving your creations, and keep them coming, because I think you guys are what makes it interesting other than the games and the commentary. So thank you very much. Keep it going.
Like, if you just listen over to the Grand Finals trailer just now, all the players, they were saying something that it really touched my heart. It's about bringing good games for the viewers to enjoy. But before we go any further, we have to refresh our minds on how the format for the WCS MYSG as well as going further will be. This will be a little bit of a information on the format.
Welcome to Wild Rift Esports Season 1, where teams from regions all around the world compete to qualify into the first ever Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. For the teams in the MYSG region, their journey begins today in the Wild Rift Champions C MYSG 2022. Here, 8 teams in the regular season will be competing against each other in a double round-robin best-of-3 format to determine the top 6 teams who will earn their spot in the WCS MYSG 2022 playoffs. From there, the teams will be placed in a double elimination bracket with a bye round given to the first and second seed. Here, only one team will qualify and earn the rights to compete in the next stage, which is the Wild Rift Champions C Finals. The regions involved in the WCS Finals are MYSG, Masters, Thailand, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Oceania. Here, 4 of the best teams will advance to the next global stage, the Wild Rift Icons Global Championship. The Wild Rift Icons Global Championship is the pinnacle for Wild Rift Esports in 2022. This tournament features 24 teams from all the Wild Rift Esports regions, which includes Southeast Asia, Brazil, Latin America, EMEA, Korea, North America, Japan, and China. This is where we will witness the highest level of competitive Wild Rift in the world, and we wish all the teams the very best in their journey with Wild Rift Esports.
Yep, and there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. That will be the format for, going forward into WCS finals and then icons further that. But before we go any further than that, we have to look at the playoffs bracket right here in WCS MYSG. 4 teams left. On the upper bracket finals, we have Sam9, RSG, and on the lower bracket semi-finals, we have Upcar versus Phantom 6.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting, right? Because we saw the upset last week where Upcar Esports were able to overcome Team Watermelon in a gruesome five-game series. And Upcar Esports won the coin flip Baron, right? The fight that sent Watermelon out of the competition. But Upcar Esports were placed in this position thanks to Phantom 6 reverse sweeping them in the upper bracket quarters. And now they finally meet again. But this time, the stakes are higher. It's not about the upper-lower bracket. It's about who goes home.
Yeah, right here, we don't have any more of those second chances because you have already expanded that. Like, when we look at this, it's like there's a trend there, 3-1s, 3-2. So today, do you expect a 3-1 or a 3-2 going in? As we look at the schedule right here, we have Upcar versus Phantom 6 first, and then we're gonna be served Sam9 versus RSG.
Yeah, an appetizer before the entree. If you ask me if we are gonna get a 3-2, I say absolutely yes. I want to see a 5-game series. I think Upcar and Phantom 6 have a lot of things going on for them, right? We came into this with the narrative that this will be a grudge match, and Upcar Esports are hungry for the win. They were put in the same spot the last time these two met. They were in such a position of power, and Phantom 6 took all of that away. Does Upcar want to give that up? Absolutely no. But Phantom 6 has shown us that they can play the long game. They can win the war of attrition. So it really comes down to who can cross the finishing line at the end of the marathon.
Yeah, definitely. And if you guys are just joining us here, Husky been saying about reverse sweep, 3-2, Upcar, Phantom 6 grudge match, right? To kind of refresh your memory, right? Last time they met each other in the quarterfinals, Upcar actually had the 2-0 lead. Yeah. It was a really big lead, 2-0, and then they lost the entire series back to Phantom 6. It was a reverse sweep, 3-2. But yeah, I kind of don't want to count the first 3 games because Master Yi was in there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Master Yi things, right? Thank goodness he got some changes.
Yep, let's look at the Upcar players, however, going into today's matchup. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a little bit surprising for me as we look at the 5-man rosters from Upcar Esports. It is Kazuo, Arashi, Ravens, Coffee, and beyond. Looks like this time around, Zisune will be sitting out.
Yeah, it's very interesting coming into this because the stakes are so high. We've seen Zizune perform on the Baron Lane, in the Baron Lane row. Sure, there were moments where he feels like he has an off day, but he has brought diversity into that role. He can play champions like Akshan, he can play frontline like Garion, Darius, Renekton, and now we have to see Kazuo fill in that void that Zizune has left in a series that might cost them their tournament lives. I think we are in for a series.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's a series or what, but before that, let's take a look on the highlights. Last week, when Upcar actually took the game against Watermelon, as we look at this will be the first game of the lower brackets quarterfinal. This is where the flip kind of didn't work out because Arashi was able to take it. And then after this, Watermelon, they kind of just rolled over and died in this first game.
Yeah, and I think the entire series came down to almost a deja vu where Upcar Esports had a 2-0 lead and Watermelon came back swinging. But I want to say the highlight for the entire series, aside from that coin flip, is how Upcar Esports played a phenomenal game too. They had Shelly literally ran down the mid lane to end the game in one fell push. And also, we saw a lot of prioritization on Rengar, right? Arashi and Vendetta, they both love this champion, and Rengar has been kind of the spotlight. But this is the coin flip that we all have been hyping up about. That Baron steal, that Watermelon tried to force, and Upcar Esports just came in with an engage and they completely took over a game. Some might say it's a move of desperation of Watermelon, but I would say that perhaps Upcar Esports were well prepared for this moment. End of the day, a win's a win. This is why Upcar is in this position. But now they're up against Phantom 6, who have seen their cards, who have seen how they play. The question now begs, can they do it again?
Well, when you mentioned they've seen their cards, they've seen their plays, but we kind of forgotten that Zisune is not playing today, so it's Kazuo. So how will the dynamic of the team kind of change now? Because I believe, to my knowledge, Kazuo kind of only played a few games, not more than 3 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Kazuo in 4 season Icon last year, he did play, if I'm not mistaken, in the mid row. But overall, he hasn't had much screen time this season, and fitting him into such an important role might just be a big mistake.
Yep, however, we will have to take a look onto their opponent as well. It is Phantom 6 and their lineup. And this will be the handsome faces from Team Phantom 6. It is, there's no changes here. Yoshi, Egi, Haki Momo, as well as Nyx. Pretty standard Phantom 6 lineup here. In the group stages, there were changes here and there from Nyx and Egi, but this has been the roster that they are playing the entire playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think 3 of the members on the side of Phantom 6 have been in this predicament before. They made the lower bracket Grand Cinderella run last year, and now they're in the same spot to fight for that opportunity again.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the highlights from last week as well as how they make it to today's position right here. It is a match against a Path Seeker. And right here, when we look at, PSK, they kind of dropped the ball here. However, I want to point out that Haki is actually one of our few Ahri players right here in WCS MYSG, and he definitely is able to pull out this hero.
Yeah, I mean, there are only a handful of players who are willing to play that mid-game champion, right? A champion that allows you to make active moves, to clear out waves quickly, and to rotate to the side lanes and provide assistance for the objective contest. I think Haki is one of them. You hit the nail on the head. Ahri is one of his best champions. We have seen CWJ play it, we've seen Al Major play it, but Haki is that face of Ahri when you think about a champion that can help P6 gain that momentum.
Yeah, and then going into today's series, both Upcar and Phantom 6, they have been playing these gruesome matches up. It's always the 5-game matches that they've been played. So if you ask me which teams have the upper edge going into a long matchup, I wouldn't really be able to give you an answer. And this is like, who is the better going into a 5-game series, right? Because in best of 3s, it's very short, right? But in best of 5s, we're gonna take a little bit more onto mental state. But the head-to-head right here that we'll be seeing here today is Beyond versus Nyx. And when we look at the KP, right, kill participation, Beyond is able to a little bit more against Nyx, but I won't say it's actually something that matters a lot.
Yeah, I think the main distinction between Beyond and Nyx is aside from the champion pool, sometimes we see Beyond pull out something like a support set, the support Gragas, which Nyx don't really go for if he can. Other than that, I think the Beyond is more active when it comes down to those tower dives, right? Nyx will make those moves before the 4-minute mark to assist those side lanes with the jungler alongside Egi. Sometimes Haki will join in. It's very rare that you see them hop onto the Baron lane, but for Beyond, he is a player that loves to stick with the team. So now it becomes a question of, can Upcar stick together as a unit, or will Phantom 6 pick them apart with Nyx active roaming?
Yeah, it's not only just Nyx, right? When we talk about Phantom 6, we always talk about the three, the 3 synergies right here. It is the mid jungle as well as the support. These 3 players, they have been roaming around the map, like I think Leonard, Omo, he pointed out a lot that this 3 is the key to Phantom 6 victory, whether they can pull off successful roams or not. And going into today's match, I'm really looking forward to see that as well. But before that, we do have our predictions coming in right here. It is between Upcar, Phantom 6. The predictions coming in from all the forecasters today will be on the same car.
Yeah, we are on the same vehicle, right? If Upcar crashes and burns, we're all going down in flames. But that's why coming into this, when we see Kazuo on that main roster, you ask me, is my faith wavering? I would say not really. but at the same time, we're looking at a big X factor. And I want to give it over to Upcar because they have shown us that they can overcome Team Watermelon. One problem that Upcar faced when they were up against Phantom 6 in the quarterfinals was troubleshooting, right? Which is why when it came down to the wall of attrition, Phantom 6 outlasted them and got the reverse sweep. But Upcar shifted their gears. They took down Team Watermelon because they were able to identify issues and come up with solutions on the go. So if they applied it today, then I think it will be harder for Phantom 6 to take them down.
Yeah, but we do have to keep in mind that Phantom 6 have Glacialx as their coach, if I'm not mistaken. So that might be something that plays a role in a best of 5 series. Is it a long, gruesome match like I mentioned just now? So both of these teams, like, if you ask me, you saw my predictions, it was 3-1, right? But right now, with the change of rosters, I might have a little bit of a wavering. I may give 3-2 this time around.
Just still Upcar, right?
Yes.
And that's the most important thing.
Should be,
That
yeah.
should be. So we're looking at some odds. Meaning you're
60
tipping
for
the-
the Upcar.
Okay. That's the most important thing, right? We are like, what, we're 22 seconds away from the champion select, and I want to quickly give kind of a rundown, right? Upcar Esports is a team that, again, Coffee is the guy, but Arashi and Ravens have stepped up. So it's not just about Coffee anymore, but they have late game insurance. Whereas the Phantom 6 is about those clean macro game, and that's what they used to beat Upcar last time.
Yeah, and I think you know, Upcar Esports, they kind of evolve as a team when a lot of times in the group stages, they were kind of one dimension, you know. Every time it's just Coffee under the spotlight. But I believe Upcar Esports, they are the team that shines best when Arashi is able to play the game. So, game 1, picks and bans. We're on the table, but we're seeing this on top, on bottom. It's nice. It's something new. So we're going in, picks and bans. First game, first series. We're starting it off right off the bat. It is... Oh, wait. Is this a bug? Because there's 2 bans already from Upcar and still 1 for Phantom 6.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's still the first ban phase. You take out 3 champions, you know, it's not gonna affect. Calm down, calm down. You know, we're getting into the groove, but I do like the Upcar ban, right?
Yep.
We talk about how this set, not only in the hands of Beyond, but overall as a Baron laner or as a jungler, has been really effective. So you take out the set, you ban the Camille, you limit what pieces can do in their solo lanes. Sure, we say you can leave Yoshi on an island, he's gonna do just fine, but what if Eggy shows up and assists Yoshi, right? Then your Baron lane completely goes down in disaster, and you have Kazuo who has to face off against Yoshi, and just judging on track record alone, we can give Yoshi the edge for sure, but the priority on the side of P6 is a bit different. It's about the Lulu ban, ban out the Enchanters, ban out the Garen, don't let UC have a front line, and UC, they will go back to a respect ban towards Momo, don't give him the Kaisa, force Momo on something else.
Yep, the Olaf as well has been taken off the board right here for Phantom 6. Although he received a little bit of a nerf, but I believe as a whole, he's still a very strong champion here.
Yeah.
So Upcar Esports, they lock in the very flexible, very strong mid laner or a support in the form of Galio, which I think is really powerful, especially if Ravens or Beyond is able to pilot it. But Phantom 6, they answer it with the Karma as well as the Fiora.
Yeah, very straightforward, right? Fiora, good flex pick, hyper carry, we have Karma. Sure, we see some adjustments in that inner flame, but doesn't matter. At the end of the day, her utility is what enables the team. But for Upcar, you get that Galio pick, you not only deny it from Haki and Nyx who love it, but you also give it to Beyond if he wants to go for it, right? We've seen Beyond go for champions that can frontline, like the Set support, the Galio support, Gragas support. Give him that Galio, he will do wonders. Now, you can match Nyx roam with that hero's entrance if needed.
Yeah, and Nyx is also picking up this handsome guy here in the form of Rakan. And I believe he's one of the better, or if not the best, engaged support right now in the Wild Rift. Because, one, he denies it from Beyond. Yes, Galio is picked up right here, maybe Beyond plays it, but Beyond's Rakan is actually unstoppable as well. He plays a really good Rakan, so denying that pick and picking up for themselves is good. And this is questionable. Why ban the Ahri? Because Haki is actually the one that plays the Ahri a lot, and they also have first pick on the raid side after the bans.
Yeah, but Ravens also picks the Ahri, right? Also plays the Ahri role. That's the champion we saw against Watermelon in that final game. But I think banning the Ahri is not only a respect shown to Upcar Esports, which also means Phantom 6 don't really care about this Ahri pick. Sure, they have the first pick, but if they go for the Ahri, you kind of negate whatever flex potential this Karma can pose in the overall draft. So Phantom 6, no Ahri, no Rengar, respect towards Arashi, and for Upcar Esports, it's all about targeting Momo. It's the Momo under a microscope. No Lucian, no Ziggs. They want to shut down the Dragon Lane and give Coffee a good time.
Well, they're even saving the entire last pick for Momo here as they log in the Xing Zhao. And I believe with Divine Thunder as an item right now, Xing Zhao is pretty much in a stable position as a jungler. He's able to clear waves, he's able to engage, you know, and he's able to negate a lot of the damages coming in. But when we look at Upcar Esports' draft here, they have already picked up 3 melee champions, and with the out from Xing Zhao, it doesn't really have a lot of advantages going in, especially because Crescent Guard just negates the range attacks. And when we look at the last pick right here, it is trash. So the Xing Zhao might lose a little bit of a priority or advantages going into those team fights.
Yeah, you mentioned Divine Thunder, but I personally think the Triforce is better than Xing Zhao. You can even go for Blade of the Rune King because he doesn't proc Divine Thunder as often as everyone else, right? You can go for it. I don't see it's a big problem. P6, like you said, save the last pick for Momo, but the more obvious one is going to be the Varus nonetheless, right? You don't want to pick Vayne into a lineup that Upcar has. They can just jump on you. So P6 having the Varus, you get a good laning stage, good poke, good sustain, and basically a self-sufficient Dragon laner that can allow Nyx to do his job to roam around. That's what we mentioned early on. Nyx is a very active support. You give him a Rakan, he's gonna run around the map, and Beyond will have a hard time matching him now that he's on the thresh. But at the same time, another issue that Upcar Esports will face going into this game as it drags on is the lack of damage. They have a lot of crowd control, they have a spin bot, they have a hook, they have a hero's entrance, it all looks very grand, but the damage primarily comes up from Coffee on that Ezreal.
Yeah, but we all know how powerful Ezreal is as he scales into the late game. And again, Divine Thunder on Ezreal kind of catapult him back into the meta, I would say, because last time around he wasn't really that much of a prior, but in the playoffs we have seen him picked up a few times. So if they want to go for the late games, like you mentioned, the damage isn't there, but as long as they can keep Coffee alive, they will be able to win those scrappy team fights. And Coffee as a player, I believe he's able to navigate those team fights really well.
Yeah, and just by that, we are putting a lot of weight on Coffee itself, right? That's the nature of the draft that Upcar has, given themselves. And another thing that this Upcar draft brings to the table is they have a great front line. You know what that means? Divine Thunder game, great against beefy tanks, and at the same time, you have a Fiora, you have a Xing Zhao, and you have a Varus, right? So sure, you have those engaged, but you can't really just jump in. They have ways to disengage you. They have counter-engage with the Rakan. It all comes down to how far of a lead can Upcar get early on. If they can't do so, then we might see a death ball from Upcar, right? Put the Ezreal behind, he throws some mystic shots every now and then, and your 4 BP frontlines will just run it down. But the problem starts if Upcar were not able to get the advantage. Then P6 will have a lot of control over the map. Upcar will get pulled apart. The split push comes in for the Fiora. What do you do then? You can't match him with the Darius because Darius will lose the Fiora. And actually no one can deal with Yoshi overall. So that's a worry that I think Upcar Esports has to immediately troubleshoot and find a solution to. The macro game would be very important, but that's what P6 is good at.
Well, as we look into the final drafts here, it will be pretty standard. There's no any curveballs going in right here. Well, talking about Upcar Esports, right, the engage potential is right there. But when we look at P6, they have, like you mentioned, ways to disengage. That's enough CCs right there in P6's drafts.
Yeah.
And Upcar, Coffee, once again, protect the precedent. And this is the thing that I don't really like to see Upcar doing, because a lot of times when they put all the pressure onto Coffee, they kind of drop the ball. They can't end the game. Even though if Coffee gets the early advantage, they can't end the game because the team doesn't really know how to play around when Coffee is the primary and the sole carry.
Yeah, and I like that you brought up that point, right? We saw what happened when they went up against Team Watermelon last week. It's not just about Coffee, it's about Arashi, it's about Ravens. They all get their time to shine, and Coffee gets to take a backseat when he falls behind. But right now, we're back to the standard Upcar Esports. It's the Coffee show, but can Coffee put up a grand performance? And I want to just quickly say that Upcar Esports draft, they want to be in your face. That's what the Karma is good at dealing with. Transcendence Embrace. You just give them a big old hug, suck them all in. You can basically break the whole tempo from Upcar.
Yep, we're gonna have to wait and see, because this will be game number 1 between Upcar and Phantom 6. We're gonna dive right into the series right now. Upcar versus Phantom 6. One team will be sent back today packing one team gets to continue on to the journey. Who will it be? We're gonna have to wait and see. Going into this first game, what are your thoughts, Husky? As we look at the draft, we talked about it. How do you think Upcar will execute this draft?
I think for Upcar is about not falling behind. You want to go even at least. I think when it comes out to team fight at that 4-minute mark, Upcar would definitely have an edge, right? If they get the engage down right, then sure, no problem. You throw your front lines in, your Wukong gets a Cyclone, you get a Hero's Entrance, you have so much CC, you basically win the fight by not allowing your opponents to move. But if they don't get that done, then I think P6 can just snowball with the lead. Look at this Baron lane. Yoshi is Kazuo. That's what we want to put our eyes on, right? Kazuo statistically is already behind Yoshi, and now with this early pressure, Yoshi is just going to get a free lane. Now you disable this Darius early on. It is going to be really hard for Upcar to have this Baron lane assist them as the game progresses.
Well, this is going to be tough right here, but look at the mid lane. Eggy getting a few hits in the taunt. Stops P6 from going any further, but Arashi loses a lot of his health. And if he contests on this jungle, he might lose his life as Iggy is coming in as well. The Fiora has the prio on the Baron lane. Is going to come in for support as well. Oh, winds become lightning and the Wukong becomes food and first blood over to P6.
Yeah, it's simple and easy. In a 2 versus 2, Eggy and Haki will win straight up. You have a heal, you have AoE burst, you have a root. There's nothing that Upcar can do. Arashi had the right idea. I want to go for the scuttle. Raven, you have to come with me. But Raven was a bit too slow. Eggy engages on Arashi, gets the first blood, and that completely throws out the momentum. Now Eggy can rotate top alongside Haki.
Well, Kazuo is getting dived right here. He's gonna expand his flash. He's gonna use his hook as
Eggy
well. Eggy taking too much damage. What a misplay coming in from Phantom 6, and with that, Kazuo gets the kill, and he's able to stabilize his lane.
You know why that happened? Eggy had the rip buff. Aggro onto Kazuo, attracts the turret shot, goes down, so Kazuo gets a free kill. A disaster for P6. They forced the flash out, but Eggy got pulled back with the apprehend, right? So you can't really disengage, and you can see a bit of hesitation from P6 in that scenario. Yoshi wanted to dive, but then he was like, yeah, I don't know if I want to do this. Haki was a bit late to the party, and Eggy became the victim. So that's good news for Upcar Esports. Considering how Kazuo fell behind, now you give him that kill, you give him that double buff, he's going to recall, come back with a Phage and a Ruby Crystal. He'll have a slightly better lane against Yoshi in this case, but we see Yoshi, I think he wants to go for the Triforce.
This might be a little bit problem here for Upcar. Do you think that P6 will continue on pummeling onto Kazuo because of his lack of experience right here? I'm not saying that his lack of experience as a player, but in the WCS playoffs, especially even in the group stages, he's not able to play that much. So will P6, try to turn this into their advantage?
I think that definitely is a plausible point, right? Like, you attack the weakest link. If it breaks, then everyone else will crumble alongside it. That's kind of a saying in competition, right? You want to go for the weakest members. And we look at the map right now, P6, they're coming back for round 2.
Well, again, Nyx is going to go around, coming through the brush here, but Kazuo, he smells danger. He's going to back away here, let the minions crash in, but can he pull it off again? Because this time around, he has no flash. Here comes the charm, here comes the knockup, easy peasy. Oh, Kazuo, he still stays alive, but never mind, Nyx takes up all the damage, and another dive, successful for P6.
Yeah, very well played from the side of P6. They didn't even have to blow the exhaust. The only sum they used was that flash from Haki. They only used the Grand Challenge. Now, both objectives are going to spawn. Good news for Upcar is that they still have the Hero's Entrance. Raven wasn't able to react to that. They didn't read the move right. But P6, they've already shown out to this Rift Herald, and Upcar have to be really careful about this.
Oh. Haki is able to steal away. Oh, Chains of Corruption, follow up by the entire Tongues of CC. Hero's Entrance right here, follow up by the Transcendence Embrace. There goes the entire team of Upcar. Ravens is trying to stay alive, but Momo free flying, and look at them just, dead like butters, melted, sliced up. What else would you say?
Like hot knife through butter. Easy Rift Herald fight. You know what we said early on? No damage from Upcar. You have 10,000 crowd control, but your main damage dealer isn't there. Coffee was preoccupied by Yoshi. This fight starts. Looks great. Hero's Entrance. And you see the counter engage, right? A Crescent Sweep, the Karma Transcendence Embrace. And even through all of that layer, your main damage dealer in this case is Kazuo. He gets isolated, he gets rooted by Varus out, gets exhausted by Haki. He cannot do anything in that fight. So it doesn't matter what Upcar throw at P6. That fight was never going to go in their way.
Yeah, it looked good as it started, but like you mentioned, not enough damage right here. And As we go into the 5 minutes mark, it is 6-1 in the favor of Phantom 6. It's 4,000 gold lead, and Kazuo, he's just constantly getting bullied outright. He's not even able to walk up. He's gonna miss that cannon, and that just feels bad.
And because of that, Upcar Esports were not able to get priority over Dragon, and they have expended all of their big ultimates, right? No Cyclone, no Hero's Entrance, so they cannot contest this Dragon fight. You look at P6, all of their ultimates are back up. That's one of the advantage that P6 just has. Low cooldown on that ult, but Upcar wants to contest.
Well, Arashi is gonna be built out right there by the Lantern, but P6, they have all the controls. Nyx, he tries to go in for the steal, but Arashi... wait, Arashi died?
What? He tried to flash in for the Dragon? Just give it away, Upcar. You cannot win that fight. That's one of the problems. It was already over when Upcar when they had to use the Lantern to build. You cannot go for these kind of contests. These 50-50s are not worth the dice roll in this position. Now, P6, they take down your jungler, he's 0-3, they break the bot tier 1, and Upcar Esports now have no avenues on the map at all. P6, they're going to take this opportunity. They will now set up Vision down bot in the bottom jungle. They'll make sure that if Arashi shows up, they punish him, and at the same time, Yoshi can now split push, Momo and Nyx can switch lane, and P6 can just look for a mid push.
Well, this is gonna be rough for Upcar as they lose both objective. They lose the first turret, and the goal it continues to bloom. Is 6,000 in the goal right here. 1 minute ago it was 4, and right now it is 6,000. Can P6 continue on pressuring, because they are sending their dragon lanes up to the top side to deal with Kazuo, as he's already being bullied outright here. And look at the bot side though, Coffee. He's gonna get traded outright here. Immediately recalls. We don't get to see it on the map, but looks like Beyond as well as Ravens, they're thinking about it. They're trying to catch Yoshi, but who gets caught here might be a little bit different story. The flare comes in, but the flash has been used by Ravens. Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? You asked the right questions, and I think at this point of time, I want to quote something that Omo has been emphasizing throughout the league. If your opponent has a 1,000 net worth lead over you per minute on average, you're in big trouble. 7.5 minutes in. 7,000 goal lead for P6 over Upcar Esports. And we talked about this. If you want to get a death ball rolling, you have to play at least the bare minimum, an even game. But right now, Upcar Esports, they have no ground at all. Top tier 1 goes down. We saw Upcar try to go for a wraparound to Yoshi, but where's the damage? You can't fight if you don't have damage, right? And with Coffee forced to use his flash and his exhaust, Yoshi is very happy with that trade. I trade my flash, but I disable your Dragon Laner completely. You see Coffee has the Muramana, he's going for the Divine Sundra. P6 point positioning themselves mid. They will try to go for that tier 1 after that Rift Herald. Upcar cannot contest it. They have to do something about Yoshi.
No, they're gonna try to at least take something off the map. Something is better than nothing right here. Okay, the redemption comes in just to try and clear the wave, but I believe Upcar Esports, they will be able to take down this tier 1 finally bot side, but Arashi, he's getting chunked out, he's getting exhausted. He goes in for the engage, the flare comes in. Haki, he's dropping low, but he's still alive. The second proc of the Cyclone takes him. Nyx flashes over the wall. Upcar, they're looking for blood. Yoshi tries to run away, but on the other side of the map, they lose. The repulse is so nice. But Upcar, they're looking for the turret. Yoshi is here to defend, but on the other side of the map, can they take anything else? Nyx comes back. The repair has the flare. The knockup is right there. Upcar overstayed their welcome as Yoshi continues on to fish for some kills.
Yeah, not only Yoshi defends the structure, they lost Kazuo at the Rift Herald pit. He wanders in. He knows that P6 are going to go for it, but you give it up. He wanders in, gets killed off. Rift Herald gets taken away by Eggy. Doesn't even need it for this mid-tier 1. P6 sent 4 guys down bot. They want Yoshi. Ended up getting not Yoshi. Lost 2 members, only got a turret in return. If we look at the cost and risk benefit, I mean, P6, they won our hands down.
They want Yoshi, but they got no Shi.
No Shi.
No Shi. That's a bad one. I'm sorry.
Why are we on this desk again?
We can crack jokes, but they're gonna crack this fella here named is Ravens, but he's able to walk away. Eggy, he already expanded his ultimates 2 major cooldowns here for Phantom 6, but Ravens, he has to back away. This dragon is spawned, and I believe P6, they're gonna be able to take it without any contest.
Yeah, no hero centers, no true shot barrage. Trash doesn't have his box either. Upcar, please do not do this. Hey, they have the Lantern, but Arashi is chunked down low. They see him with the Scryer's Bloom. And this time P6 have safety measures. They are not even going to let this monkey get over that wall. easy Inferno Drake. This game is pretty much almost done at this point. Upcar Esports needs a miracle fight. And when I say miracle, I mean all of their Optimus hitting onto everyone from P6 as Kazuo gets a Noxian Guillotine and just resets 5 times in a row. But will that happen? I don't think so.
Oh, the knocked up, right? He immediately gets deleted. The Change of Corruption lands on to the Galio as well, the next one to follow. You speak about miracle. I don't think this one exists. The doors are closed for Upcar Esports. I believe it's time for them to think about the next game.
Yes, I think it's about time, right? Eggy even uses the Crescent Sweep in front of the tier 2. He's like, alright, I'm just gonna... Like, maybe I've been winning these fights with my ult. I don't have my ult. Come at me. Like, right now. Let's go, let's go.
He's saying, I'm giving you a leeway here, a handicap. I don't have my ult. Try to catch me as Kazuo. He's failing on it. He gets the challenge, but he gets exhausted. He gets rooted up right here. The Lantern to save him, but for what? I don't think P6 would want to take that.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer when you draft 4 champions that wants to run at your enemies and like P6 just press one button and your whole engage goes down the drain. They kind of locked themselves in this box, right? We saw this Galio first pick, and right after that we saw the Darius, if I'm not mistaken. And then right after that, the Wukong comes out. I think that's what stumps me. Why would you pick that Wukong? I don't think it's a priority. Pick something that can give your team advantage, right? Pick a coffee champion, not the Ezreal. Give him the give him the Varus. Give him. No,
I believe the Tristana and
the Tristana, right?
also
The Ashe. Give him something that works. You cannot draft everything like this. You cannot draft a composition just around your core. It's never gonna work out.
Leon getting caught out. Here comes the entire layer. Ring off the ultimates, but it's not gonna matter more because you know what? P6, they have huge wallets. The Transcendent Embrace gets 2, and the wings become lightnings as Ravens goes down, and Coffee, he gets the Constellation kill. He gets Yoshi this time.
Thumbs up for that effort. 1 for 4. That's a good trade for P6. But guess what, DA? I think we're about to approach game 2. The dev timers are still okay. I think Upcar can make it back in time.
I don't think so.
I think they can. But P6 showing mercy.
P6.
But that was a fight where P6 ate every single ultimate from Upcar.
Yep.
And no one went down.
Not even 50% health.
Not even 50%. The only guy who went down was Yoshi, who dove tier 2. Right? So we are seeing...
The turret does more damage than the champions.
Yeah. The turret did more damage than Upcar combined. Well, maybe not all of members of Upcar combined, but we are at the stage where we can confidently say GG go next. Upcar is have no chance. And it's to a stage where even if Upcar gets the Baron right now, it's not going to guarantee them the game.
If they can get it.
If they can get it, right? That's challenge number 2. If they can get it. But can they... Like, you have engaged, you can walk into Baron Pit, but we saw what P6 can do. Press one Karma out, you get vacuum in. You also have to deal with Yoshi with split pushing.
Well, here comes the Cyclone as well. They try to get onto Eggy, but they can't kill him. They can't finish him off. The Crucial Barrage coming, but here comes the counter engage from P6. They're thinking about it. The flash even committed right here from Momo, but the Change of Corruption missed. Kazuo, he flashes to safety, but look, here comes the flank from Yoshi. He gets 2. Can he get more? The repulse keeps him alive. He goes down, but it doesn't matter because P6, they claim first blood. Maybe a little bit too fast for that, but they still claim first blood.
They get first blood for sure. They got first blood in the game, and they got first blood in the series. P6, they will definitely break the Nexus. Yeah. I mean, this game is
over.
This game is over from... I want to go as far as say it's an updraft, outdraft, but you know, to put it in a more objective manner, it's just everything that went wrong early on, right? We've already laid out the cards, what Upcar wanted to achieve. It's the coffee show. It's about coffee. Everyone else is just a crowd control bot. But the thing is, you don't have damage. And the first Rift Herald fight demonstrated that. Upcar Esports made P6 ate everything, and they could not take anyone down. The only thing they took out was actually the Karma shoe.
A good one there. I mean, like, this is the problem from Upcar Esports when we talk about them being a one-dimensional team. When they start to draft for Coffee, for him to hyper carry, they lose the game. Like, every time they get a win, they lose the game. But, you know, we're going to put a hold on that. Let's take a chill. We're going to think about it. Both teams, they're going to go back to the whiteboard, talk about it as well. But we're going to take a break from the first game, and we come back with the post-games breakdown. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the WCS MYSG right here. We already finished our first game and it was a storm. I don't want to see that game once again, but we're going to have to talk about the post-games breakdown a little bit. I am Diego, this is Husky. What do you think about the first game?
It's a stomp. You summed it up. You did my job. It's a stomp, and there were a lot of factors, right? I think we did point out some of them. The crucial ones was how the draft was constructed for both teams. P6 have a lot of safety net when it came to scaling. They have aggressive lineup. Nix can run with the Rakan. Eggy can fight with the Sinjao. But for Upcar, it's all about team fight. But team fight with no damage is not team fight.
Yep. And, they have a lot of questions coming in, but we also have questions for you guys right here. It is the live trivia, and we like this session a lot. I can't wait to see what the question is today. So, as Lee Sin is blind, which champion is mute? I mute everybody.
Yeah, my teammates are mute. Because I mute them in-game. So, is it A, Evelyn? Is it B, Soraka? Is it C, Sona? Or is it D, Rammus?
Do
you know the answer?
Not sure, because I'm not sure if Rammus can talk, because he's kind of like just rolling around. Like, if you roll that much, can you talk?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure you can. If you put, you see, impossible. If it's impossibility, I'm not sure if that's a word, but the concept of impossible is a matter of perception. If you think you can do it, you can do it.
Yep.
That's what I tell myself when I go on a 10-game lose streak, and I say that if I play good enough, I can win a game.
Well, it's definitely mental fortitude, and we're gonna see if Upcar Esports can keep that up, because they just lost game number 1 in a very crushing defeat. It is 21-4. This is insane.
Look at this from Kazuo. Look at what he's trying to build. He's trying to build Divine Sundra.
I know what you said just now.
On Darius. You do not build Divine Sundra on Darius. Why would you build an item? I know that game is really close to being over, and they realize that, hey, we need a bit more damage. That Divine Sundra is not going to solve anything if you cannot even survive in a fight. But with that aside, I think overall the number speaks for itself, right? What does Upcar want to do? Death Ball. But Ezreal is not really the champion that enables you to do so. You need to move around as a unit, right? Which means Arashi has a lot of work on his hands. He has to get those early ganks down. But what happened in the first 3 minutes? He got doped by Eggy, flashed, and still died at a Skull Crab after a 2v2 mid. So it was kind of a lapse of judgment from Upcar Esports side, and things just went downhill from there. Instead of going up, they rolled down the cliff in their vehicle, could not get their foot back on the pedal, and they just rolled over.
Well, that might be a little bit too early for that, because right now they're just kind of in the first stop, you know, the R&R as we go up the hill. Yeah. Your car can't really go up, but they stopped right there. So first game, first stop. But
first stop.
If they continue on like this, like if P6 continuously, you know, just find Kazuo, doesn't make him play the game like you mentioned, and then they might lose everything. The brakes are gonna go off, and then they're gonna start rolling down the mountain.
Yeah, and another thing I think, you know, with Kazuo in this Baron lane is Upcar Esports basically gave themselves some restrictions in terms of what they can draft, because Kazuo, compared to Zizune, isn't a really flexible Baron laner. So you have to look at what your teammates can play, and in this case Kazuo acts as a meat shield with the Darius. We'll see if that is going to change throughout the series, but so far, if we have Zizune on that roster, usually you see him go for like the Akshan, you know, he fills in the void that his team needs to. But game 1 wasn't really the case. They put Kazuo on Darius, want him to frontline or at least survive the lane. The goal wasn't even to beat Yoshi in the lane, it was just to try and go even. But that didn't happen, so things got really bad. They had to put gave Coffee a lot of responsibility, wasn't able to do so with the Ezreal. Let's see if game 2 is going to be a different. I want to see Upcar give some of their responsibility over to Arashi and Ravens. Delegate that to these two guys, because they have shown that they can carry.
Yeah, definitely, and I've been quite vocal about this, because Upcar Esports, they shine as a team when Arashi is able to carry the game alongside of Coffee. It's not the Coffee show, right? Yeah. And last game, they put him on Wukong. What can he do? He's a spin bot, like you mentioned, but let's just scratch that aside. We don't want to see that anymore. As we go into the second, pick and bans here. They identify Nexus. Rakan was a problem. Immediately slashes his off. Both sides banning away the support.
Yeah, this time Upcar Esports kind of go down a different route, right? We want to take those team fight engages away from the side of P6, so that means no Rakan, no Galio, which means that we might open up picks like the Set and the Camille. Because I think if you are P6 right now, you don't really care if Upcar Esports bans the set of the Camille. You will gladly take whatever's available. But for Upcar, they have the first pick, and that first pick is really important. At this point of time, if our deduction is right, they are going to focus on picking Kazuo's champion, and that's one of the handicaps that they are going to be facing throughout this entire best of 5. Xin Zhao goes out. I don't think it's the biggest problem, but you know what that means? Olaf goes through.
Yeah, not just Olaf, even the set is gonna be available right here. And if they wanna, put Kazuo on a mid shield, just stabilize the lane, I believe Sat is pretty good of a champion to do that. His Haymaker is able to provide so much shielding, so if he does lose lane, it doesn't matter. But it looks like they have a different thought here. They will be locking in the Karma, and we've seen what the Transcendent Embrace as well as the Roots were able to do in the previous team fights as P6 were having their hands on it. But we're gonna see Upcar pilot it this time around. So this leaves Camille. Even the Olaf is right up, so they will pick up one. Maybe the second one will follow.
Yeah, one of the few champions that doesn't really care about your Transcendence Embrace is the Olaf. Presses Ragnarok, runs right in, but you don't necessarily need to take Olaf if you're P6. We talked about the Camille and the set, right? And the good thing about picking the set instead of the Olaf is that you don't reveal anything to Upcar Esports. Camille can be flexed, jungle top, set can be flexed into 4 different roles. But if you pick Olaf, people will know that, okay, this Camille is going Baron lane. P6 doesn't want that. They want to hide their draft. So now it's going to be up to Upcar again. They don't know what P6 wants to go with. In fact, P6 have already covered 4 roles with 2 picks.
Yeah, and I definitely like the set pick right here. Not only Yoshi looks good on it, Nyx as well is able to play the hero, the champion pretty well. But Upcar, they're locking in the Fiora here, most probably going into the jungle. Is able to scale well, but when we look at the Camille as well as the set, they have so much control. They are able to lock in the Fiora. The Camille has the X-Tag ultimate, and the Showstopper is also right there. And you only have 1 riposte to do that. And when we talk about Olaf, it gets locked in right here for Upcar Esports.
Yeah, and that means that we will get Arashi Olaf. Really good pick. You'll have the Karma to support you with the shield if you want to go on for those early dives. A lot more playmaking potential from Upcar. That was lacking from game number 1. But that also means that this Fiora might very well go into the hands of Kazuo. A champion that I don't think we've seen him pilot as much in the Baron lane, just based on the small sample size that we have. But he has a lot of ground to cover, right? Because we still don't know who his matchup in the top lane is going to be. But for P6, now they pick the Nami, decent counter engage. Sure, that's the Ragnarok, but guess what? Picking Nami means that you have an enchanter support that can buff up Momo when he needs. A lot of picks are on the table. We look at the Kaisa, we have the Vayne, we have the Ezreal if he wants to go for it, we have the Ashe, and also we have the Varus.
Yeah, the second phase of the bans right here might, just pivot towards the Dragon Lane champion pools here as we see the Ziggs getting slashed out, even the Kaisa to follow. Both of these teams, Momo as well as Coffee, they are the players that can make plays happen if they get the comfort champions that they have. So as we see here, Coffee's signature Vayne, even though being nerfed in this recent patch this morning, has been banned away as well.
Yeah. Good respect from P6, and at the same time, you don't want a Vayne to scale. Sure, she got some number nerfs, but when she gets to that late game, she can still be scary. Now, P6 have the first pick in the second phase, right? In game 1, they kept Momo's pick for last, but I think right now they will do the same. Just review what the other 2 champions are going to go to. This Nami pick has already revealed that we are not going to get a support set, and now they take the Ezreal away, which is one of the few picks left in the pool except for the Ashe and the Varus. Now Upcar Esports, what do they want to do with Coffee? Do they want to give him those 2 champions, or they want to pick Tristana for him, which he has shown to have good results?
Yeah, I was about to go to that point as well, because Coffee, in the group stages, Vayne was completely perma-banned against him, aside from the matches that, he meets RSG and Sam9. But I was gonna say that Tristana was his second pick. He was able to shine on it, but looks like they will lock in Jinx. Watching too much Arcane, maybe.
Yeah, why not, right? To be fair, I think Jinx is one of my favorite characters from Arcane. At the same time, it is one of the few champions that hasn't been touched in recent patches. The one thing I don't really like about Jinx, which makes me prefer other Dragon Laners, is that Jinx takes a lot of time to come online. You need to get excited before you're able to dish out a major output, right? So in this case, they give Beyond the Thresh so that Coffee can have a decent lane. He will be able to free farm and hopefully be the hyper carry that the team needs. But at least Arashi and and Kazuo have a potential to carry with their champions as well. The last pick came out, it was the Haki Ari. That's what we want to see. So Ari into Karma. Ari shouldn't be too worried. You have the mobility to get out of the binding. If Karma all-ins you, you can do the same. You clear way faster than the Karma, and you move faster than the Karma as well. I expect to see Haki be active in this game.
Yeah, and Haki is one of the few players right here in WCS MYSG that is willing to pick up this Ari, even in the group stages. And we see him success on it. And you know, when we look at Ari as a champion, she's able to provide a little bit of a utility in terms of her charms, and that just goes really well when you're controlling objectives. You're going into the Baron fights, you're going into those Dragon fights, having the Ari station right where you want him to, and just pick up whoever comes in front of you. And when we look at Upcar Esports' draft, which will come out anytime soon right here, they're a bit squishy.
Yeah, they definitely are a bit squishy. And at the same time, Ari also make sure that you cannot gank her even as an Olaf, right? It's not going to be easy. If you run into her and you take a charm, you're dead. But if let's say you pop Ragnarok, Ari just spirit rushes out of your range. You can't really commit onto this Ari, and it gives P6 an extra layer of catch, right? They already have the tidal wave to counter engage. Now you have to worry about a charm flying out of nowhere and kind of captivating you in the wrong sense. So for Upcar Esports, sure they have the safety net, but now a lot of pressure is on the individual lanes. Can the Fiora get out of the lane? Can Arashi make those moves early on as the Olaf? And can that Jinx find space to free farm with the support of Beyond? If those answers are yes, then sure, Upcar will have a good time.
Yeah, definitely, and this will be a test for Kazuo once again, because previously he was bullied out of his lane, straight out bullied. He wasn't able to get the level 2 even. And the opponent, Yoshi, was just standing in front of the waves. He couldn't even do anything, and then it was just ganks after ganks. Yeah, sure, he get a counter kill with the flash, but after that, no flash. That's another counter kill, another gang. So Kazuo is up to this guy, whether he can perform onto this Fiora. We're gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I think another difference from game 1 is that Beyond was not able to run around the map. We established that Nyx is going to be the active roamer, right? On this Nami, not exactly the best roamer compared to the other supports that we have, but one thing that P6 has right now is a very stable and self-sufficient Dragon lane. Momo on Ezreal is already self-sufficient on its own. Now you put Nami in the fray, you try to poke Momo, she can either get out with Arcane Shift or the Ebb and Flow will heal him up. And that means that Upcar Esports actually has a bit more space to send Ravens and Beyond roaming around the map, providing that Coffee is safe. Because Jinx, not really self-sufficient. If Beyond leaves the lane, Momo and Nyx can bully him.
Yeah, definitely. I played Jinx a lot myself because I believe I told you she was my main on PC and Warif as well. And like you mentioned, not very self-sufficient. But when we look at Beyond as a player, when we look at the stats early on, it is 81% kill participation. That's how he likes to play the game. He likes to roam. He likes to help his team. But when you put Coffee on a Jinx, it's not going to be able to do much, because every time he leaves the lane, like you mentioned, it's not going to end well for the Jinx. He's going to get dived. There's no escape mechanism. The only thing that he has is the Chompers. So we're going to wait and see as we go into game number 2. It is between Upcar and Phantom 6. Phantom 6 drew first blood. Right now, Upcar Esports, can they bounce back? Will be the question right here as we talk about scaling. Which team do you favor more, Husky?
In terms of scaling, I definitely think that both teams have the same potential. I would skew a bit towards Upcar Esports if we talk about full item, because you have the Fiora and the Jinx, right? In those late game fights, if the Jinx starts getting excited, then P6 will just get run down. But the problem is, can we get to that point? It is all about buying time, and P6 have shown us that if you want time from P6, you have to wrestle it out of them, because they will not give you that space. And you know, we also established that Beyond, he cannot leave Coffee alone, and that kind of limits what Beyond can do around the map, right? And these team fights now comes down to, can Arashi get a lead for his team? Because Kazuo, he's not going to be able to do too much against Yoshi.
Well, the Death Sentence will land, followed by the Chomper. Ignite has been used as well, but exhausted onto Coffee. Is not able to claim the kill onto Nyx. 2 sums from Upcar and 1 sum from Momo. That is all it takes. So I believe Phantom 6 win that trade.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a win for Phantom 6. You know, the Coffee has to use the barrier, Beyond used the ignite, and Nick still has the heal. Momo expanded only one exhaust. So Arashi bot side, he's gonna take the scuttle, but P6 are here to contest.
Well, Haki has the prio, so he's able to move in to help Eggy, and even the Supporizer death sentence lands onto Eggy, but he's able to precision protocol away. Here comes the root, but doesn't matter. They take down Eggy. Arashi heals back up. He's able to do not much as the claim
Coffee's
kills
excited.
up the kill. Excited he is, but he's not able to go back in as Ravens. He tries to salvage that by Coffee. Why would you go back in?
And 4 kills for Phantom 6 right off the bat. Started off with a good hook from Beyond, but Nyx, remember, he did not use his heal, pops the heal, heals Eggy up, and Eggy with the counter hook shot completely catches Upcar off guard. The only saving grace is that Coffee got excited, got 2 kills off of that. But in the grand scheme of things, Momo was also alive. He also bagged some kills. Look at this replay. Started with Beyond. Eggy counter engages, the heal comes out, and the smite from Eggy on the Skull Crab keeps himself alive. Arashi did a good job of doing the same thing, but while all of that was happening, Haki was just throwing out Orb of Deception after Orb of Deception, and it hits multiple targets in one. Haki survived with triple kill. Momo picks up Coffee. Both cores from Phantom 6 walk out of there alive. I think that is the biggest wins for P6.
P6 winning off that trade definitely, and look at that out of that exchange. Eggy as well as Nyx, they're gonna invade onto the blue side jungle here. They have so much ward, put it in the enemy's jungle. They're gonna be able to take this blue buff as well. Kazu a little bit late to the party, and this is gonna stun Arashi's build a little bit as we look at the goal lead at 3 minutes in. It's only about not 1,000, so I believe Upcar Esports are still in a good position.
I'll tell you what's the saddest part about that whole sequence. You saw Coffee get excited on the Jinx, but he only has a long sword. So he got 0 kills out of that.
No kills.
Yeah, so like there's actually not much value, right? So he comes back with the BF sword. They will try to dive Momo down bot, but Momo Arcane shifts to safety, so now P6 knows that 4 members of Upcar are down bot, which means that they can go a bit more aggressive if they want to, but thankfully for Upcar, P6 also try to go for the reset. In fact, I think Eggy found someone.
Nope, everybody gets to recall, goes back, buys some item. Only Haki has his first item completed, but look at him, he's 4-0-1. This guy is mad. He's so good on his Aria. I've mentioned this so many times. He's one of the few players that played this champion, and he's able to pull it out so well. He makes Ari looks like a meta champion.
Yeah, to a certain extent, I think Ari is not the worst. You know, in certain situations, Ari is so good. And you give him a 4-0 lead, that changes everything. Counter with the Ludens, just in time for the objective to spawn. He's going to throw one Orb of Deception, the whole wave dies, and Haki can just move around the map. And this will be a constant tug of war, right? The Ari is going to clear the wave, you have to deal with it. P6, they will start the Rift Herald under Upcar Esports vision. And I think P6 are aware of this, so they know where Upcar are hovering over right now, but because Upcar also want the Rift Herald, no one will contest the Dragon, and that's means Yoshi gets free reign down bot to push the turret.
He's gonna get at least a plate for himself, and look at this, what is going on? Upcar, they sent so many people to contest for the Rift Herald, but this time around, they'll force P6 out of the pit for the moment. As Haki, he lands a charm and the tsunami to follow. This is P6's game. He's not able to get the Rift Herald as well. Look at Haki zoning Ravens. The Transcendent Embrace means nothing. The Super Mega Death Rocket finds nobody. And Upcar Esports, they lose again on all fronts as P6 claim the Rift Herald and all those kills.
Yeah, Upcar tried to go for a fight. Didn't work out, and that means P6 not only get the Rift Herald, it gets a couple of platings up top, and that lead is going to slowly extend. 3,000 goal advantage for P6. Not as much as game 1, but it is about to get a lot worse because with all of these skirmishes won by P6, it gradually starves up Upcar Esports, and most importantly, Upcar Esports, they need time for Coffee. He has the Storm Razor, but Storm Razor doesn't give you the power spike. Coffee needs a way more than that, and P6 are not giving him the space. Yoshi is gonna play around the brush, and now he's gonna go on Ravens.
Oh, here comes the face breaker. He's getting rooted up right here. The show will stop on the follow. But will he go down? The Haymaker does so much damage to Coffee. They're gonna flash onto him, but good thing Coffee claims the kill. But Archie left to try as the charm goes in and he goes down. Upcar Esports trade 1-for-1.
If you're P6, you're okay with that. Yoshi bought so much time. He did go down, but Arashi dies, and that means no one can contest the dragon. P6 would take this opportunity, take his dragon away. Kazuo is going to try to split push mid, but Eggy will try to gank him.
Oh, Kazuo a little bit too far off the lane here as Eggy is trying to catch on to Kazuo. And Momo is just dishing out some sort of damage. They still have the Rift Herald in the pockets of Eggy. He goes back to base, completes the Divine Sundra as Haki is hacking onto this top side. Tier 1 looks like he will be able to take it. Oh, I spoke too fast as Ravens Inner Flame clears the way.
Yeah, still has some damage, you know, even though you went for Ardent Sensor. At the end of the day, Upcar Esports, they have Kazuo on the Fiora, they have Coffee Jinx to kind of ascend into the late game. Ravens is going to play the support role with this Karma item build, which is good for them. But we see P6 slowly wither around the structure. In fact, I think this is a fight down bot.
Oh, this is not a fight, this is a slaughter as Beyond has to use his flash. The Haymaker doesn't get him the kill, but it is a rampage for Momo. What are you doing so far up? And P6, they're not done. They get a kill. They continue on to the Olaf. He goes unstoppable. Momo. And look at the top side as well. P6, they crash the Rift Herald. I believe he will get a second charge. As Upcar, they lose on all front.
Yeah, P6 wins the bot fight 3 versus 4. And you know, they even send a gank squad up top. Raven goes down. Rift Herald gets a charge onto the tier 3. Nyx does get caught. Might go down. He does. He does go down.
Constellation price here.
More price to pay.
Doesn't matter because they lose everything. Even the top inhibitor tower is getting chunked down to 50% health here. P6, they have control of the entire map. And when they look at the goal lead, at 8 minutes in, it is about 6,000 goal lead. It's not as much as the first game. But P6, they definitely have their hands on to the driver's seat right here.
Oh, they definitely are. I think that has been a fact. Right after the Rift Herald fight, we're looking at 6,000 goal advantage for P6. You look at the items, Divine Sundra on Eggy. He can shred through anyone from the side of Upcar Esports. We get the same item, Divine Sundra on Kazuo. He's going for play of the Rune King. It's going to take a while for him to get to that point. But again, Upcar Esports, they don't have an avenue to engage onto P6, right? Beyond has to do it, and Beyond alone. If this stretch couldn't get a good engage off, then you have to call the entire fight out. P6 can just run you down, and even if he gets a hook, we saw what Nyx can do with the tidal wave. Yoshi will match Kazuo down bot, and this Fiora cannot fight the set.
Cannot fight might be an understatement right here. Even Yoshi is one level down. Kazuo has to pay him respect. Immediately backs away, but Arashi is getting caught out. Once again, the charm lands onto him. He uses the Ragnarok as well as the flash. But who is Haki? His mind overstays welcome as Corby claims the kill. He goes over the wall thinking he could finish up the kill. But the root comes in. There's no follow-up, and good call from Upcar Esports to not follow up on that.
Yeah, good shield from Ravens. Just Inspire Mantra right at the end to save Arashi before he gets ignited. So P6, they lose Haki, but they still get the Rift Herald. So at the end of the day, I think it's worth for them. Yoshi did go for a recall, so Kazuo will be able to break this bot tier 1. No problem. At least Upcar Esports are able to slow down a game a bit. We're starting to see the damage from Coffee rolling in. Static Shift, Storm Razor. Give him the Infinity Edge for item number 3. Then you will see this thing really pop off in those fights. Because Upcar Esports, in the past few fights with Coffee in it, they have shown that they can play that front to back. They know how to protect President Coffee. They just need a bit of time.
Yeah, but Momo, he's poking out so much damage right now. He has 2 items and the mana unit has been completely stacked right here. He also builds the Triforce instead of the Divine Sundra, which is a good call, I believe, because there are no actual tanks here in Upcar Esports. So you're not able to get as much value as the Divine Sundra that you want to, but Upcar Esports.
Oh, Yoshi coming from behind.
They're gonna try to defend this. The showstopper goes in Beyond. He's out of the fight as well as the entire team of Upcar Esports. Ravens is not there to provide the shields, and looks like they are here to walk down the mid lane. Ravens is gonna try to clear the ways. Momo, if you bit off a little bit, then you can shoot. But Nixie tanks up the turret. The Transcendence Embrace comes in. Look at Momo, has no care in the world for the turret. He's just dancing around the turret and gets the kill.
Yeah, a Dragon Laner dives here to kills you off. Kazuo wants a counter kill. He's not gonna fight any. Momo flashes. Same goes for Nyx. Took a Mega Death Rocket, doesn't hit anyone, and that means that bot tier 2 goes out to Haki. Eggy secures an Ocean Drake. I don't know if you'll get a replay for that, but that was so well done for Yoshi. He crashes his showstopper just as Shelly winds up the charge, so everything happening at once. It feels like an orchestrated fight from the side of P6. Upcar could not react, and of course Raven wasn't there to provide any shooting. The P6 running away with the game right now, 7,000 gold advantage. It might not seem like a lot, but at this point of the game, P6 have an insurmountable lead. Death Dance for Eggy, virtually unkillable at this point, as Coffee is still trying to work towards the third item. It is going to be a bloodthirster.
What do you want to have for dinner, Husky?
What do I have for dinner? I was thinking of some burger, I think.
Yeah, I think we might have a early dinner break here because this is not a series, it is a stomp.
So far it feels like it, right? I think Upcar Esports in game 2, the saving grace,
They got one extra kill from the previous game.
they actually did. They have better insurance plan, right? Let's put it that way.
Okay, well, as we go back into the game, Yoshi is getting flanked right here, but who's flanking who? As the Haymaker goes in, the True Shot Barrage doesn't catch anybody. P6, they are gonna just look to continue on, pressuring onto Upcar Esports' turret, but look at Haki. He's escorting the wave onto the already 50% inhibitor turret on the top side.
And P6, they're splitting the battle lines. And the worst thing right now is that Upcar can't really engage. It's all up to Beyond, and Beyond just now uses Proto Belt, misses the hook. So P6 are dealing considerable structural damage. All the tier 2s are down, and that gives Phantom 6 free reign of the map. They can do whatever they want, and in this case, war up that top portion of the jungle, set up for Baron, end the game.
Oh, they're just starving UCE right here. When we talk about what we're gonna have for dinner, Upcar Esports, they lose all of their foods in the jungle. Arashi is not being able to farm. Even Coffee, he cannot walk up the lane. The entire map is dark right there for Upcar Esports. And look at Momo. Just one shot comes in and it just takes so much health away from Arashi.
Yeah. One of the good things about Ezreal, right? Don't need to face check a brush. Mystic shot, done. Force a 4-man gank out of the brush. You can see Upcar Esports, they're being pushed back because that wave was shoved in down mid, so Upcar have to reset the wave, and that means P6 now, they can set up Baron, they will clear up the vision, and Upcar knows this, but it's hard for them to contest because the whole map is dark. If you look at the Upcar Esports perspective, they cannot see anything at all.
Well, they definitely cannot see, but the Super Mega Death Rocket does give them a little bit of information that the Baron has started. The teleport comes in, Hextech ultimatum onto the Olaf. Nowhere for you to run as he goes down. Kazuo behind enemy lines. The Lancen's not gonna save him. Transcendent Embrace gets everybody, but doesn't matter because Yoshi's unkillable and Haki survives as well. Rampage for Eggy, and it is a ace for P6.
Don't even need the Baron when the enemy just shows up at the doorstep and delivers 5 kills to you. But realistically speaking, D8, the game was over right at the 4-minute mark, and P6 with a game to win. Just one game away from knocking Upcar out of the playoffs. And last time they met, Upcar had a 2-0 lead. P6 came back swinging. Right now, P6 have the lead. Upcar, can they do it though?
This is a trend because last time, P6 was 0-2 down. So this time around, Upcar, can they get the reverse sweep? We believe.
You believe.
Not really.
You can't just go back on your word right after asking. Our predictions are on the line.
Yeah, like you mentioned, if the car crashes, we're all burning with them.
Yeah, we're all going down with it, right? Our predictions might be on the line, but Upcar's tournament life is on the line. And I think after that game, you need a hard mental reset. Game 2 looks slightly better than Game 1, but there's still a lot of fundamental issues, right? They're not able to fix those macro that P6 brought to the table.
Well, they have to go back to talk about it between the players and the team. What can they bring in here? The crucial game number 3. But before that, we're going to go into a break as this is the game 2. So see you guys in a while.
I find them unworthy. It must be done. Our wills align.
Here we go now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Upcar Esports versus Phantom 6. Wait, wrong side. I'm the Egg, this is Husky. We're currently in second game, and I was coming here expecting a series, but we got a stomp.
We still got a series. You say a series, right? We didn't say like how long it's going to be. We still get a series, but it didn't really pan out the way that we thought it would be. And frankly speaking, we have to go back to see like what has Upcar brought to the table so far, right? It's a lot of those minor mistakes. We say that P6 is good in outlasting a wall of attrition. They have the good macro knowledge nailed down, and they've shown that.
Yeah, they're gonna have to find for an answer towards Phantom 6's draft right here. But speaking of answers, we do have the trivia early on. So what do you think the answers is gonna be? We're gonna have to take a look on that and let's see if anyone gets the right answer. So Lee Sin is blind, which champion is mute? The answer is Sona.
Yep, if you don't know, Sona doesn't speak. She communicates with her instrument, which, what do you call it again? I know like
Harp. No, it's not a harp.
It's not a harp, right?
It depends on what skin you're using though. Sometimes you're using a piano.
Yeah, if you use DJ Sona, oh, that's
like-
the PC
she's
version,
like,
right? That's the turn. That's a spin table.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know like, I don't remember the term. You know, like there's this Chinese, a traditional,
古筝.
the guzheng, yes. That looks like one, right? It could be one.
Could be one, could be one.
New skin idea for next year Chinese New Year. For Lunar New Year.
Sona. So, right, if you're hearing that, take notes.
Guzheng Sona.
Yeah. So, going back into the game number 2 here, the only difference right here is Upcar got 5 kills, one more than the first game, and Phantom 6 got 1 less kills than the first game. So, pretty much same thing right here, but the difference is that this time Arashi is the one who's doing the dying, and Kazuo 0, 1, and 0.
We had a short chat with the BM broadcast and we kind of talked about like what would be better, right? Like theoretically, what would be better for Upcar Esports? But let's say we go with this draft. So Kazuo, you want to be able to work with Arashi to do something in that Baron lane. But the problem is you're up against the set. It's very hard to kill him. Like you pointed out, the Haymaker shield gives it so much survivability. Yoshi survived a 4-man gank at one point. So Baron lane off limits. You want to go mid to assist Raven, but Raven is a Karma. You don't really have the necessary lockdown to lock out to control someone like an Ari. So mid lane is off limits. You want to go bot, but bottom lane, you can't even get close to Momo or Nyx. So where do you go as Olaf? You can't power farm. Power farming for an Olaf, not really what you want to do. You want to be able to take those early fights, win it, secure objective, and start the snowball. So Upcar Esports were not able to take those objectives, and P6 just slowly but surely strangled them.
Yeah, there are a few points right here for Upcar Esports. One is that Kazuo cannot win against Yoshi. Yes, this time he stabilized his lane, but he's not able to provide anything for his team. Look at the damage, it's only 3,000, and look at Yoshi, 10,000. Yeah,
look at Beyond. Look at Nyx. They do more damage than Kazuo. That's a big problem, my friend.
Yes, that's really a problem. So this goes back to the draft, right? I was saying that if Kazuo is not able to win against Yoshi, why do you give him the Fiora? You could have picked the stat for yourself. They had the first pick, the stat was let through, you picked it up. If you don't want to use it, you can even flex it for Beyond. He was able to use that champion as well. But it's just, I don't know, man. They had the idea of what to draft, how to use it. They had the entire idea of the karma, boosting everybody, getting all those kills, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, it definitely did happen. I mean, when you look at what they drafted in the first phase, right? It was, I believe, the Karma Fiora. So compared to a Camille set, I would go for the Camille set hands down, right? It gives you so much more flexibility. But at the same time, we talk about how you don't want to just put the responsibility on Coffee alone. Ravens and Arashi have to do it. So they delegated some of it to Arashi, but you put Ravens on the Karma, which means that now he becomes a utility player throughout the entire game. So he has to enable some of his members, right? Kazuo out of commission. Arashi doesn't get a good game. Coffee needs too much time. Who does he enable in those fights? No one. And to make matters worse, P6 started an early snowball. Haki got a triple kill down at the bottom river, and nothing has gone well since then. Yep. So, same as game 1, P6 got an early lead, and they just slowly steamroll over Upcar Esports. For game 3, please, for Upcar Esports, again, do the same thing, delegate the responsibility to Raven and Arashi, put Kazuo on someone who can frontline. We don't need 4 hyper carries. I think Kazuo is better off back on champions like Darius, the Renekton, the Garen, the Set. If they're let through, let Arashi, Coffee, and Ravens do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, definitely right here, because it's a do or die scenario here, right? It is a game. If you lose, you go home, right? And right now, Phantom 6, they're 2-0. Upcar, they're on the brink of being sent home right here, not even having a chance to advance anymore. And if they continue on to this kind of trend, you know, drafting something that Kazuo isn't really that comfortable with, he's only doing 3,000 damage, what do you expect? Going into those team fights, he's not able to do much. So, Upcar Esports, can they keep their mental strong? Change up their draft, something I want to see. Let Kazuo be the stable, be the Mitchell for all he wants. And go into those team fights. Don't put too much pressure on this guy. He just came in today.
Come on. It's a competition, right? As much as I hate to say, I think at this point of time, you have to understand, if you're in Upcar's shoes, you have to understand what is your winning condition. Kazuo is out of the equation, but you can still give him some tasks to perform. If you can't win the lane against Yoshi, go even. Play that split push, play champions that can buy the hull breaker and split push. If you want him to have presence in the game, the Shen, someone with a global ultimate that can join fights, there are ways to circumvent kind of like the disadvantage that you're dealt with. But for Upcar Esports, they are not playing their cards right. They're not unlocking the potential of their individual players. And we are going to see, you know, almost the same bans. This time, Upcar Esports.
Ooh, Garen.
For the third game in a row, have first pick, like you said, the Garen, right? That is, trust me, on this, if it was Izune, I don't think that Garen is going to be a priority. So that Garen is kind of like an auto lockout because you don't want to give a very safe champion over to Upcar Esports, right? You want to cripple them as much as they can, and if you strike at their weakest link and it breaks, they all go down, and P6 have identified that.
Yeah, and previously we mentioned, you know, Upcar, they went up the hill, they're rolling down right now. They're not just rolling down, they don't have their brakes anymore, so they're rolling down fast. So at which point do they crash and roll over? Well, P6 just sweep them apart and clear them, send them back to the factory for recycling metals. We don't know, because as we see right here, P6, they're on a roll. And Upcar Esports once again picking up the Karma and Ravens. He's such a good player. You put him on a support type of mid, it's not gonna be able to go that far for their team.
Again, responsibility, right? Who do you want to delegate those tasks onto? So with this Karma pick, it says two things. If this Karma goes on to Beyond, you're not gonna get an active support. But Ravens, Arashi, and Coffee gets time to shine. Coffee gets to be self-sufficient with their Karma pick. But if Raven gets onto Karma again, which means Arashi and Coffee have to do the heavy lifting, Beyond has to make sure that Coffee gets someone self-sufficient, not the Jinx. Give him an Ezreal, give him a Varus, give him a Tristana, someone that can stay in lane, even a Ziggs. Ezreal is a good start. Coffee can now be able to give Beyond the freedom to roam around the map, but P6 have a counter plan. Set and Galio, very hard champions to take down.
You know, looking back right here, I believe the Karma might just be a denied pick right here for Haki, because when we see Haki play the Karma, he was dealing full damage on it. And I just don't understand why they don't let Kazuo play the set, because he's just so flexible. The set has so much survivability, and they go back to the Darius. And even though the set goes to the top lane, it's gonna be a really bad time for the Darius. You go in with the Hemorrhage and all, you can't get the kill onto him. So P6, they have revealed all their cards right here, at least for the first 3 picks, right? Because the Rakan being picked here means that both of the first picks loses their flexibility.
Yeah, but at the same time, right, I want to add on to the set pick just a bit more. If you pick the set for Upcar Esports, right, Beyond can play the set support, right? You unlock something for your teammate. But for P6 right now, they say, okay, we have enough engage, we have enough crowd control. Now, let's focus on what enables Upcar Esports. Arashi, ban his jungler. Graves gets taken out. Maybe we'll see a Kha'Zix or Lee Sin ban up next. Xin Zhao is definitely going to be left on the table. Well, P6 actually bans Xin Zhao, so pretty surprising. I thought that they would prioritize it since they have the first pick, but maybe to them, is not as important as it was in game number 1, so they want to disable Arashi as much as they can. But Upcar Esports have their hand tied. They have to target Momo, and there are so many picks for P6 left in the pool. Momo can pick anything he wants.
Yeah, the Ziggs is also up right here, so a very powerful champion being left open. Will this time around they prioritize Momo's champion? And instead, I was going to talk about this because Lee Sin fits perfectly, not perfectly, but fits well with the P6 draft right here. They can have that early game if they want to, and they also have the late game insurance in terms of, you know, those beefy tanks. So, this time around, Lee Sin can work well, and Agi, he's able to pilot the Lee Sin well. So, UCE left without anything else on the table right here. We look at the bans here, there are 5 jungle bans, including Fiora, there will be 6. So the Nunu will be picked up right here for Upcar Esports. The revamp or the adjustments has come in from Nunu. We were talking about it earlier in the cast. We believe that it won't make that much of a difference. So it's gonna be up to Arashi to prove us wrong right here. And this time around, Beyond locks in the Orianna, and I believe we'll be going for Ravens.
Yeah, and you said the Ziggs is going to get picked up, right? P6 grabs the chance, goes for the Ziggs. I thought that Upcar Esports will take the Ziggs regardless because they have the last 2 picks, right? So if you put the Ziggs onto Ravens, you get a decent mid lane matchup, but now it confirms that Beyond will be playing the Karma support. Not the best support for an Ezreal, and it doesn't make too much of a difference, but you do have an extra poke against a Rakan and a Ziggs, but it doesn't really matter because it's a Ziggs. He's gonna
outpoke you.
He's gonna
That's
either
for sure.
outpoke you or you just can't get close to him. But it does mean that we might see the supports being active. And in this case, Nyx does have the advantage because he's on the Rakan. Down mid, it will be the Galio into Orianna, so it should be fine for Ravens. It's another draft where a lot of responsibilities lies on Coffee and Raven. So we have shifted that task a bit. Arashi will frontline, a role that he doesn't really feel too comfortable with from what we've seen. He likes to play those carry champions, but maybe that backs out against the wall and Nunu could be that savior.
Not sure if the savior, because I really believe that Arashi is able to carry his team when he's able to play comfort champions for himself. Like, prioritizing the Karma, yes, he's very powerful in terms of crowd control and all, but by taking the Karma, you just give away so much of the other power picks right here. And we see Phantom 6, they just immediately lock in all those power picks, and I don't know, man. When look at the drafts right here from Upcar Esports, this just might signal the start of an end.
Yeah, it's like a pick your poison situation, right? Red pill or blue pill for Upcar Esports. Which one do you think is the biggest threat? To them, they feel like, okay, Karma is going to be the champion that we don't have enough bans to get rid of, so we need to take her away because P6 won game 1 with it. But let me ask you, is that the main issue?
Nope.
I don't think so, right? I think the Karma isn't really what won P6 game 1. What won P6 game 1 was Upcar's draft that has a problem, right? The inability to provide damage even with the crowd control. The Karma was just the icing on the cake. But for Upcar, maybe they think the Karma in the support is going to give Coffee a good lane, which is true to a certain extent. But now, what can they do with the current draft? Who can be active on the map? Certainly not Ravens. Certainly not Kazuo. Karma can't do that. Coffee needs time. So are we looking at the Nunu? Yes, but can then Nunu get the lead for the team?
We're gonna have to wait and see whether he can, snowball his way to victory. Because Upcar Esports, their draft a little bit more stable as compared to first game. That one was complete down the trash. Game 2 was okay, but they flopped it a little bit in the early team fights, which cost them the game. This time around, can they stabilize the early game? Because when I look at the scaling comps right here, yeah, we have visuals back here, and the lines plays out really well here. So Kazuo will be on the Darius, pretty much what we expected. But when we talk about scaling, right, when we have Ziggs on the P6 side, but when we look at Upcar Esports, we have the Ezreal, we have the Orianna, which is a really good scaling mage. His control mage, the ball delivery system is right there with the Nunu, with the Darius as well. So one ultimate may change the game right here for Upcar Esports.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance for them to do so. But I want to go back to something that I think Omo has been talking a lot. I mean, he's a genius. He taught me a lot. But one of the things you want to look at is ease of execution. Which draft is easier to pull off? And I can confidently say P6 have a way easier draft to execute in this game. Get the engage off, you can counter engage, you can disengage, and most importantly, you have sufficient damage, right? You compare a Lee Sin and a Nunu, who is going to be more active around the map. Sure, Nunu can clear camps faster because of the buff that he got, but Eggy is going to be a bit more proactive. He's going to be able to create a bit more space. He's going to be able to open up those flanks for those ganks to come through for P6.
Yep, definitely. So we're gonna go into the game. This just might be the last game of the series, but ladies and gentlemen, if you're Upcar fans, rally up because they're gonna need your support really, really bad right here. P6 2-0 against Upcar Esports. The last time they met, it was Upcar that had that advantage, and P6 reverse swept them. Will this be the reverse swap of the history for Upcar Esports? We're gonna wait and see. Husky, what are your thoughts going into this potential final match of the day?
I'm just looking at P6, what they're trying to do. They put Nyx up top, Yoshi's gonna walk the river. They don't see anyone, right? That's one of the classic cheese. Nyx gonna show up, get the grand entrance, and they just chunk Kazuo down. Nyx is just sticking around. Oh, they're gonna see Kazuo under the ward. Watch out the top lane. We might see a flash out from this Darius early.
This is just the breaking point for P6 all the time. They are hitting on to Kazuo, so you called it. The flash has been burned, and Nyx, He's just gonna maybe recall, come back, and we've seen this. We've seen this.
We've seen this before a lot of times. A lot of times. I think P6 has been actively doing this. The good thing is because Nyx is up top, so Upcar can get priority down bot. You can push Momo out of experience range for just a while, but it's not gonna matter when that wave crash. Momo will just clear it. Eggy's gonna show up mid just to provide a bit of pressure, making sure the Haki gets that lane priority and even do some damage onto Raven, right? Look at that. A Tempest, couple of auto attacks, Raven forced to back off and eat the honey fruit. So Haki gets priority, they will now go for the Scuttle Crab, and because Kazuo doesn't have a flash, we might see an early dive from P6.
Oh, the dive is definitely coming right here. The face breaker has been used by Yoshi. He's gonna try to heal up with the spin, but it doesn't matter because the Sonic Wave is right there. And Yoshi, he loses his life, but Iggy gets the kill. Arashi tries to come here and get the reverse kill, but the snowball lands onto the minions, so not much being said right here for Phantom 6 as they claim first blood.
And what did I say, right? Who is going to be more proactive early on? The Lee Sin, for sure. Haki is going to take some punishment. We'll have to flash from this, though.
Woohoo! Coffee flash to follow. He gets the kill, but can he get out? Because Iggy is right here. He takes 1, 2 turret shots to the face, and he goes down.
Not worth it at all. I mean, yeah, you get a 1-for-1 trade, but while all of that was happening, Nomo actually went for the reset, so not able to shovel the wave, but that wave is going to auto crash because of that huge minion population, right? So you can see P6, they can move that way down top. Coffee has no flash. They might be able to kill him.
Now they're going to wait for him right here. Beyond, he might be on the wrong side right here, but they spot Iggy out here with the Mystic Shot, I believe. So Coffee, he knows that the jungler is here, able to identify that. So Iggy, he knows that he's getting caught out. He goes back, farm up his lane. The Skyer Broom does pop that ward, which is getting cleared out right here. So we're going back to a steel game right here.
Yeah, thankfully Beyond saw, you know, the potential ambush. I think if Beyond wasn't there, they might have lost Coffee. So he's just gonna try and clear thin out the way with the True Shot Barrage. And that means that P6 now gets a bit more space to work with, right? Momo is gonna go for the reset. I don't think he has enough for the Ludens just yet, but he should have sufficient for the blasting one. Yeah, there it is. So the objective is going to spawn in 40 seconds plus minus, and that's where we will see P6 try to prioritize the Rift Herald again. If you're Upcar Esports, you don't want the Rift Herald to fall into a team with the Ziggs. So Upcar will have to contest for that. But if P6 gets the Rift Herald, then Upcar are going to be in a world pen. Those structures will go down.
Well, both teams are going to reset right here. Coffee going base, picks up the Mana Mune, comes back. So Reef Break, as I believe Grandon puts it. 4-minute mark, both objective spawns. Who will win this Rift Break? We're going to have to wait and see because Iggy is going to pick up the red buff and then he's going to pick his poison.
The good thing about Coffee going for the 1-for-1 trade is that he was able to complete his Mana Mune early on. You know, from that kill goal. And now the objective spawn, you can see P6, they will poise themselves. They've sent Momo mid. That's going to allow this Ziggs to clear the objective fast so that they get priority over the Rift Herald. Eggy has started it. They're under Upcar vision. Upcar, you have to do 4-minute response right now. It's a 4v5.
4v5, but Haki, he has the heroics entrance right here. They're going to force Iggy off the objective, but he does have the Sonic Wave. They're going to try to lock him down. He's rooted, but the hero's entrance comes in. He dodges the Transcendent Embrace. The kick goes good, and Iggy, he's back onto the Rift Herald, but Kazuo, he's trying to get those kills, but he cannot. It is Yoshi on the backline. The Haymaker claims the kill for himself. Kazuo on the other side of the map gets a triple kill. Is this the start of the redemption for this player?
So many things to unpack, but well played by both teams. Kazuo went huge, was able to get the reset up. They were able to pincer Eggy. Eggy actually got an incredible Dragon's Rage, cancelling the Absolute Zero and hitting 3 members of Upcar with that. But P6, they were not in position to do that damage. They were not in position, you know, in time. And it was only because Yoshi had the flash showstopper to kind of save the fight. Other than that, Upcar had a great skirmish. They took the Rift Herald by forcing Eggy out of the Rift Herald pit. You deny that from a Ziggs team. Now Upcar will have a bit more control over the map.
Well, they're going to try to contest once again for the neutral objective. He's going to try to shove in the wave. And in the previous team fight, we saw, like you mentioned, Arashi's ultimate was cancelled. And even the Transcendence Embrace was dodged right there from Iggy. He uses that safeguard just to get away from the range. And this time around, the dragon. Looks like Upcar Esports, they're paying no attention to it. They're not gonna try to get Yoshi as they crash the Rift Arrow on top, but there's no much minion waves. He's rooted up. Oh, once again the Transcendence Embrace gets dodged. He dies halfway through, but he gets the kill in return. Kazuo, he's a... Oh, I'm sorry, not Kazuo. It is Yoshi that goes down, but this time around P6, they lose their Baron laner, but they get the dragon in return.
Even with the Karma Shield, it wasn't enough to save Coffee. So once more, Yoshi goes down, a noble death. But he was able to buy time, right? At the end of the day, sure, he went down, you lost the tier 1. Upcar is going to be happy with that, but Yoshi was able to punish Upcar by taking out Coffee, while all of that was happening. We also saw Momo throwing out his ultimate to try and thin out the wave, but it wasn't enough. So P6, they will have a closer game this time. P6, they're making their move down bot, and that's what Kazuo is going to be.
This time around, first time in the series, we see Upcar happy, goal lead, but that's not gonna last for long as Kazuo. This has been the game. He's getting dove once again, but this time he survives. He gets the 3-man hook and the flash away. Kazuo might be starting to ramp up his engines here.
Not enough damage to kill the Darius. He has the Black Cleaver, Kindle Gem, he even has the Proto Belt. So to kill him will take a lot of effort, but up top, Yoshi goes for a gank.
Oh, he's gonna use the Face Breaker, gets Ravens. I don't think he's gonna be able to survive. Oh, the Flash Haymaker about to get him. But good thing the tower is right there. Ravens escape with a slither of health.
Yeah, does have the command Protect, so was able to keep himself barely alive. If Ravens went down, that would have been huge for Yoshi. He will be able to shove out the wave and threaten that tier 1. So we get a slight pause for now. But I want to quickly just bring your attention to what has happened so far, right? So with that Rift Herald being taken away from P6, you can see the drastic change in how P6 is approaching this game. They cannot take the tower, they cannot take the turrets. Upcar Esports were able to put a bit more pressure. Kazuo gets off to a good start, so now he can finally hold his own ground, which means Upcar Esports have effectively bought space for both for Coffee primarily. So this Nunu pick is starting to also work out as well, because it was able to allow him to secure objective and also clear out P6 when when P6 goes for those engages, and things are falling into place for Upcar. But if you are P6, you are not going to be too worried, because they can still make all of those active moves with the champions that they have. Just that when the next Rift Herald spawns, they will have to take it away from Upcar.
Yeah, definitely, because the first Rift Herald, they crashed it on the Baron lane. They wanted space for Kazuo, they gotten it, but with the Ziggs, if the tier 1 mid is always standing up, that is always a threat, because if Ziggs is able to throw bombs right under the turret, he's able to go back into turret for safety, it's going to be an issue for those neutral objective takes. It doesn't matter if it's the second Rift Herald or the second Dragon that spawns, the Ziggs will always be an asset. That's why that champion is being prioritized so much in the WCS MYSG. But good thing for Upcar Esports, this match, this third game, we are starting to see some signs of life.
Yeah, and we talk about how Upcar Esports needs to check a couple of boxes, right? One of it is get Kazuo an even lane. He doesn't have to smash the lane, just keep even. But in this case, they've got more than what they wanted, right? Kazuo gets a 3-1 lead, was able to win the first skirmish for his team, secures the objective. Arashi comes in huge with the smite. So now you have that check off the box. Next up, how do you keep the tempo going? Prevent P6 from taking objectives, right? When they go for the dives, make sure that you're there to respond. And so far, Upcar's response has been a bit slow, but thanks to Kazuo's lead, they were not able to kill him down bot, so they protect the structure. Kazuo doesn't go down. Third, buy time for Coffee. Things are falling into place. Raven survived the 1v1 against Yoshi just now, so it means P6 will have to continuously send Eggy and Nyx around the map to find avenues, because Momo can clear out the wave, Yoshi will be fine alone, Haki can join the fight as long as he has the hero's entrance. Upcar now putting pressure down bot.
They're gonna try to secure this tier 1 down bot, but the Super Mega Death Bomb is such a good ability just to clear the waves. But P6, they respond with a tier 1 of themselves. This time around, they get the turret, and Upcar Esports, they don't have the wave clear like Momo does. Immediately shifts their attention back towards Momo on the mid side. Arashi misses Momo as he flashes away, but they come to get what they come here for, or not, because the good defense from P6 stops them from taking down the tier 1.
And P6 reading Upcar like a book. Thankfully, Momo doesn't have his Mega Inferno Bomb, so Upcar Esports were able to bring that turret down to a very low state in terms of health. But what matters for P6 is that that tier 1 stays alive. And this is why this Rift Fire is going to be really important. Upcar Esports, they are going to start it up.
Oh, they better start it up now because Iggy is down bot side. They're gonna try to gank Kazuo once again as they send the entire team of P6 to try and get him. Can he survive this time around? The Rift Arrow has been taken. They throw every single spells that they can onto Kazuo. They get him and they will try to take this tier 1 bot side as well. But look at the mid lane. They're gonna crash onto the tier 1 mid for themselves. They're probably gonna get the tier 2 as well.
Shelly dropped, they want this tier 2, P6 here for a response. We might see a fight though, Nyx is in position.
Oh, the knockout comes in, the hero's entrance to follow, but the bomb actually saves Raven. Arashi, he's gonna try and snowball his way out, but he might be left to die right here. Oh, he flashes, Command Protect saves him, but here comes the showstopper. They catch on to Coffee, the primary target of the entire series. He has the target on his back and P6 get him.
So much shooting from the side of Upcar Esports. Arashi survived through all of that, but thankfully for P6, they got a kill. And look at this. Nyx engages, Heroes enters to follow up, so all the flash comes in, the Satchel actually saves Raven like you said, they lose the tier 2, but look at Arashi, gets knocked out, pull back, Raven constantly chucking them down with the command attack, Arashi forced to flash, but all those shooting kept him alive. At the end of the day, even though P6 only found 1 kill, it was the primary target. They killed President Coffee in that fight thanks to a flank from Yoshi, so it's a decent trade. P6, sure they lost the tier 2, but they were able to get something in return. Now Upcar Esports positioning themselves near the Dragon Pit.
Well, Arashi doesn't have his ultimate, I believe, will be coming up soon, but oh, there's a 4-man face breaker, but doesn't matter as he walks away.
Oh,
the
Coffee.
true shot barrage gets him. The Transcendent Embrace Noxian Guillotine doesn't find Nyx as he procs his gargoyle, but that is 1 man down for P6, but a lot of buttons gone for Upcar Esports.
Yeah, Yoshi, it actually went down. I thought he survived that. I think they ignited him. I think he died to the hemorrhage of Kazuo. But good for Upcar, right? They were able to kill off P6. But the silver lining for Phantom 6 is that Upcar Esports, they were not able to start the Dragon. So Yoshi will be back up alive just in time for Upcar to start, just in time to contest the objective. Now you don't have, you still have those big ultimates for the side of P6, barring the Archon out. We'll see what they want to do. Eggy's ready.
Well, the kick is always there, and we've seen kick of their lives. Nyx, he goes into the backline, tries to get them. He forces the entire Upcar Esports, but the steal comes in from Arashi. But look at the backline. The fight is broken on 2 fronts. Yoshi goes down, and the Noxian Guillotines from Kazuo takes Yoshi down as well. It is a triple kill for Kazuo. They lose the Nunu, but they win the team fight.
Yeah, it's about time Kazuo wakes up. Another fight where he was able to go in, just get the reset. An ace for Upcar. They have time to run it down, I think. I think we're gonna get a game 4.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we might have the series on our hand as Upcar Esports, they set their eyes onto the Nexus, tries to take him down, but can they do it?
Oh, Nyx
as
is back.
Nexus come back, they're gonna don't want to overextend, back away, leave to fight another day. They get what they come here for, to get the team fight wins. Oh no, don't do
Nyx wants
this.
to kill.
Nyx, he gets the charm, he gets a knockout, the flash from beyond. He's not able to keep him alive. The hook misses from Kazuo, but not the face breaker. Oh my god, Upcar Esports, what are you doing?
They want the end, but it is not time just yet. Arashi, you cannot go in for the engage. P6, they don't have the minion wave. That Nexus is going to heal back up to 50%, but P6, they will now try to take control of the lane. Yoshi's going to shove bot out. Upcar will have a 10-second window where they cannot do anything, but thankfully that mid turret will stand, and that's what matters for Upcar right now. Arashi will just delay time. It's not going to matter too much for P6 at the end of the day. Baron's coming up in 20 seconds. That is the most important objective. But we have seen how Upcar can win those fights. Let Kazuo reset. Let Beyond put those shield onto Arashi and Kazuo. Coffee, he is not the main character. Kazuo is. So you have to always keep an eye on this Darius. P6 were not able to isolate Kazuo, and they just let him run rampant in those fights.
Well, good thing from the previous team fight is that there were no objectives up on the map for grab. For P6 this time around, the Baron has spawned, so I guess the silver lining right here for Phantom 6 is it is the mid lane that has been broken through. It is the shortest lane, and also they have Momo on the Ziggs, so wave clear will still not be an issue for the Ziggs. However, if they can break those side lanes, it might start to be a problem. But when we look at the bot side of the map, the Dragon lane, all turrets are still standing. Even the tier 1, and Yoshi is just there to defend and clear all the minion wave that is coming.
And Kazuo is actually a guy that is dealing a ton of damage with the Divine Sunder and the Black Cleaver. Normally I wouldn't recommend that, but in this game, you know, he can do what he wants. He is technically the strongest champion on the map right now. He's going for, you know, some sort of resistance. The Deadman's Place coming up soon. That's exactly what Upcar needs. Some bit of mobility to go for the engage. The only way that they can force an engage is with Kazuo and Arashi, but Baron is going to be the important objective, right? And if you look at P6, they don't have a teleport. So Yoshi can't really join the fight if Upcar wants to force something.
Yoshi is setting up a death trap on his own. He sees Ravens. I believe this time around he gets Kazuo on his eyes as well. Eggy, he's gonna get caught out right here. He uses the kick on to Coffee Beyond. He tries to root Eggy. The safeguard has been used, but the stasis right here, Transcendence Embrace a little bit too early, but Eggy is still surviving. Goes down to the Orianna. Nyx has to back away, and that's about a good time for the jungle to go down, as it is 30 seconds before the next Dragon spawn. Will Upcar Esports look to take this Baron?
It's Baron time. Upcar, go for it right now. They have no way of contesting this. I mean, Eggy held onto his flash for so long. He actually had a flash, but he thought that, you know, Nyx would be able to make it in time to save him. And now P6, the game is not in their control anymore. Upcar can definitely secure this Baron unless P6 steals it.
Well, Coffee's getting chunked out pretty much here. Coffee throwing on bombs from the other side of the map. And look at Nyx, he goes in the knockup and the heroic's entrance to come down. Shockwave will get 4, but it's not enough. Ravens not able to do much damage. And look at Kazuo, Yoshi, blinking red hell. He gets them. Haki goes down. They stay alive. Nyx 1% health, but look at P6. Eggy's back up. That is a flip coming in. Good thing they don't lose the Baron, but Eggy will get this Mountain Dragon.
Yeah, Momo. Look at this, right? Momo chunks them out. Nyx flashes forward, catches everyone. The backline, they force Beyond away. He couldn't really provide support for his team, and he was the first one to go down. Haki joins in with the ultimate. Yoshi shows up, gets exhausted, still goes through the showstopper, and time was bought for Eggy to come back with a TP. They stopped this Baron attempt. That was all that P6 needed to do. As long as this Baron doesn't go to Upcar, P6 have a chance to win this game. But for Upcar, once more, that Tier 1 is still up. P6 cannot break it, which means that Upcar have more control over the map.
Yeah, and I want to point out that they do pick up the Mountain Dragon here, so able to provide a little bit more shielding to counter the poke coming in from Ravens as well as Beyond. But currently it's not that strong, it's only 5%. So, however, you take something better than nothing, right?
Yeah. I think right now you have to see, like, you have to look at Upcar Esports. Again, just now in that previous fight, it was Kazuo doing the most damage on the Darius. So he's now able to match Yoshi in the side lane, which is a good thing. Upcar, they're going to try Baron again. They know that Yoshi doesn't have TP. They know that Eggy couldn't TP because he used it just now. So it will be a 4 versus 4 at the Baron pit.
Yeah, and Yoshi was able to provide so much damage as well as control for his team. If they don't have him in the team fight, that could mean trouble for Phantom 6, but they decide to back away, not cementing to the idea of starting a 4v4 without their Baron laner here. They're gonna try to force the tier 1 mid, but not able to do so. The pokes coming in from Momo are starting to hurt more and more.
He's going to the Void Staff next. So this Nyx is going to continue scaling up. Upcar, what you want to do is try to pick off Yoshi down bot, use Kazuo's advantage, kill off Yoshi, and immediately force an objective right now. P6, you don't want to give them control of the map, and thankfully Beyond is on the Karma, so he can check these brushes without putting, you know, his teammates at risk. But you need to do something, right? P6 is just going to pull you around the map, force you to rotate together, and Kazuo gets nothing done down bot. Someone needs to kill this set.
Well, ulti already used there from Momo. Arashi trying to get 2% on his own is just going to force them back, and this time around, this is the fight you talked about in the bot side. The flash has been expanded by Yoshi. The hemorrhage has been set up. The face breaker followed by the showstopper. The Nocturne going up a little bit too early, but it doesn't matter. Kazuo popping off in game number 3. They pick up Yoshi. Can they convert this into something that matters?
It's another Baron time. Kazuo recall right now, get teleport, show up to Baron. Don't give P6 space to breathe. Yoshi is 40 seconds out, but it seems like Upcar, they're just going to send Kazuo to push down the lane, which is also another way to approach it. I guess, you know, you get the objective, you control the map, but that means P6 will have more breathing space.
A little bit more time here for P6, and I believe they would love to have that extra time to let Momo scale up, and Yoshi, he picks up the teleport, and this time around, they want to start the Baron right now, and I believe this might be a flip because Yoshi is about 10 seconds out, and they called it out. Good call here from Upcar Esports, but P6, they held on to the leash. Okay, no,
Yeah,
they backed
that's
away.
not for Upcar. They never intended to finish off Baron in the first place, right? They just want to pull the members of P6 to them so that Kazuo can finish off the bot tier 2. Now, this Darius has a Guardian Angel. He will have 2 lives in the fight. On top of that, Ravens and Beyond can give him the shield that he needs. Again, he is the main character of this entire game. Upcar Esports' fate rests in his hands. He determines who gets executed in this fight. P6, they are now on the back foot. Finally, a game with Upcar Esports are showing some signs of life. This Nunu pick worked out fantastic. The Darius finally gets to pop off. Elder Drake spawning in 10 seconds. P6 needs to make a decision right now. They don't have the summons just yet. Yoshi's still waiting for his flash, but now Kazuo, he can just walk up with those shields and just pressure up P6 away from those objectives.
Will this be a trade of objectives as the Infernal Elder, the one of the more important Elder Souls, comes in here? Snowball lands onto Nyx. Arashi gets boosted up, but no fight will be happening. Beyond getting chunked down pretty far as the Super Mega Infernal Death Bomb catches onto him, but he's able to heal back up. Oh, Kazuo already expanded that Proto Belt, tries to get onto Egi, but it's not able to do so. This is a little bit of an extended fight as both teams are a little bit indecisive as to what to do. The True Shot Barrage gets onto Egi. That's gonna force him away from this objective.
He has to get teleport. I mean, he already has teleport, right? But I don't think they can do this in time. Ravens is doing such a good job of zoning them out.
Well, that's the power of the Orianna. They're gonna teleport down amid. Haki is right here. Here comes the Charm as well as the follow-up. Here comes the Transcendent Embrace, and he gets the steal! Haki, my man, you get the steal, and this might be the end for Upcar Esports as they flip onto the Elder, but the story's not ending just yet. The Face Breaker gets onto 3 members of Upcar Esports. He's not dead. He gets to heal up. The Raid Buff takes him down. Arashi not in a prime. Good hell. The Shockwave missed, but here comes the Snowball. Ravens is down about 50% health, gets the health back. Eki, he's gonna get stunned up, and looks like this will be an ace for Upcar Esports. Can they end the game, Husky?
They should be able to end the game. There's a huge wave coming in, and Nyx is just too far out from that revive. Well, Upcar Esports will push us to game 4. I mean, it took us long enough to get to this stage, but thankfully, it is not over for Upcar just yet. Man, it came so close, right? And I tell you what allowed that to happen. First of all, Kazuo popped off. Second of all, Upcar played the macro game. But most importantly, they kept the tier 1 mid alive for the longest time ever, so P6 were never able to get control of the map properly. And that was what Upcar has been doing so well in that game 3, so a well-deserved win.
Definitely, and ladies and gentlemen, we have a series on our hand right here. We were just saying that this would be a rollover for Fandom 6, but Upcar Esports, Kazuo especially, he has cemented himself as a good player in that third game. First 2 games, we saw him get repeatedly dived, but third game, he got himself where he was supposed to be. He knows that those ganks will be coming in. He plays it out so well. The ganks coming in from P6 weren't able to get that much of a fruition as compared to first game and second game. So props to Upcar for giving us a series right here. But before that, we're going to go into a short break, and we come back with the game number 3 post-game breakdowns.
we go now. Here we go now.
Always trust your spirit. We must all make our choices. The answer lies within.
Welcome back to the WCS MYSG. Ladies and gentlemen, Upcar Esports, they were rolling down the hill, but they got the booster back and they are pumping the fuels into the engine, going a little bit faster, coming back into the third game, got the victory against Phantom 6. They're not here to lose just yet.
Yeah, they found their brakes, right? They were able to step on the brakes. We didn't see a rollover just yet, so this trip it is still going through. We are still on the Upcar car, but a lot of things had to go right in Game 3, and I think, you know, even towards the very end, it almost looked disastrous when that Elder Inferno Drake got stolen by a Galio wins the war. But what matters is that Upcar Esports got the win. They gave us a Game 4. Now I want to see them carry that momentum. And, you know, one of the things that they did right, Kazuo got a good game.
Yep.
You know, the guy that we thought was kind of the weakest link for the team, came in with a redemption Game 3. Second of all, P6 didn't really get map control thanks to them, thanks to Upcar taking both Rift Heralds and keeping the tier 1 alive. So the macros game sense, Upcar definitely had a good Game 3.
Yeah, definitely. And Upcar Esports, they were able to control the map a little bit better as compared to Game 1 and Game 2. They look as if they were a different team because they, first of all, like you mentioned, the weakest link kind of become a link for Upcar Esports to win. As we look at the post-game stats here, it is 20 versus 14. Very different from Game number 1 and Game number 2. And Kazuo, this time around, he's racking up those KDAs, 8, 4, and 6. P6 tried the same strategies, tried to dive him, tried to tilt him. But this time around, the guy survived through.
Yeah, he definitely did, right? He was able to soak up a lot of pressure. We said that, okay, now we are in a stalemate. What do you want to do as Upcar Esports? Take down that side laner. Take down a guy that is constantly matching your own Baron laner. Open up the map, and that's what happened, right? But Upcar didn't even send a whole team. Kazuo got a solo kill onto Yoshi, and we saw how that escalated into an advantage for Upcar Esports. They didn't start the Baron immediately, but they were able to take down major objectives around the map. They were able to take down 2 turrets down bot and give themselves more space to breathe. And yeah, we did see this Upcar trying to run it down mid. Didn't really work out, but at the end of the day, because they created so much breathing room around the map, it is very hard for P6 to kind of get back control. And even in some of those skirmishes where P6 tried to come back, Upcar Esports did a good job of isolating important targets and giving Kazuo the room that he needs to perform.
Yeah, and as we look at these charts, although Momo is, you know, topping those damage charts with 37,000 damage, but a lot of times Ziggs is supposed to have all this damage. He's able to poke out, he's able to throw out that ultimate from a mile away. You can't even see him, but you suddenly see something dropping on your head. But good thing around is that he did not get any kills. They could not convert those pokes into something useful. And a lot of times, Arashi, it wasn't Arashi, it was Egi on his Lee Sin, being forced to use his ultimate, to use his safeguard a lot of times just to escape from Team Upcar Esports. And when those cooldowns are down, that's when Upcar Esports strikes and they take away the jungler. And then, like you mentioned, Kazuo this time around was able to be that brick wall onto the side lane. Even P6 had to send their entire team just to deal with him.
Yeah, and we saw at one point where Eggy got caught in a jungle and he had flashed the entire time. Didn't use it and ended up paying with his life, right? So that was one of the crucial moments that gave Upcar Esports the initiative to finally challenge the Baron, which didn't go well, and P6 was still able to hold on to the game, but it did give Upcar Esports that ever slight advantage that they were looking for, right? So these minor things that added up for them allowed them to send Kazuo to the solo lane, force Yoshi to match him. He ends up solo killing Yoshi. We saw Lee Sin by teleport, and it was just this cascading effect that brought Upcar Esports to a Game 3 win. Is it a clean win?
No.
Absolutely not. Upcar Esports almost completely, you know, tripped at the finishing line, but it keeps them alive for one more.
Yeah, I was about to go there as well because I was gonna say that, is this the cleanest game? Not really, but a win is a win. They tried to... My heart was pounding really hard just now when they dropped 2 kills right at in front of the Nexus when it was about 50% health down. But then they lost 2%. I was about to go down with Upcar Esports, but they were able to hold on because with that kills, it did not convert into any neutral objectives. They only got the tier 2 down, but P6 weren't able to convert into something greater, which is why Upcar Esports were able to stay on to the game by not losing too much. But another heart attack came when that Elder Steel came in, and I really genuinely thought that they were about to lose the game. But Kazuo, like you mentioned just now, had the Guardian Angel up and available, was able to revive, and crucially the Orianna on Ravens he did not die. He is able to give that shield back to Kazuo for him to continue on his rampage.
Yeah, and the most important part was that they were able to kill Eggy, right? To make sure that, you know, when you cut off a snake, you cut off his head. And Eggy did go down at the very end. They chased him down to the ends of the world. Even though we saw a very uncharacteristic shockwave miss, didn't matter at the end. It's just, you know, small details. But coming into Game 4, I think for Upcar, the formula is the same. You saw what worked in Game 3. Give Kazuo a champion. I think the Darius is completely fine, right? Because that's what they've been picking for Kazuo the entire time. Don't give him a Fiora. You know that if you give him something that can front, like give him a Juggernaut and give him a decent game, he can, produce the same result as Game 3. But they also have to remember that they were on the verge of losing out all of those fights despite being in the lead, and that is very much credited to P6's capabilities of identifying windows to start those engages. Thanks to Nyx, thanks to Haki, they always find a way into the fight, they always find a way to start chaos. So you have to constantly pay attention to what P6 can bring to the table when they show up.
Yeah, even though Upcar had the victory in the third match, when we look at the kills, it was just about 2 kills in the lead, and when we look at the goal, it was 5 minutes in, first time in the series, Upcar had 1000 gold lead, but after that it was pretty much even. The goal was even throughout the match, even though that Phantom 6, they didn't have that much of a structure as compared to Upcar Esports, and they still had the goal on a equal footing. So I believe if that team fight or the game gone on a little bit longer, things might have ended out a little bit differently for Upcar Esports.
Yeah, definitely. And also the Karma and Oriana worked out, right? You give the immense shielding to your front lines.
One shield not enough, you give him 2 shields.
Give him 2 shield, right? Not enough, inspire. Go for the mantra, inspire. Oh, I think there was like a heal. I'm pretty sure that Kazuo went for ignite on that Darius, right? He even went for divine sunray, so you know this guy is out for blood. But now we get P6 on that first pick. This is gonna change a lot for Upcar Esports. They have more room for the opening 2 champions. Let's see what they want to go for. But I would think that P6 will continue to target Arashi in the jungle, because I think Arashi has been the biggest threat.
Yeah, and also we saw the Nunu working out, right? For Upcar Esports, he was able to get the ganks in. He was able to be the mid shield that his team needs him to be. And a lot of times, a lot of Optimus committed just to cancel out his absolute zero. And like you mentioned, starting off the bans here from P6 is targeting onto Arashi, taking off the lion. I would say he's a lion, right? Renga.
It's a cat. It's a good question. I actually don't know what Renga is as an animal. Like, I think he's closest to a cougar. No, but that's Nidalee, right? Nidalee is not here. Not a panther. Doesn't look like a panther. A lion,
well,
I guess.
Never mind, because we're not going to be able to talk about him. He's getting banned out right here, followed by the Camille ban, and the constant ban on the raid side has been the Lulu and Upcar Esports, even though switching sides, still taking away that Enchanted support and the Karma to follow as well.
Yeah, very, very well thought of Upcar Esports. Straightforward answer, right? No Lulu for Nyx. We've seen how good Lulu is. It's not just about Nyx. Lulu generally as a champion is just way too good right now. Top enchanter. So no Karma, because P6 will grab that instantly. But for P6 right now, again, another Garen ban. This is completely targeted towards Kazuo. You know, you don't want him to have a easy, no need to do too much kind of champion up in the Baron lane. It's way too annoying. But Upcar Esports, this last pick, will it be the jungler? Because if the Olaf goes through, okay, they get banned. I was thinking about to say it, right? Olaf has to go.
Well, will the set be picked up right here, because Yoshi as well as Nyx is able to pilot it, and Yoshi on the set so far has been able to perform pretty well. His showstopper has been on point. He was able to get Coffee a lot of times with those flanks, and he comes in with the showstopper, gets the primary target, the President Coffee. He goes down, and then when Coffee is gone, a lot of those team fights doesn't really go to Upcar's favor. But this time around, they lock in the Fiora, and finally, Upcar Esports gets their hands onto the set.
Yeah, finally take the set away from P6. But what do you want to follow up with, right? There are a lot of options. The Galio is a good option.
Yep.
You open up a lot of window for yourself. But Upcar Esports, go for the Senna. Now, this is interesting. Senna, you can be on Beyond or Coffee. I think this one most likely will be a Coffee Senna, right? Go for the fasting Senna and put Beyond on something like a Gragas does work. Some champions that wants to go for the farm, the Galio is a good choice if P6 doesn't take it away.
P6 they have 2 picks right here. Will they pick away the Gragas as well as the Galio, which pairs up relatively well with the Senna, so the Galio will be picked away here. Is able to provide so much safety as well as engage potential. The taunt always is something that has to be looked out for, and the Heroic's entrance. We saw what Haki did at the Elder Dragon fight. The Winds of War followed after the Hero's entrance was something to be watched out for. He was able to steal the Elder even though without the jungler, so Haki is able to pilot it, I believe, and I don't think it's gonna be Nyx. I believe it's gonna be Haki piloting this Galio.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. But Upcar Esports now, I was thinking of, do they want to go for the Senna Nasus, right? Because there are a lot of champions on the side of P6 that would struggle against the Nasus, even the Ezreal to a certain extent. If you get the Wither on him, even with the Arcane Shift, you can just run him down, and the Nasus is generally going to get the farm anyways, transition into Fimbulwinter. So we'll see if Upcar wants to give beyond that responsibility. But after this pick, which is going to go to Arashi, we get a Jungle Graves. Now, time to focus on support bans. Lock out Nyx champion pool.
I believe the Rakan will be definitely, slash off right here. He was able to provide so much engage as well as, those threats from the backline for his team. I actually have a question for you right here.
Right.
Husky, will the set actually go to the Dragon lane and pair up with the Senna?
Not the best. I think you want a chance. It's doable, right? Because at the end of the day, the support will be the one farming. But if you put the set on Beyond, who is Kazuo going to go for? Right? I think that's the bigger question. In this case, I think the set might be an open book as of now. But when the draft completes, I feel like Kazuo would be better off with a set. Does the same thing as a Darius. You survive all these early ganks, you soak up a lot of pressure, and give Beyond something else that can not only start a fight, but can also farm out and deal significant damage. I don't think set is the best combination, but if they go for it, then you better give Kazuo some a replacement, which honestly there isn't a lot. Darius Renekton is pretty much it.
Yeah, and we see the Xing Zhao as well as the Rakan being the last 2 bans coming in here from Upcar Esports. Nyx is getting pinched out right here, but the Galio is still something that is flexible. So the Gragas finally getting slashed off the table here. So the Gragas Senna, which is pretty good in the Dragon lane, is getting banned out. So is it the Nasus? What else can be paired with the Senna? Will it be the Singe?
Yeah, Singe sounds like it's workable, right? But again, like if you put a Singe Senna, you have 0 pressure in lane, right? The Singe has to throw the Mega Adhesive and walk up for a fling. It's gonna take too long. And up against, the Ezreal and Nami, you're not gonna be able to get a chance to do that. But Upcar Esports, they do have the Irelia. Now that means that this Irelia still kind of flexible. We might even see, I don't want to say Coffee Irelia because he doesn't play that, but we might see the Irelia still up top. So this set is still kind of a question mark, right? We might still get the Senna set down, but it really comes down to what Upcar Esports wants to pick. So far, they have the lockdown, they have the damage, they have a decent front line. But if they can finish it off with something that can allow Beyond to make those early moves around the map, and let Coffee, or at least let Beyond farm and let Coffee walk around the map, then that would be great. So with this Akali pick, you're right, we get the set support.
Yeah, and Akali, Kazuo or Ravens. I believe it will be Ravens playing the Akali, but once again, you're putting so much pressure on Kazuo. Both Irelia as well as the Akali are mechanically heavy type of champions. You're gonna have to have those skills as well as the reaction times to play it out well. And when we look at P6, game number 1, game number 2, even the 3rd game, they were always focusing onto Kazuo. So the outplay potential from both of these champions are high, but can he execute it will be another question.
Yeah, I think in this matchup, you want to put the Akali into the Fiora, give it go for the skill check, right? Akali is going to eventually outskill almost everyone, right? She's such a monstrous champion, but like you mentioned, a lot of pressure on the Kazuo. If you give him the Akali, he will be up against Yoshi's Fiora. Can he pull it off? Can he win those early trades? For Akali, it's going to be a bit hard because of the energy management, but with level, that's where things starts to get a bit easier for him. But if you put the Irelia into Fiora, you are looking at a more volatile lane where Kazuo will try to take those trades, but you have to make sure that he wins out. And that means you get Akali into Galio, which isn't really too bad.
Yeah, and also we forgot to point out that Nunu has been picked up right here for P6, taking a page out of Upcar's book. So we do have the Akali on to Kazuo, like you mentioned, and the Arila will be played by Ravens. So Upcar Esports, pretty balanced damage profile, I would say, with the Akali providing all those magic damage, but some builds have been coming in from Akali, the Divine Sandra Akali. Is it something that is viable?
It is. You have two tanks that you can shred through, which is the Galio, which are the Galio and the Nunu. So the Divine Sandra is generally an item that Akali can consider. You know, Ravens do this. You can do the same on the Irelia. You know, you can go for the Divine Sandra instead of the Triforce, and you have Graves, who is going to power farm, match out with this Nunu, contest objectives early on, and has decent damage against champions like an Ezreal. If Arashi gets on top of Momo, he is dead. There's nothing that this Ezreal can do, providing that Arashi gets off to a good start. But it's going to be a bit tough for Kazuo in those team fights, because you see there are a lot of big AoEs from the side of P6 that can hinder the Akali's movements.
Yeah, the absolute zero is one thing to look after too. So we're gonna go into game number 4, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, this is Upcar Esports versus Phantom 6, 2 versus 1. It's the scoreline right here. Upcar Esports were on the brink of being sent home, but they came back in game number 3. Not the cleanest of all, but if they can pull this off once again, then they will bring us to a game number 5. Teams, a lifeline is on the stakes here. What do you think going into this 4th game will be, Husky?
I'm telling you, if we go to a game 5, I think this calls for celebration, right? We're gonna have a good meal after this, but we're looking at a completely different approach from Upcar. I think that's one thing that is very apparent. Upcar right now, they are finally heeding what we've been saying for the first 3 matches. You take the pressure off of Coffee. He doesn't necessarily have to be Mr. President. Kazuo was Mr. President, right? He went from the vice president to to the ruler of the kingdom. But now it's not just about Kazuo. You have Arashi, you have Ravens. Coffee, he's gonna be the side character for a majority of the early game, but he can constantly scale up and join up with the rest of his team in terms of power. So Upcar Esports have a lot of safety net to fall back to. But the same condition applies. Can Kazuo get a decent lane? Can Upcar Esports buy time? And can they stop P6 from getting those control?
Well, a little bit of a tough right here in the mid lane, but it's not gonna result in any kills at both teams. Just back away, Kazuo. Once again, getting forced out of lane here by Yoshi. This is a repeat of game 1, but once again, it's kind of have been how the stories has been written for Kazuo the entire series. He's getting bullied by Yoshi, that's a constant. But he was able to pop off in the previous game. So on a skill check champion like the Akali, can he prove himself? Because Iggy, he's potting off top side.
Yeah, might have a gank though, Kazuo. He has to back off right now. He has to surrender this plating.
Oh, Haki comes in as well. He has to expand his flash, the Shuriken backflip as well. P6, they get the sums out of Kazuo, but he immediately comes back in. And look at the ball side, however. The ball lands onto Nyx. He's not able to... Oh, Beyond goes down and exhaust onto Coffee as well. Momo, he's gonna get 2 kills. 1 traded on the top side, but it... How do you think about this exchange, Husky?
A win for P6, for sure. Kazuo tries to go back. We actually saw Ravens show up, and he has to blow his sums. They did protect the turret, so at the end of the day, it's good for Phantom 6. We came with this. Akali has a different property compared to Darius. You're not frontlighting, right? You're trying to dip in and out of the Twilight Shroud, play around the fact that your enemies can't see you, and get those instant assassinations. Something that Kazuo will have to, try to pull it off to convince that he can pilot this Akali. But what happened at bottom lane was a complete disaster. That's what we said about this Ezreal Nami. You want to get on top of them? It's so hard to do so. Beyond took a turret shot. They tried to all in on Nyx. Momo just free hit. And they just heal up all of the poke that comes through from the side of Upcar Esports. So now you give Momo 2 kills early on. Early Manamune. And he's going to continue scaling up. And the scariest Ezreal is an Ezreal that gets the lead.
He's about 2 times the goal lead here against Coffee. This might be the win condition for P6 if they are able to accelerate the bottom side of the map. But speaking about scaling, I know Ezreal is a scaling champion, but Coffee on the Senna as well. Hold that thought. Kazuo is getting grand challenge right under the turret. He goes down, and this is not the Kazuo of game number 3. This is the Kazuo that's getting bullied by Yoshi once again, but he loses his life. He comes back up. He loses gold, loses priority, but the neutral objectives are just about to spawn.
Yeah, and so well done, right? Kazuo shoves out the wave, runs under the turret, gets solo killed by Yoshi without Yoshi using any sums. Now Yoshi has a Triforce, Kazuo is 0-2, struggling to even get close to the Divine Sundra. He is 1.6k gold behind Yoshi. Upcar can't contest any fights and, well,
Deleted. Coffee, he hits a snowball onto the face and he goes down as well. And Upcar, they won the game number 3 down to, you know, objectives control. They got the replay rolls, they got the neutral objectives. But this is how P6 won their first and second game as well. They choke out Kazuo, they make him unable to play the game, and P6, they get the replay roll without any contest. Upcar Esports, they tried to get the Mountain Dragon, but without any support coming in, they have to back off. So P6 win.
Yeah, and you have to also consider something, right? We talked about how Upcar Esports have certain layers to fall back to in terms of, you know, scaling champions, but there's one thing that they lack: setup. Who is gonna set up for Ravens? Who is gonna set up for Kazuo? How can Arashi be facilitated when he shows up for a gank? Ravens need to set up with flawless duet. Not easy to land. Kazuo has no crowd control, so you can't easily send this Graves into lane and expect a kill. He can't go bot because Momo and Nix will just disengage. So it's the same situation as game 2. You give Arashi the tools, you give Arashi the toolbox, but he doesn't have the tools.
He doesn't have the lock to even open up the toolbox. That's the problem right here. And P6, they're gonna set their eyes onto the first dragon of the game. They will pick it up without any contest. If Upcar Esports come here, they're just gonna die. So Arashi is just gonna go back to farming up his jungle. They're gonna lose both neutral objectives after the Rift break. This is a win for P6. The gold lead is about 3,000. Oh wait, it's more than that. It's 2,000 in the gold lead, and they immediately crashes the Rift turret down in the bot side. First turret blood will definitely go over to P6.
Yeah, this is what happened up at the Baron lane is basically what I would call a top gap. I mean, if you're in Kazuo's shoes right now, you cannot play this lane. This lane is unplayable. He's gonna bring Arashi and Coffee in, but I don't think they can kill Yoshi. They will try though.
Oh, the root lands onto that minion, but the tsunami is right here to bail Yoshi out of safety. Arashi, this is just gone from bad to worse for Upcar Esports. They invested so much time to try and get Yoshi, but get nothing in return.
You know that it was never going to happen. Like, it's a good attempt from Upcar Esports, right? They tried to force some resources out of Yoshi, and they did. They got the flash and the barrier, but they were not able to get the kill. And while all of that was happening, Upcar forced to reset, and PSA shows up top. This turret is going down.
Well, going down, getting decimated will be the turret as Yoshi gets the turret goal as well. Haki, a little bit too far, but doesn't matter. He's a big boy. He can walk wherever he wants. He has the Rod of Ages completed. Egi also has the Rod of Ages completed. This goal gap is 6,000, and like you mentioned early on, 1,000 per minute. If that's the goal lead, you're in trouble.
Yeah, Upcar Esports are in big trouble. And unlike game 3, Kazuo can match up to Yoshi. He shows up, Yoshi is gonna solo kill him, which means Raven has to bear the brunt of it. But Ravens can't fight Yoshi either. So if you are on P6 side and one of your players suppresses 2 of what Upcar has, that's really a huge win.
I don't know where can Upcar Esports find an avenue back into the game. The next Reef Terror will spawn as Arashi is getting caught out right here. He's able to dash away. The tsunami almost catches him in the tidal wave, but the true shot barrage will get him. Miss one, doesn't matter, get the second one in, and he gets the kill onto the ADC and the double buff on top of that.
That is just great buff transfer, right? You caught Momo 100% happy about that. And you can see that Ravens, he's getting absolutely pushed back. They've lost jungle control. Pieces go for dive.
Oh, showstopper onto the enemy, and Upcar Esports, they're not able to do anything. Kazuo has the perfect execution away, and this is just hard to see as Upcar Esports, they lose every single fight that they take, and P6 just walk right into their faces.
Yeah, P6 literally just dove Upcar Esports. with minimal repercussions. They didn't even have to expend much to make it happen. And Arashi just came back to life. The Rift Herald spawns again. But Upcar Esports, they can't contest it. They've lost all tier 1s. P6, they are just going to march to the Rift Herald. And if Upcar shows up, P6 will just turn. So Upcar Esports, they are playing with very limited resources. They are playing with very limited options and avenues. They need to find something, right? You lose this Rift Herald, no problem. Get a gang off the side lanes, take some structures, do something.
Yeah, that's what they're doing as they send 3-person down bot side, but Yoshi is coming as well. Nyx and Haki on the chase. Here the root comes in, but doesn't matter because Eggy took the Rift Herald on the top side. Yoshi is looking for blood. Haki chasing in. He comes in with a flash and the stun followed by the CC chase. Geekos now rampage for him and Haki is still alive. The true shot barrage goes wide, but it doesn't matter. They come to take what they want. They get 2 kills and they get the pressures. They're gonna convert this into a dragon.
So unlucky, he gets the ultimate off, gets the invulnerability as he flies up in the air, comes down into the Grand Challenge healing aura. Haki playing to his limits. Of course, he has support from Nyx, and Nyx had to use the heal as well. But overall, what a dive, or what an engage from P6. So this Dragon's gonna go to them for sure, like you said. And this all started because Kazuo has been disabled, right? Look at this guy. He's gonna go for the Crystalline Reflector next. Only got the Seeker's Arm Guard. Basic brown bullets, completely falling behind Yoshi. So it means that even if Kazuo split pushes, P6 will not be too worried. They can show up. And they know that Kazuo can't finish them off solo, except it's Nyx or Momo. Anyone else can just mash this Akali, they can easily kill him off. So it means you alleviate that silent pressure for your team and allows them to focus on the bigger objectives, which is why you saw P6 moving together, getting those gangs off onto Ravens, getting those kills onto Coffee and beyond, and completely ignoring Kazuo because he is a null factor at this point of the time, at this point of the game.
Yeah, he's basically non-existent at this point. If they can scale up, there might be a different story, but I don't think P6 will let Upcar Esports have the room to do so as they continue to sync up the wave here. They're gonna crash in Rift Herald down the Dragon Lane. Arashi getting chunked out just by that single dash from Yoshi. The tidal wave is gonna land onto Ravens, follow up by the Grand Challenge. They kill off the Nami, but for what? As Fiora takes down the Irina beyond, he's trying to hold on. He goes down. The root onto Eggy doesn't matter as Arashi tries to dash away, but Momo, he is on fire. He gets 2 kills, takes the turret shot like it doesn't even matter. They're gonna get the turret to get all the kills, and Kazuo just came in.
Report Nyx for ruining the perfect game for P6. He died once, but once is all it takes to break a perfect slate. Not that it matters though, in the grand scheme of things, P6 gets the bot tier 3. And as much as I hate to say this, I feel like P6 have already won the series. Upcar Esports needs another miracle fight, but with this draft, there is no possibility for that. I don't think they can do anything. Look at this replay, right? Ravens completely zoned out, gets hit by the tidal wave into a bubble. They were able to blow up Nyx, but that is the least of your concern. Beyond tries to go for a flank, taunted by Haki, completely bursted, and the rest is history. Eggy runs through the tier 2, Momo follows up as Yoshi, he's just there. Kazuo wasn't in the fight the entire time.
Yeah, that's the problem with the Akali. He tries to get as much farm as he can from the side lane, and he joins the fight a little bit too late. Not a little bit, it's way too late. And Ravens, on the previous team fight, as we look at the replay, he went down even before he was able to throw out the Vanguard's Age. Haki getting Shuriken backflip right here, but who's getting caught out with who? Okay, that's a good dodge, a little bit of sidestep, but it doesn't matter because the legendary goes over to Momo. The showstopper isn't stopping anything except for the ticket to the next stage for Upcar Esports. They go down like bowling pins here. Eggy is able to root up Coffee. It doesn't matter because P6, they get the tier 2 and they run down Upcar Esports.
Dear Kazuo, what did you expect to happen? Trying to solo kill Haki was so weird. There was no way that would have there was no way that could be the case. He sees multiple as a P6 and he was like, yeah, I will go for a solo kill on one of the tankiest target of the team. Ends up getting completely pummeled by Haki's, twin Colossus Fist. They lose another inhib turret, you get Upcar, they want to get control of the jungle, doesn't matter. P6, they can just reset, Baron and end the game. That's pretty much it. Upcar Esports are put in a spot where it doesn't matter what they do. This game is not within the control anymore. P6 will decide whether they win or lose the game.
Okay, we have a assassin that throws out shurikens versus a magical colossal. Who wins the fight?
Well, I know that Arashi might win this one.
Oh, Yoshi is getting caught out right here. This might be the first death of his in his game here, Haki. Why do you deliver this Haki to Coffee? He walks away, he's safe though, Kazuo. He's trying to pop off. He gets the perfect execution of the roots onto the Nunu, but Momo is right here. The Haymaker isn't able to do much. Kazuo on the backline tries to take out Nyx, but the bubble gets him, and this will be Baron for P6.
Yeah, a bit scrappy, but P6, you know, they're just running it down. A great bubble from Nyx to catch Kazuo. He finally gets a kill, but you know, it's very isolated incident. Coffee, I'm not sure what he can do. In fact, Momo solo kill Ravens. I think that is a testament of how strong this Ezreal has gotten in this game. Baron now goes over to P6. Upcar Esports, I don't know what they can do. P6 can just run down mid.
Yeah, the amount of poke that Momo will be able to do is... Oh, Rift's got
they leave it.
Did he leave? That's a story I want to know. Did he leave? Yoshi, show me.
Did the Rift Scuttle die? Find out in the next episode of...
WCS MYSG playoffs.
He's dead.
No, he's alive.
Yoshi killed it.
Well, he was alive just now. Okay, Haki walking on to 2 members, but it doesn't matter because he's just so fat. Oh, beyond, he walks away, he flashes, but Momo, he gets Arashi, he gets rooted up, but the true-shot barrage gets 2-person in one line. That's so much damage. Eggy, he doesn't care about the turrets. He walks right in.
Eggy's not running it down, Eggy.
Oh, he's not running it down. He's trying to end the game, and this will be a victory for P6 as they march down the victory lane. 3-1 for them going into tomorrow's match. Upcar Esports sent back home in their car back to the factory for recycling.
We are all gonna crash and burn. We go down with Upcar. Our predictions go down in flames, but P6 demonstrated an incredible series. Even in the game that they lose, they almost came back from such a deficit. They were able to play from behind, but Game 4 was nothing short of perfect.
Like we mentioned, right? Game 4 was a victory, but it wasn't clean. And P6, they came back in, Game 3. And then P6 came back into game number 4. They were able to execute what they were doing in game number 1 and game number 2. But the problem was the drops from Upcar Esports. They were so successful on the Darius, but they instantly pivoted 180 degrees away from the drop that got them the victory.
Yeah, it's like you cook a dish, right? Let's say you try to make, I don't know, risotto. Or like souffle or something like high difficulty. You pull it off after 3 attempts and you're like, yeah, this is the perfect dish. Everyone loved it. But guess what? Let me change the recipe. Let me change the recipe for MasterChef Grand Final. See how it pans out. What do you think was going to happen? Of course, Upcar Esports were not able to pull it off. But props to P6. They played the macro game perfect. They were able to identify the problems. They identified all the weaknesses in Upcar's draft, and they shut it down from the get-go. Kazuo didn't get to play the game at all. The jungle was in shambles. Sure, you have 3 carries, but what good are 3 carries if there's no one to set it up for them?
The other problem with having so much carries is that there's only limited resources on the map that you can get onto those carries. And okay, Kazuo was the weakling. That's the first problem. But the second problem arose when the 2v2 down in Dragon Lane kind of went over to P6 way. They dropped 2 kills over to the Ezreal 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's like, what do you plan to achieve, right? You have a Senna and a Set. The Set is going to get the farm, and at one point, you will walk around the map, try to get those engages to enable your solo lanes. But you can never ever kill the Ezreal plus Nami, so that attempt was not only bold but borderline foolish. And you give Momo a 2-0 lead. Look at what happened. 14-0.
14-0 and 6 is this guy. He's almost full build. 16,000 gold is the lead. And we look at Coffee and Beyond. You combine their gold leads, and it's not even close to Momo.
Not even remotely close. Well, I feel like remotely close is an overstatement. It is not close. Well, but getting there.
Getting there.
But it doesn't matter, right?
Yep.
Like, look, we look at the numbers in general, like Eggy completely uncontested. Yeah, sure, he doesn't do damage, but his job is to do damage. Momo does the damage.
He eats up the damage. He eats up the damage. And look at Momo, 33,000. That's something that is able to convert into a victory. Like previous game, his Ziggs was doing that much of a damage, but it doesn't matter.
I just want to tell you something.
Yeah.
Look at Nyx's damage.
6,000.
Then look at Kazuo's damage.
It's 88 less than the support.
Yeah.
I
says a lot, right? Like he was not able to function. I know we are kind of like trying to beating the dead horse, but I think it really shows that the superiority in the Baron lane definitely favors Yoshi on the side of P6, but it also shows how Kazuo, you put him on a deficit, he struggles to recover, and that entire game, not only he struggles to recover, but P6 didn't give him room to work with. They crippled. It's like you crippled this guy, you send him off on his way, and you just hit the rest of the team, right? Like Upcar Esports now not only have to bear the brunt of P6's offense, they also have to check on the Kazuo and be like, hey, are you having a good game? And Kazuo is just like, no, I'm not having a game at all. And it just completely shattered.
Well, definitely shattering, and the next thing that will shatter will be the dreams of Upcar Esports. But put that aside, we're gonna talk to the victors here. We're gonna have an interview with the players from Phantom 6, going right in. Hello, Eggy, can you hear me?
Yes, can.
Okay, a little bit slow on the voice, but how does it feel to take a game, take a win against Upcar Esports and moving further on into the playoffs?
I think it's a good thing that we managed to win Upcar and it gives us a chance to actually fight against the top 2 team currently also. Yeah, so it kind of like give us an
Right, that's great because this is kind of the rematch, right? First time you guys reverse swept them, and now this time you guys cleanly beat them. And you guys almost won 3-0 if not for some mishaps in game 3. But I want to ask you something. So 3 of your teammates, Haki, Momo, and Nyx, they've been in this position before. They were in the lower bracket last year and they made a Cinderella run right up to the championship trophy. Do you feel like you guys are in the same spot again? Do you think that this year there will be there will be the same chance to do so?
I think it's too early to say. Better not to say it or anything in case we jinx it.
Okay. That's playing it safe. But another question is that when you guys saw Kazuo on the roster of Upcar Esports, do you guys like immediately just go into talk about it like we're gonna attack Kazuo as the weak link for Upcar Esports, or was it something other than that that went in when you guys saw Kazuo come in for Upcar Esports?
I think it's just playing to our win condition, which is mostly Yoshi's side. So playing to his side will guarantee us like better results.
Right.
Yeah.
So last time we saw you guys were down like 0-2, then you guys came back and won the series. What changed from that series, from that time and this series?
I think we managed to wake up from the reverse sweep 2 times in a row already. I think it's kind of intense against PSK and Upcar. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to ask you for your predictions. Right here after this, we have our upper bracket finals. It is between Sam9 and RSG. Which of these 2 teams do you think that you would want to face off in the next round?
I think we'll most probably face off Sam9. Yeah.
Wow.
I think RSG to win. Yeah.
So you think RSG is going to beat Sam9 and send it down to a lower bracket, right? Because tomorrow is a best of 7. So I'm holding your words to that. And in a best of 7, it's definitely a more gruesome format. So are we going to? Do you guys still have anything left in the tank? Any surprises that we can look forward to from Phantom 6, or is this your final form for the playoffs?
I think if I say it means it's not a secret anymore. So yeah.
He's being really careful, right? But this one,
not leaking anything.
Yeah, but this one you can give us a direct answer. Who do you think is going to be the MVP for the series?
I think Momo. Momo deserves it. He finally deserves it.
Well, we're gonna
wait for that, right?
Wait for that to come up.
All right.
Oh, it is ready. So
Yep.
let's see if it's Momo or not. Eggy calls for Momo. We're gonna take a look on the graphics and see who is the Well,
Yeah,
it is
it's
Momo.
Momo.
Kill participation 67%, damage per minute off the charts 1600, and he was able to provide so much damage constantly for his team. And the last game on the Ezreal was particularly very good.
Yeah, and this is the perfect numbers you want to see for your Dragon Laner, right? Incredible amount of damage output, but minimal damage sustained throughout the entire series. I mean, Momo, just like Eggy said, played a phenomenal game. And moving into tomorrow, we are still waiting for the potential opponent, right? That series is gonna happen, after this. But Eggy, you said that RSG, they're going to beat Sem9. Do you think it's going to be a wash, or do you think it's going to be a very close 3-2 victory?
I think it'll be a close victory, but RSG have the better lineup.
Okay,
I feel.
So, you're expecting to meet up in Sem9. What are your thoughts going if you kind of, meet up with Sem9 in the next matchup? Do you think you guys have a chance against that super team?
I'm not really sure since we actually lost to them, I think almost every time. Not even close, I guess. Yeah, but I think we'll still give our best and try to fight against them. Yeah.
We're going to help you set things up for now, right? So you said Sem9 is going to come down to the lower bracket finals, and let's say hypothetically, they lost. Any fighting words for the best of 7 tomorrow?
I think we'll just try our best. I think that's what I can say.
I kind of noticed you're wearing the mask and all. Are you healthy? Are you okay?
Oh, I'm actually in school to play the game. I got class in the afternoon.
Oh, so committed. I hope you guys can, play the hearts out. Try your best. Any words for your supporters out there?
Thank you very much for supporting my team. Yeah, throughout the whole series, giving them some intense moment also. Yeah.
Well, any other questions, Husky?
I think that's it. I think the last thing I want to say is that congratulations, you guys finally have made it to top 3. So, get a good rest. Celebrate this victory. We'll see you guys tomorrow for the lower bracket finals.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you for your time.
Do I feel like I'm trying to dig a lot of secrets out of him? I just want some insight, right? I just want an insight into what's happening behind the scenes. But he can keep his secrets. We are going to see it regardless tomorrow.
If he tells on stream, right? Whoever is sitting up there is gonna watch. So try to dig a little bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting something like, do you have some surprise? And he can just say, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like, we have a surprise, and our surprise is going to be A, B, C, D, E. Santa's going to jump out from the I'm just kidding.
Well, in a way, he's kind of giving you the answer. He says, if I'm telling you, then it's not a surprise.
Right, it's like sometimes the denial is a confirmation of something has happened.
Denial means yes. Sometimes.
Denial means yes. Well, you've been reading a lot of books.
Maybe a little bit here and there. I mean, light novels, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Are you an anime kind of guy, or a manga, or a light book novel?
I'm an anime. I'm a anime, sci-fi, novel. I love these kind of things. I actually been binge watching some lately.
Oh, cool, cool. I've kind of been binge watching lately as well. So
great.
We all have our things to do, but it is up to the players to try their best. So we already have our top 3s cemented today. The next one will be the more intense one, I would say. It is between Sem9 versus RSG, and we already kind of dropped our balls in the predictions today. So the next match, what do you think?
I think, again, the El Clasico, right? The two alphas. There is a saying in Mandarin that says, 一山不能容二虎. A mountain cannot have 2 tigers, right? So this is definitely the case. Sem9 has been on the top forever. RSG has lost them every time, but according to Eggy, he thinks RSG has a better lineup. So we are gonna be served up a very good entree. Both teams have slight different personalities. Sem9, calm, cool, collected, control, organized, systematic. RSG,
chaos.
Very chaotic, right? They thrive in the chaos of battle. So which one will prevail? Is it order? Is it chaos? I think we'll find out later on.
Yep, and there we have it. This is the first series, and P6 claimed the win. So I am the Egg. This is Husky. We're gonna go into a short break before we come back for the upper bracket finals. Oh. Okay. Bye.
Here we go now.
You've been down far away. I think that it might be time for change. Maybe it's a sign to run away, and we'll never have to stay. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. Hey! I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. We could make a break for greener grass. I know that the weight is on your back. But it's just what we're waiting for at last. And I like it just like that. It's a feeling that we've never felt. There's nothing wrong with sharing it with someone else. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. Never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down, I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down, I'll lift you up. I don't wanna lift you up. I don't wanna take too much time. I don't wanna lift you up. I just wanna make you mine. I don't wanna lift you. I just wanna lift you up. I just wanna lift you up. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. I'll lift you up. Your feet will touch the ground. We'll run away but never turn around. I'll lift you up. I'll never let you down. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down. I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down, I'll lift you up. Never let you down. Never let you down, I'll lift you up.
I say you can never have too much fun. You know the night is young, we've just begun. You gotta let loose and drop all your fears. 'Cause you're the life of the party, and it starts right here. Dancing through the night, ain't no better time than now. I just wanna show you the magic of the
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Here we go now.
And we're back from the break, and let's welcome the Hound here on the casting desk alongside with me, Contra, as will be your next set of casters for the entirety of the evening. And of course, welcome once again to the WCS MYSG. And man, what I really do love about the WC is that it's a reunion for all of us here.
Yeah, it is a reunion. It's pretty glad to be able to just get a little bit of face-to-face time with some of our co-casters, with my colleagues, with our colleagues as well. So I'm just glad to just be here to not just only cast from the comforts of my home, but just be able to get a little bit of, you know, there. I can, and if he irritates me, I can just.
Yeah, we could just nudge each other
Yeah.
out. Or hopefully nobody gets knocked out by the end of the day, right?
But there will be some knockouts happening, though.
That's right. And therefore, we're here in the playoffs, and we're going into the upper bracket finals between Sam9 versus RSG. Though, whoever gets knocked up from the upper brackets will still have a lifeline. Everybody wants to book the very first slot up in the grand finals and just have one more step to approach the C finals.
Well, I think it's going to be very beneficial for either of these teams, Sem9 as well as RSG, to be able to get that foot through the door and be able to basically get that top spot. However, like my colleague Contra has just said, just if they lose out on this series, it's not entirely the end for them. There is going to be still opportunities for them to come back into play. However, let's talk a little bit about Sem9 as well as RSG. These two teams, I think we could say that 10 of the best players here from both sides are going to go up against each other.
That's
and
true.
what are the biggest things that, what are the biggest observations here?
Well, when we observe both style of plays and we compare it all together, they may look to be pretty similar, but we have a lot of great talents from both ends with, great micro mechanics overall. And we really want to start off here with Sem9. They forged this super team from the get-go after the past season was concluded, and the results are speaking for themselves, where they're currently sitting at the top of the table by the end of the group stages, and they are showing no signs of flaws heading into the playoffs. And we're looking at RSG. Before that, known as LFO, they looked pretty much revamped in terms of morale after being picked up by RSG, and I believe that this is high time that they show us what they've got. And they've got some of the best players individually. We got Shin Sakai with that golden Dragon's Rage on the other weekend, which got them the entirety of the series, and not forgetting Tipper really dominating all these matchups up the Baron lane.
Yeah, Tipper, one of the best, arguably one of the best Baron laners in the Southeast Asian region. Not just only for the WCS MYSG, but also for Southeast Asia. And I think that's going to be something of a highlight here. And I do believe that a little bit of rivalries here are going to definitely spur between Sem9 as well as RSG. Both these teams, like you have highlighted just now, very, very similar in how they play out. I'm going to give a little bit of a slight edge towards Sem9 in this particular match, but I do think that we might see a full series here today.
Yes, indeed. And of course, that's going to be a little bit of that predictions. But if you guys are joining us here for the very first time, welcome on board. You can follow us on our social media channels. And of course, tune into the conversation by just dropping in with the hashtags as well. But before we even get into all that sort of discussion, let's take a look at Sem9's lineup.
And there we have it, Contra, Arhej, Ozarveki, Chili, Sagi, and Winter. This is the lineup for Sem9.
That's right, and we've expected a whole lot coming out of this team the moment they were formed all together. The star players of the show might have actually been Sagi getting all these MVP titles, but who supplements all those numbers back? It's Ozarveki that dictates how the pace of the game will go. We see aggressive picks from him, going on a Jace in the jungle, Kha'Zix, you name it, he's got it, and Arhej. The last time he met up with Tipper on that Baron lane, he's been able to stand toe-to-toe against all the formidable members of RSG. Now, the question is, can they do it again? And whoever wins the series, they'll be able to dictate on which side they get to choose on the grand finals. But let's also have a look at the highlights before we go into the deeper discussion. So let's take a look at a little bit of that play style. You can see that cohesiveness when they decide to move into those team fights, and they like to have some of all these players such as Veki to open it up, and everyone else would just immediately follow suit like clockwork.
Yeah, I do believe that Veki, as well as all of the other junglers in this WCS MYSG, have been very, very much important members in setting up foundations to enable their team keys to victories here. So we do see from our highlights here, Sem9 closing it out very, very structured, very, very well indeed. It just looks like a tapestry in terms of how they're able to commit and as well as execute some of these fights.
Indeed, and when it came down to all these split decisions that they've been making, you can't really pinpoint who should you really take out first. Is it gonna be the mid laner, the Baron laner? Every one of these members of Sem9 are a threat by himself, and even on that previous series that I did iterate before, Winter have really carried games hard when he does get that trash pickup, so I wonder, will he be able to do so again?
Well, it really revolves around the fact that support laners in the Baron lanes definitely are going to be one of those big puzzle pieces that completes the entire picture here. If you get some of those champions like a Thresh or a Rakan, we've seen Winter play it out really, really well, enable Sagi very, very well indeed. And we also saw some really, really interesting ones where I think his Rakan went full AP because his team was trolling or something like that, right?
Oh, I remember that, and he was also picking up all these kill numbers by the end of it all, but I think it still worked out because they did fall back to a certain plan, but when it comes down to this matchup against RSG, there's not going to be any sort of holdback when it comes down to punches. So let's take a look at RSG. Good that you have to stare at it for longer than everybody else, but of course, these are the players of RSG. They will be fielding Tipper, Shinsekai, SSK, CWJ, Raven, as well as Rich. We won't be expecting too many of all these switches coming into this best of 5 series, but what I could tell you from this lineup is that everyone's a star as well, just like Sem9, but some say even better. We've got possibly the best Baron laner of Southeast Asia, Tipper, along with the rest of RSG. Shinsekai have been able to make big plays, so let's take a look at some of these highlights as we speak of it.
All right, for those of you who don't know, RSG, formerly known as LFO, right now being picked up by one of the biggest organizations in Southeast Asia, definitely going to be benefiting quite a bit here. As we can see, RSG already leaving out quite a bit in terms of how they're able to go on. Tipper already has been pretty well known with how he's been able to help his team pick up and storm up against teams like we have seen here against Watermelon. Despite the fact that they didn't go 1-for-1 against Watermelon in the earlier stages here, we did see that RSG were very much, it was a very convincing turn here by members of RSG to close out against Watermelon, despite the fact that Watermelon did have quite a few number of interesting events, interesting turns here for them, but it seems that RSG just a little bit more way better in terms of how they're executing the keys to victories in Contra.
Yeah, and I gotta say that they're also maestros when it comes down to draft. They will feel things like giving the Gravern up over mid lane, and they're so unpredictable, and this is what really got them all so far. And when it comes down to execution, they look sublime. It's not just about the Shinsekai as well as Tipper combination between the two. They have a really stable mid lane as well as the Dragon lane itself to be able to sustain. Now they're going to be matched up against Sem9. We will have to take a look at this mid lane matchup. From both ends, we've seen a display of huge champion pool, but when it comes down to making plays, you can see that Chili does contribute a little bit more in the damage as well as KDA department.
Well, I do believe that these numbers may tell a story here, but the complete story may elude us here. Sem9's Chili on the left side of your screen, going up against RSG CWJ on the right side of your screen. A KP, both between them, of 66 and 51% respectively, 7.7 as well as 5.3 KDA, 1,277 damage per minute compared to CWJ's 915, and damage taken per minute of 577 compared to CWJ's 720. So now, when we look at this Contra, paint me that picture for me.
Well, I gotta say that CWJ has been utilizing a lot of utility mages up over the mid lane, and even sometimes you see tanks, bruisers to complement what they have in a full picture itself. So it's understandably why that CWJ, though his results may not be as flashy as compared to Chili, who likes to play sometimes the assassin, sometimes burst mages, who could still rake in, a lot of assists, a lot of all his kills by the end of the game. But end of the draft, it's all about who gets to blow the Nexus up, and RSG, they've been finding a lot of gains throughout their run.
Now let's talk a little bit about predictions here. For those of you who are not entirely aware, we have also made some of our predictions here, and it seems that we are united here, Contra. Not entirely sure what Husky and The Egg are thinking, but I do believe that this is going to be a full series here.
I got a little bit bad feeling about this as well, because the last series we were all on the same page on the Upcar Esports versus P6. That didn't really go well, but this time I've got full faith, and we got those numbers in. There's like 3-1, 3-0, 3-2. I'm saying it's going to be 3-2 because realistically, both sides, they are the best teams out there throughout MYSG. It's the cream of the crop, and I would like to see it go all the way.
Well, it is said that when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, one thing has got to actually give way. So
Like
whether
Malphite
it's
versus Galio?
exactly, that's exactly what I meant. Now here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you guys are ready. This is the pick and ban phases here. The draft is underway. Sem9 on the left side going up against RSG on the right side. So it's going to be Sem9 on blue and RSG on red, which means that we're going to talk a little bit about pick cadences here. So we did talk specifically about the importance of flex picks here before the broadcast started behind the scenes. Give us your thoughts on that.
Well, we've seen a lot of Gragas being played out by both teams as well. That may just be a little bit of priority, especially heading over onto the hands of Veki, Chili, RH, or even for RSG. We've seen CWJ as well as Shinsekai play that before. Not too much on Tipper. He likes to play a little bit more flashy champions out there. And therefore, we start off here with Sem9 banning on the Lee Sin, which we've seen him do such heavy duty on the past series that they were facing up against Team Wild Melon.
Yeah, I do believe that from both these teams here, with regards to how they're banning out, we do see that Sem9 now doesn't want SSK, doesn't want Rich to be able to hold on to that Gragas. So I think that's going to be a very wise choice here. Gragas is one of those champions that's able to create a lot of disruption in some of these team fights with the explosive cast, with the body slam, with the ability to couple it with a really good flash. You may actually see that one of the strong engages for RSG may actually be taken off the table here. Jace as well as Fiora here being banned out for the side of RSG as well, for the side of Sem9 as well as RSG. So what are your thoughts on this? We did see Tipper play out Fiora a couple of times as well as SSK play Fiora a couple of times, but the biggest, I think, final ban here that's going to go towards Sem9 is the Lulu ban. We did see that sometimes Enchanter supports are played in the mid lane here. Give us your thoughts on that.
Well, speaking of which, what I really want to highlight is that Karma is being left up in the open. Now that Sem9 picked up the Camille for themselves, you could just flex it over the jungle as well as the top lane. And RSG, they answer back just perfectly fine. They say, go ahead, pick that one up. I will disrupt you, drop that embrace into the middle of the fray, and it's going to be able to turn the tides around. Now they even pair with the Galio. This is going to be a really scary 5 versus 5 combo when it comes down to team fight, so this is what RSG aims for.
Already we're going to be seeing a little bit of mind games between RSG as well as Sem9 here. Double flex pickups here with Tipper and SSK picking up the Karma as well as the Galio respectively. So we did see that Galio can play in the mid lane for CWJ or maybe go towards the hands of Rich, as well as Karma as well, being able to do that duo lane or that middle lane pickup here. But Shen being picked up here. No surprises here from the side of Sem9.
Now, this may actually look a little bit more like flex picks in general. Sure, you could pay the Olaf over on the Baron lane, switch the Camille into the jungle. What we do suspect is that they will put Shen into the support role, and now you have a skill matchup over on the Baron lane if you choose to put this Riven over on top side. But also bear in mind, Shinsekai SSK, he's also a phenomenal Riven player, and same could be also said about Tipper, where he's been able to easily dictate that Baron lane itself. So either or, it's going to be fine for RSG. Having a very good early game phase is going to be crucial for the entire team. As we move into the second phase of the picks and bans, we see Twisted Fate as well as Graves being eliminated. So I suspect that Sem9 just really want to eliminate as much jungle or Baron lane options possible.
All right, so looking at how Sem9 as well as RSG are slowly coming into play in terms of them completing their pick and bans here, it's slowly starting to come full circle here. They don't want SSK to have hands on that Graves, as well as Raven picking up that Senna as well. I think this is going to be a wise choice here. Ash being banned out, I think this is one of those few times that, ooh, the Jack's now being picked up. But before I could even complete that, I think this is one of the few times that we did see Ash being banned out here, and that's definitely going to be targeted to Sagi. We did see that Sagi does have quite a bit of utility here with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but the fact that it does open him up for the Varus pickup here, I personally like this because there's a lot of opportunities to follow up the lockdown that comes in from Sagi with the Chain of Corruption.
Wow, this is just all in coming in from Sem9. They're calling in those team fights. They really want to set up those perfect dives and just have that a command shockwave to drop into 5 if they are so fortunate to get all 5 members. The thing about that is that RSG, they have this comp with so much mobility. If you have Mantra on Inspire, you can shield the entirety of your teammates to move in and out of fights and also soak in some damage. On top of that, they have to look out for Ravens when it comes down to those late game team fights where you take a look at Sem9. Yes, they may offer some huge crowd control, but if any of these members get caught, they're not too mobile. So I'm just looking at this. That does seem to look like a 50-50, but if it does scale, RSG might have the upper hand too.
It's very interesting here for RSG as well as Sem9. It is going to be rather volatile between these two teams because, yes, we may see that there are some counter picks and there are some matchups that are in favor for either of these teams, but I believe that the execution is going to be really important here. Keys to victory for Sem9, I feel, is being able to make sure that they don't get caught out early on, making sure that Shen will be early into some of these fights as much as humanly possible. And I think it's going to be really, really important to highlight the fact that both the supports are going to play crucial roles in enabling their Baron laners as well as their junglers and mid laners towards those early game skirmishes that revolve around the Scuttle Crab.
That's right. You take a look at both the comparison of the Shen as well as the Galio. Both provides global utility. So, of course, other than that, a huge shield, that taunt could easily just nullify any target that was caught under it. So, Stand United, the cooldown's pretty long. Same goes to Hero's Entrance, which is a bigger AoE. Now you have that chain combo. So, Sem9, how they really want to play? You just really want to find those single target, quickly bursting down, try to reset that fight, and hope that the numbers will dwindle down, and that's how they will eventually look for those pickups. But my concern here is this. When you put a Camille over on a Baron lane against a Riven, honestly, she's not going to have a good time. So maybe switching up that Camille into the jungle will be a better option, and to put that Olaf towards the top side.
Well, that could be the case here. I'm looking at it. There could be another way that they could play around the fact that considering that that matchup is considered very weak for the Camille, maybe they might actually play around the fact that, yeah, priority may be in favor against the Camille, but it does open up gank opportunities, and maybe that might be the case here. I know it's not the most ideal way, but let's take a look at the entirety of the teams here. The full circle of both Sem9 as well as RSG, RH, Ozraveki, Chili, Sagi, and Winter going up against Tipper, SSK, CWJ, Raven, and Rich from RSG.
Yeah, and for RSG, what we're really hoping to see is that this Jax goes into that ultra late game and start hitting everyone else with the lamp pole. But you have to first peel through to all these front lines with Veki on this Olaf as well as the Shen. So honestly, it's not the easiest task to do, and therefore we're just seeing a full commitment into team fights. And other than that, Sem9, they just really want to aim for that perfect catch. And how do you want to do that? Set it up perfectly with the chains of corruption. So Sagi has got an important work for him to execute here in this first game of the best of 5. Man, I can't wait. The timer's already down, and it's time for us to set the table straight, because this might just as well be the grand finals itself. It's the upper bracket finals, and we've got the best teams on board. Hound, let's go.
Well, I don't know about you guys. Let us go. Let us get ready to get to know these two teams. Check out this video.
That's right, folks. If you guys are hanging around on a Friday night, you came to the perfect place, as you are currently seeing the best two teams of the WCS MYSG duke it all out in the upper bracket finals. It's Sem9 versus RSG.
I think let's talk a little bit about jungle here, because between Veki as well as SSK, I do believe that SSK is definitely going to be playing on the strong side here, because Tipper will definitely be able to stomp our hedge here if he is able to get some jungle intervention. We have talked a little bit about how Tipper is able to sustain on his own, and with Riven, one of his favorite champions, one champion that he's very comfortable with.
if he's able to push the limits here against RH, then it's going to be a hard time here. Look at that, the amount of damage coming in, but RH being able to hit that. But over to the bot side here.
Oh, they're diving over a Raven, and it's Sagi that gets first blood. Sam9 with an advantage, but Rich will be able to flash to safety, picks up that Honeyford, and gets back into the lane. So a lot of action going down in the first minute, and we see RH, how you want to execute that Baron lane matchup. You just want to overwhelm him at level 1, which he managed to burn the flash, and RH could easily just go in for a reset, but it's definitely far from over, where we'll see a little bit of roam coming in from the mid lane as well as jungle just to secure the topside scuttle. Maybe they will path in to eventually meet up with RH.
All right, so maybe there could be some pathing here early on from Veki as well as other members from Sam9 to be able to give a little bit of assistance here onto his RH against Tipper. But looking at how we have seen them operate within this WCS MYSG. For Sam9, they do like quite a bit here in terms of disrupting the flow of the enemy teams, the teams that they're going up against. So in this case of RSG here, maybe we might see Veki be getting a little bit of these early deep wards here that could signify the positioning of SSK and opens up a counter gank within those particular lanes.
Yeah, but I really got to compliment SSK as well on how he has been able to path and identify that, hey, Sam9 likes to invade the blue. So he completely avoids that scuffle and just basically snatch one for his own, so it doesn't really disrupt his tempo. But other than that, it will force them to jungle vertically, which is a very risky to do from both ends. Then we see Veki really hanging around on the enemy side. Sure, they're looking for the setup, which RG is not trying to allow them.
Ragnarok already available here. Sam9 does have a very efficient ball delivery system with Veki as well as Winter here. Stan United a little bit, maybe a few waves away from getting the Stan United for Winter here. So they're very wise. They weigh out their options and just decide maybe this dive may not work for us.
Yeah, they could just hold back. It's just pure wards in the enemy territories, as you can see it light up like a Christmas tree. But it's going to be a big pickup once again down on the bottom side. Rich didn't even force a flash out of that as he just give way on the overwhelming offense of Sam9.
Veki now very well aware that Sagi is 2-0 here and wants to springboard Sagi, leapfrog Sagi ahead of Ravens here. And I'm thinking that this is going to work wonders for Sagi, but over to top side here.
United coming in, and they will be able to pick up Tipper without even needing Winter right there. My goodness, RH is working magic up top.
Well, it seems that Tipper, despite the fact being one of the best Baron laners in Southeast Asia, does have his title under contention here as RH is slowly but surely showing him that he as well is one of the best Baron laners out there. So we do think that SSK may actually have a bit of his work cut out for him. Let's talk a little bit of that vertical jungling that we talked about earlier on here.
Yeah.
We did see that there was a lot of wards there being spent from members of Sam9, being able to allow members of being able to allow Veki to be able to get all of these important objectives here because of the vertical jungling layout that happened by both these teams. They are very much even across the board here.
Yeah, and looking at SSK hitting level 7 before it was Veki, he hung out too long over the bottom side trying to ensure that Sagi has a good time. So he does get the marksman up ahead, and it's going to be SSK that walks back in with a Blade of the Ruin King. Over the top, though, RH, he took up Grasp of Undying to ensure that he has better sustainability, and with those small little traits that he kept having, it definitely does favor them. And for the rest of RG, they will trade both objectives right here. Sam9 gets a Herald.
I think RH was very wise here. He was very well aware that Veki was already going to go for the Herald, was going to be opening up that Prio as well as members of RSG. Both of them trading out objectives with one another. Herald being opened up onto the mid side here. Good choices from both these teams, but it seems that Sam9 is still ahead by quite a bit here.
Yeah, and that Herald was popped very, very quickly. They know that they could at least get some platings off and eventually funnel all the resources over mid side just to try to break open the mid lane tier 1. And if they do so, that will make sure that SSK eventually loses out on a little bit more of that control inside the jungle. As far as we go in the early game, as Sem9 has already garnered 3 kills overall. You could see the goal discrepancy is honestly not too far off.
Not too far off indeed. However, the kills may tell a different story here, with 2 kills already going into the pocket of Sagi, as well as 1 solo kill for our heads just now at minute number 3, if I'm not mistaken. So let's talk a little bit about itemization here. Sagi already completing the Manamune. We do see that Chili as well does have the Ludens on his pocket. Divine Sunray for our hedge, as well as Tipper. We do see Bjork being picked up, by SSK. But in terms of complete items here, Sagi is definitely slightly ahead in terms of the item spikes here because of the scaling that Manamune is able to provide compared to the BF sword, as well as the Grievous Wounds sword that a Raven is able to pick up for himself.
Yeah. Ideally, when you play a Kaisa, you just really want to get that quick upgrade on that Captain Rain. Now they just bomb rush mid side. But just dropping Ragnarok, nobody can stop Veki from claiming what is his. So Sem9, they just want to really play it one step at a time while Winter tries to approach in with the taunt. Not really hitting the mark though, but got significant damage being done.
Alright, so we do see from members of Sem9 here playing very, very well indeed. Rather disciplined in terms of how they are moving from one spot to the other. I do believe that from members of RSG, they are going to be very, very well aware of the pressure that's starting to build up by members of Sem9 against them. They are able to put down quite a bit of wards here, giving them necessary information to make some really good decisions. We do see Raven as well as Ozura Veki now, giving a little bit of damage to his Veki with the Kithian Rain. And I think that early on here, RSG is actually showing quite a bit of good defensive gusto here against Sem9, but Sem9 is remaining patient. They're very well aware that they can tighten the death grip.
Yeah, and all the proactive rotations have been able to allow them to just hang in there, but eventually will still claim these tier 1s. While early on, if Veki did keep his Ragnarok, he would have actually got more. Tipper, once again, on the tick of his health, flashes away. This time, he survives. Well, our hedge have shown that you should not go toe-to-toe with him again.
I really like the warding here being shown by Sem9. They're very well aware of the timings that are coming from SSK as well. And I think a lot of the times that SSK is entering into some of these fights, he's not able to do much out of it because of the preemptive warding that is coming, defensive warding that's coming from Sem9. It actually enables them to be, okay, let's not commit to these fights, let's just back away. Let's not give any opportunity for SSK to get any of those power indicators.
Yeah, and it also goes to show deep understanding on how this matchup should be played out, because RSG, all they have to do is fight for objectives. So long as they don't pull up 5 versus 5s, it's not going to work in their favor. We've already seen Tipper not really getting the best of the 1v1s, and now with Winter also rotating up top, sure, you have the help of a Galio, but how much could you possibly pull out? Now that there's going to be the Herald up for grabs, there's going to be a little bit of a slight contest, but look at the wave control, so properly managed by Sem9.
All right, we're going to be seeing here our hedge already in the middle of it all, was able to open up, but it seems that the fight's going to go underway.
Oh, they're moving in. Good taunt onto Tipper, but they know that they can't really get all too much. He does get the slash onto both. Now they're overcommitting with Shinsekai also moving in. The stun does not land, but he will flash forward, trying to get him all. The Jacks will still get one, but they will eventually trade right back. Sem9 getting overwhelmed. Wow, RSG not only takes a kill, but also a turret, but it will be exchanged with Sagi getting 1 kill.
Well, this is not entirely worth here for RSG, despite the fact that they were able to get at least 1 tower and 1 kill in their favor. They were taken down already by Sagi, as well as the follow-up damage that came from our hedge. Despite the fact that I think that was a very justified dive here, I felt that members of Sem9 could have been a little bit more cautious by mitigating some of the losses that come in. Not entirely something that Sem9 is going to be bleeding for, but still a mistake nonetheless.
Yeah, it's not too shabby after all. RSG, at least they regain a little bit more gold, opens up a little room over on the Baron lane, so they could just play their weaker side. Have this Kaisa to slowly farm up from the top, because on down bottom, you saw the struggle was real. We have Veki, who consistently paid a visit, and every time he walks in, somebody's going to go down. And now, as both sides go on the reset, I want to really drive this fight that we're going to get later on the Dragon, because now Heralds definitely on the hands of Sam9. They could just basically pop one over mid and gravitate towards that chokehold where RG wants to form up, and I've yet to see them really throw all the elements out to really get things done, but something's happening down bot though.
Oh, might be a big fight here, but they got to respond to this Herald that's coming in. RH in the middle of it all. SSK as well. Tipper now fighting it off. It's going to be a very wise choice here for members of RSG to try to fight out. I see the Sam9 already collapsing onto them, and it's going to be 1-for-1 here. 1-for-2. I have said it. It seems that RSG bit off a little bit more than they could chew. CWJ maybe taken down. Oh my goodness, there goes the San United here. No, I'm sorry. That is going to be it for RSG in that turnaround, and it seems that the action was in favor of RSG in those opening moments here, Contra, but Sam9 just dropped the hammer on them. They lose out big because the Herald not only took the tier 2 but also the tier 1 turret. What is RSG doing?
Well, I gotta say, Sam9, they're super decisive. They saw that our hedge was slowly getting caught off, but the good news is they gravitate into the jungle. This is where they congregated, and watch this. Winter with that double taunt, bought enough time, eventually popped that stand United very quickly to ensure that Sagi does remain to be alive. Watch this. Raven came pretty close. That exhaust dropped perfectly in time, and as much as RSG looked like they were in the driver's seat to win those fights in the chokehold, it didn't really result too much. Here comes another dive as they drop in, and it's going to be Transcendence Embrace to shut down Sagi.
Very, very well done indeed by CWJ onto Sagi, and it seems that the game isn't really over yet, but it seems that indicators of Sam9 walking away with victory is starting to come very, very much to fruition here, with Sam9 playing it very, very well indeed. With RSG, I think, playing a little bit too responsive here towards Sam9. I'm not going to entirely sing the praises of Sam9 here, but it's going to be a big fight here. Tipper maybe in a huge trouble, gets taken down with a shockwave as well as the precision protocol.
Well, that was just beautiful work coming in from both the mid lane as well as the Baron lane. Sam9, they just utilized a whole lot of elements, but here comes Shinsekai Kaido. He really wants to get this fight, and that's going to be a flash being committed. Standing United in the way. This Jack is tough, but here comes the Hero's entrance. That's a double taunt coming from Winter, and Ravens pops his killer instinct, looking for the back lines as well, but he's being caught off of position. 4 members with this one, make that more RSG. They're only left with Rich, and it will be Sam9 coming in with an early ace, make it 13-3.
Wow, that was just beautifully done there by members of Sam9, despite the fact that RSG did try their level best here to turn around the fight. It seems that Sam9 were very well aware what they needed to do in those turnarounds and were able to close it out in their favor. Nexus now is going to be targeted. Game number 1 going over to Sam9 Contra, and I think that I can see now why both Husky as well as The Egg are saying that this game is going to go 3-0, but I feel that this is just still too early to say, though.
Yeah, I gotta say that despite of all these team fights were heavily won by Sam9, it was all these proactive moves that they have set early on. That invade into blue, those deep wards that they've consistently placed towards that part of the jungle is just targeting all these units from the bottom side, making sure that Rich as well as Raven didn't have a good time throughout the course of the battle. But that was beautiful overall, and I guess we got a lot to talk about when we go back to the recaps of what went on. Sam9 looking so formidable, and is there anything that you will look to see if there's any changes that RSG should bring to the table for Game 2?
I think they need to just be very well aware that if they pick a Jax, you have to bet your bottom dollar that members of Sam9 are not going to allow him to play the game, forcing him to vertical jungle. But before we break all of that down, we're going to go on a short little break, so get yourself a cup of coffee or tea. We're going to be back with more WCS action. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Here we go now.
Welcome back to the Wild Rift Champion Southeast Asia for MYSG. We're already in the upper bracket finals where we're looking for one team to make it to the grand finals if they do take this best of 5 series. That was a quick one. Sem9 got the upper hand and got the very first pointer in that, and my oh my, it was a very metallic game, and there's a lot of beautiful stuff that happened, especially with Winter really contributing with that Shen pickup, taunting them in those team fights, and I'm pretty sure you have a lot of taunts after that real quick game.
All right, now I just gotta say that I really like the fact that Sem9 pushed SSK to a point where he was basically not able to play the game. And even though we had a lot of opportunities for SSK to try to turn it around, I felt that it wasn't going to be enough, because even if he got the perfect engage, Shen was just going to come in with the dash, and it's almost negated. However, I think we've got some trivia for people at home.
Yeah, they've got a lot of questions as well, but we do have one to throw it to you guys, so let's check out this trivia. We got this one on your screen. Who is the only champion that Kha'Zix considers his equal? Is it A, Rammus and Armadillo, or Rengar, the hunting kitty in the jungle, Graves, or Jax? We're just talking about Jax, so, well, if you do worry about somebody with lampposts, well, that's possibly a thing. Is there something online, like a phobia of lampposts?
Well, I don't know about you, but there's just too many things to talk about there. However, we do have post-game here, and as we can see, I think it was a near-perfect game for members of Sem9 here, despite the fact that our Hedge as well as Sagi were the only two members that were putting in numbers in the deaths here for the KDAs, but it seems that Veki, Chili, and Winter untouched throughout the entirety of these games, and I'm entirely loving how some of these teams, how some of these plays actually worked out for Sem9. They were very well aware of what they needed to do. They needed to shut down SSK from being able to get that 1.5 item spike and just basically run his face all over the team fights and basically turn it around. And that's the thing. You talked about it just now when we were during the break, right? There's so much investment towards the Jax pickup here.
Yeah.
And because of that investment, they are very well aware that Sem9 is very well, okay, they want to invest a lot of gold and resources towards the Jax. We'll just shut him down
we'll take all his resources.
We just take all his resources.
And not only that, I think they've been answering all these sort of problems that they have of their own about that Riven over top side. And our Hedge, he was going with those aggressive plays over the top side. And because of Winter that makes plays with Stand United available, there were moments that he has been able to rescue a very risky situation and turn it into something fruitful. And I think that Tipper really had a tough time that match. This time around, I would suspect that RSG, they may look to ban that Shen because Sem9's Winter was just too good on that champion.
I do believe that that Shen was actually taken as a response here to the Galio that was picked up from CWJ, if I'm not mistaken. So I think that's going to be a very wise choice here. Banning out the Shen actually opens up RSG to be able to give a little bit more global presence, but we did see that in the previous game, Twisted Fate was banned out here, and I think that was a response to make sure that Sem9 was denied a global presence here with the destiny that could come in the hands of Chili. I feel that there is going to be a lot of options here for Sem9 if those two champions are banned, but we have seen crazier things happen here, so I'm looking forward to seeing how this final draft is going to come full circle for RSG as well as Sem9. Set, Jace, Lee Sin, Gragas. very similar bans from game 1.
Yeah, nothing too different as we compared back to game 1 because a lot of all this goes down to how well the Baron laners as well as the junglers have been able to play things out. Especially Zed being so flexible. We've seen it up mid lane being played out by Chili or Hedge over a Baron, or even sometimes Winter picks that up. But what's interesting to me is that Sem9, they choose to ban away the Trash, and that leaves both the Karma as well as Shen being opened up. RSG now with the very first pick. Either or, I think it's going to be good, or better yet, they could still go in with heavy priority onto Camille, which we saw Sem9 pick up earlier on. So that will negate this pick from going over to the hands of either Vecchia as well as R-Hedge.
I mean, no surprises here from either of these teams here. We did see that 90% of the picks here really revolve. I mean, there are some isolated cases where we do see marksmen being picked up or comfort picks being picked up really early on. But we did see from members of RSG, they do from both RSG as well as Sem9, both of them really enjoying the flex pickups here. And I do believe that it actually throws off enemy teams here in terms of them trying to put value into some of these bans here. I mean, a wasted ban is still very much a wasted ban, isn't it?
That's true, and I guess that when it comes down to execution, what you really want to negate is all the sort of very disruptive champions to come underway. And now they have that perfect answer. RSG, they don't need to worry about taunting them because they basically copy a playbook of Sem9 past game, and now they have the Olaf on their side, so they don't really have to worry about that Shen. But with that Fura being picked up, how much can Sem9 do against not only Tipper but also Shinsekai in all these battles? And nothing too much of change overall. We still see that Karma as well as the Orianna matchup over mid, which we will suspect it to still go on the same lane. As we approach our second phase of bans, we see Gather being removed. It has been proving to be a little bit disruptive in some of these team fights, and RSG have answered back. They banned the Garen just in case if they choose to send this Garen over top or even make a very huge break wall over mid. I think it's still going to be pretty decent, but there should be better bans out there. I guess that they have identified that, hey, most likely R-Hedge is going to be giving this Fiora over to Vecchi.
Alright, so looking from how RSG as well as Sem9, both these teams now going up head-to-head against each other. We do see the bans of Garen as well as Darius here being banned out for members of Sem9. Sem9 responds with the Galio as well as the Senna. So I think this is going to be wise here. They don't want to be allowing CWJ or Rich to be holding on to the Galio here with the heroic entrance. Could be a huge problem for Sem9 because we did see that a couple of times some of these fights, I do not like this Caitlyn pickup here, to be honest.
Oh, I think it's not too shabby, but when it comes down to units with a whole lot of shields on the other side, and Chili could easily supplement with Command Protect, it's gonna be alright. It just enables them to play a safer early game, and now that you've also had this Morgana pickup, RSG, so long as they get that chokehold onto anyone, you drop that ultimatum. If you do land that Dark Binding, that's basically a free kill overall. Sem9 with the Jin. This is pretty huge. Okay, let's talk through the bottom lane of Sem9. How does this work?
All right. Now I'm a big Jin guy, right?
I know you're a Jin main.
I love me some Jin, but in this particular context here, I'm not entirely a big fan of Jin, mostly because of the big idle moment where he's not able to do a lot of damage comparatively. I'm not entirely happy with the Caitlyn pickup for the side of RSG because they do have to build quite a bit.
So which one's worse?
So
Caitlyn or Jin in this matchup?
So it's a battle of who's worse in this opinion. But okay, in all seriousness though, I do believe that Caitlyn does have quite a bit of lane bully potential here. Jin, in my opinion, is one of those champions that does pretty well in terms of flipping the table over and just opening up the curtain call. So it does create quite a bit of an interesting dynamic here for members of RSG, because if they're always caught running, they can be picked off with the curtain call. The curtain call can be used to engage some of these fights and basically cause a little bit of a kerfuffle for members of RSG. So I'm really interested to see what is going to be on the response for RSG here, because they have to build quite a bit of a barrier here around the Caitlyn, because Caitlyn fairly immobile if it's not for the 90 caliber net, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, there is no what's that item again from LoL PC, the one that helps you dash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was it Mo Shield Bow? Was it?
No, it's the other one.
Well,
okay, whatsoever, right?
Don't worry, we hung out too long.
We hung out too long in Wild Rift, yeah.
And
So
we won't
I mean,
talk about the items that's here.
So yeah, we have to talk about that, right? But the thing is, I feel that
Gale Force. That's
Gale Force. Yes, that's the one. So I think the issue here is the fact that DPS wise, specifically in the bottom lane, let's just take these two matchups here between Raven and Rich, Sagi and Winter. There are going to be quite a bit of issues here because if Rich is able to get that binding onto Sagi and the Yordle Snaptrack goes on top of him, is able to hit with the Piltover Peacemaker along with the headshot, along with the net, and it could be game over for Sagi here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty rough, but then again, you have to go through against a Shen, which could easily deny all these basic attacks.
I have to interrupt you there. I have to interrupt you there. But yes, how long is that interruption going to hang out? Raven, a few seconds. But in that span of few seconds, Raven can actually reposition and just keep attacking.
But hear me out as well. Team fights, you got how many auto
that's the
attackers,
thing.
right?
That's the thing.
So it also means that, you know, all these burden is on the shoulder of the Shen once again, but of course it's also up to how Veki as well as RH sets up the tempo of that team fight. We will expect RH to do a lot more split pushing in many instances of the battle, but I do like what I see. Game 1, we've seen very solid macro plays from both ends. Now, a little bit more refinement being shown by RSG. I guess we should just let the game play itself out as we dive into Game 2.
All right, game number 2 underway here. Let's talk a little bit about engagements here, Contra.
Okay.
I do believe
Like
that. Oh, wait. But before that, though.
Oh, first blood. Moving in with an invade that didn't favor Sam9. RSG picks that one up easily. But we have CWJ limping with his health bars out there. He did not burn the barrier, so that's going to be a decent news for him. He could just last out longer in lane, just pick a couple of honey foods, and he should be all set.
All right, so I just want to talk a little bit about the engagement potential, the potential for members of Sam9 to engage fights here. We do have RH being able to come into the back lines here with the Grand Challenge, with the Lunge. We do have Veki with the Flag and Drag right into the Cataclysm. Chili could actually have not one, not two, but 3 options here to deliver the Command Shockwave but onto RH, onto Veki, onto Winter. Of course, Sagi doesn't want to be in the middle of everything, right?
I'm pretty sure about that.
So that's the thing. There are so many options for Sam9 to start the fight. For RSG, however, they do have a really good lockdown with the Tipper. SSK will be able to just run his head, just put his head down, run his head forward into the middle of the fight with the Ragnarok. CWJ with some good snares and good poke potential. Raven as well. Good range, good ability to put off a lot of DPS, and Rich with the long range engage. But if Sam9 pulls the trigger against RSG, it's going to be harder for RSG.
Speaking of pulling triggers, they're coming right in. Dark Binding lands, roots up one member down. Nothing they could do about Winter all too much, but he does get one taunt. It's a 1-for-1, and that will trade SSK out. Not too shabby, I guess, coming up with fruits of the labor after a little bit of a tussle under the turf.
Ooh, look at that. Sagi there hitting on with Ravens. Has got to be careful that he doesn't get hit with the Deadly Flourish. Veki not too far off. Doesn't have his special flag and drag into Cataclysm, but will win out in the early game skirmishes here with the Scuttle. And it seems that for SSK as well will be able to get the Scuttle of his own and maybe come in and assist Tipper in this turnaround.
Yeah, I think it's pretty decent when you look at how RSG can eventually start fights, especially when they have their ultimates. Like you've said before, Camille could open up, and Shinsekai, doesn't matter who's going to be up front, so long as he does have Ragnarok, he could easily shred through either the front line, and if he does reach to the back line, that's going to be great. We're not expecting a kill happening up top here, but I wonder how would the bottom lane stabilize after a little bit of hoo-ha going down for the bottom side. They'd still have their sums, and eventually Veki will look to pay a visit. Now, a little bit of a Dark Binding doesn't really hurt too much, but Winter's already on the way. And here comes the flash, and it will come in, follow up with the Curtain's Call, hitting the mark, and that will be a Cataclysm that will also hit onto Rich. Pops up with the flash. Rich is going to be A-okay.
All right, very well done here from Sam9. RSG there gets caught up by quite a bit with the flash dash by Winter. Veki comes in with the Cataclysm as well just to help out, but Rich will be able to flash away in that turn. So we do see that Sam9 already with one win in their pocket, and slowly but surely they are very much... Oh wait, but before that though, Tipper comes in with the hook shot as well as the precision protocol.
Yeah, I guess that when it comes down to skill matchups as such, it's all about avoiding all these skill shots out there. You got the time with the riposte. Both hook shots as well as riposte have pretty significant cooldowns out there. But now, heading into what almost as well as Grandin called the Rift Break, where they decide on either side of the objective. I think that RSG, their priority here, despite having an Infernal Drake that's available, they could basically challenge, but instead, SSK says, yeah, I want the Dragon a little bit more, but what will be the response of Sam9? Because they're gravitating on the bottom side, and they've already watered up the entire sector of the river, and therefore, RSG didn't really get the call that they want.
All right, Tipper as well as RH, both of them exchanging a little bit of damage between themselves here. Nothing entirely too detrimental from either of them. RH going to go for the reset here. Tipper is going to look at the lane state and just basically try to create a bit of an equilibrium that doesn't allow him to lose out too much. This actually opens up Sam9 to be able to get the Drake.
Shinsekai is just going to be running in 50% on the Drake, while members of RG, despite being a little far away, they would just get a little bit of reset and trying to force a challenge against M9. They do have majority of their members here. 5v5s are looking pretty good of a chance for RSG. Coming in a little bit too late. Ultimate will drop onto Veki. Immediately depletes him, and they didn't have to risk more.
I don't know why Veki decided to jump in like that. Seems that was very much desperate to stop the ability of Sam9, of RSG to be able to score that Drake, and it feels that despite the fact that he did try his valiant best, RSG was able to close out, and it seems that Herald is going to be the next objective on the minds of RSG.
Good call coming in from RSG. The moment that they've got the takedown onto Veki, this is so much easier to do. Getting both objectives, just like how Sam9 back in game 1, they managed to pull through with both of it on their hands. While RSG, now that they're at the driver's seat, they should find a way to basically form up on either side of the lanes and basically make another team fight erupt once more, and they still have plenty of resources. Like, that was just like, what, one ultimate or so being expended. That was just Tipper, which his cooldowns are just about enough for another team fight. So Sam9, they go in for a quick reset. Despite losing some of these objectives, I'm surprised they're going even.
Alright, so going to be seeing Tipper as well as RH, both of them now exchanging a bit of damage between themselves. Both of them with Divine Sundra, a long sword here for RH. Entirely, not entirely behind here, but in terms of goal from both the Baron laners for Tipper as well as RH. But in terms of overall gold here, not big differences across the board. Not even a single turret down yet.
Yeah, but they're about to get one though. With the Rift Herald pop, there's no point of contesting, and Shinsekai just ensures that he gets a little bit more gold, but top side, they get that dark bonding, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 between the two marksmen. But here comes the ultimate over bottom side as well. Standing 9 comes in, Cataclysm will lock Shinsekai while he tries to flash over. It's going to be RH that will give chase, and he will take down Shinsekai. Tipper stuck in the middle for CWJ full suit. Transcendent Embrace will be dropping in. Can he find a kill to make it worthwhile? It's a double for RH, but they get one more. So it's just going to be 3 kills for Sam9.
Well, Sagi, despite the fact that he was taken down in that turn, it seems that Tipper, SSK, and CWJ are going to be the biggest casualties for RSG. This allows members of Sam9 to just focus in on what's important, getting a little bit of priority in some of these lanes here. They want to be opening up that bottom side that opens up a little bit more freedom for them to exercise that Drake pickup, and I feel that's going to be good if they're able to open up and burst away that particular turret in the bot side, I
Yeah.
feel that Sam9 could actually take a little bit of control away. But RSG now showing that game number 1 might have been a poor showing from us, but it seems that with game number 1 behind RSG now a lot better in terms of their performances.
Yep. That definitely have been significant improvements overall, not only in terms of graph, but in terms of execution. Like, they know team fight is where they shine best, and here comes the ultimatum. Winter will be shoved away, not really hitting his taunt, and that was an easy one for Tipper, while something's breaking down over the river, though, as they give chase onto Veki. He's being exhausted. Flag and Drag will give him a little bit more space. That's going to be one tap over on his head. One more auto will do the trick. But Raven will not be able to secure that against the jungler of Sam9. But what they do get is that top side turret, and RSG definitely taking over control.
All right, 7 for 7 in terms of kills, and it seems that the gold is going to favor members of RSG. Why? Because 3 turrets already in their pocket. They've also got a pretty good number of kills, and I believe that with that Drake in their pocket and potentially another Drake coming their way, Sam9 excuse me, has got to be very well aware of what they've got to do. They've got to try to interrupt or at least contest or open up some of these turrets, because we do see that there are 3 tier 1 turrets already open up in play and still intact.
Yeah.
And that is not allowing Sam9 to be able to go into enemy territory and exercise control.
Yeah, eventually we'll be able to get one back, but here comes Tipper really diving deep into the jungle territory as well. They are trying to brute force their way up mid. RSG wants to siege tier 2, but Veki, he steps on the trap, and there is where the ultimate will drop. Nowhere that he can go. Stan United will not be able to spend his health bars still remaining. Well, I know I fumbled that a little bit, but, well, Harold's going over the
That was the fumble and tumble here that started off, that enabled RSG to take advantage of that situation. They are going to be taking the Herald again, and it seems that Sam9 here, not entirely sure what's going through the mind of Sam9 here. Maybe it's a little bit of dropping the ball here in terms of the draft, or maybe it's an execution issue, because as we do see it here from RSG, I do believe that them exercising the amount of control that they exercise here, moving from spot to spot, I believe is the main difference here, because Sam9 is slowly losing the tempo, and I believe that it all depends on the fact that they need those early objectives.
Yeah, and not only on top of that, I believe that sure, both sides really want objectives, right? But how they fight for it is the key difference, which RSG know that they can command control and respect from Sam9, that sure, you can send members into the Herald much early on, but if I'm just going to bomb rush mid, there's nothing you can actually do about Shinsekai or even Tipper. So I guess this composition which they are running that is relatively immobile is not really freeing them that much room, and now they're just going to be slowly putting down that chokehold.
All right, 3-man push here from members of RSG. He's got to be a little bit careful that Sam9 doesn't decide to pull the trigger here. We do see R-Hedge in the middle of it all, may actually try to come into this fight. Oh, R-Hedge there. Being picked up by the Yordle snap traps. Got to be careful because the Herald's going to come into play. So this actually forces Sam9 into a very precarious situation here.
Indeed.
Do they try to defend this out and try to stall out this push, or do they just back away? They are trying the level best here to stop Shelly from going for the push and taking it out, but no, it's going to be a humongous amount of damage. And look at that, Raven was able to just freely attack the turret because of that.
Yeah, this is what we've known RSG for, to slowly macro out their opponents. And here comes the curtain call, not landing onto any target, but we'll be able to actually clear off that wave. So no major objectives. I guess that losing one turret is better than losing the rest of your members on top of it. So RSG, they know what they're doing. Same goes to Sam9. It's now about how well could they possibly scale. And when it comes down to scaling, well, Veki now getting that counter calculus and will be having Rich rooted up as well. Great riposte that will secure a rampage going in favor of R-Hedge.
I mean, you put on the mana shield, sure, you are very much immune towards stuns, towards snares, towards slows, but you're not immune to a J4 Cataclysm. Veki, very well aware of that. immediately tries to go for it. But we do see that Rich there was able to go for the Soul Shackles, immediately forcing members of Sam9 to go back. But we do see that there is going to be a gigantic fight in mid-side. Tipper. Oh, no.
I guess that's what they really don't want to show us, like he got caught up into really awkward positions out there. Now Sam9 is back on track. They're rushing over mid. Should be able to get this one pretty quickly. Flash on, they get two, but they are stuck deep inside the jungle, and it makes it easy for SSK to give chase, but it's pretty far deep into the territories of Sam9. Now they trade right back. This is the turnaround that they've been looking for. Curve and Claw dropped right in. Raven forced to flash away. Not only a turret, they walk away with 4 members of RSG, and Sam9's back in the game.
Sam9 now playing from behind, very well aware that they were losing out on a lot of these turnarounds, and they were very much concerned with forcing some of these fights against RSG. And I felt that Sam9, despite the fact that they didn't have some of the tools to enable some of these fights, Winter just shows that every time his flash is up, it just goes for the dash flash, and that is just the end for RSG. We did see it happen so many times indeed here, despite the fact that Rich does possess the Black Shield, keeps a lot of his teammates safe from these particular disables and stuns, or even taunts that comes in from Winter and Chile. But I do believe that Sam9 just very well aware that they just needed to open up those windows. As long as they're well aware of those particular windows of opportunity, they just have to pull the trigger at the right time.
Yeah, and we saw how well they juggled with the pressure. I guess that RSG was also overstepping their boundaries as well. They did get a few picks, sure, but they can keep going at it, and especially when Sam9 has all the resources to expend. Early on, we saw most of the summoner spells were up. I believe that Tipper was chasing against the marksman of Sam9, and Sagi blows that flash. You still have to worry about Winter and everyone else, and therefore, once they know that Tipper is already off of the map, they could just slowly start picking up the fights over and over again. So now, with more of the turrets back in control, look at the damage though. Here comes that taunt. Ravens will have the Black Shield that will force Winter to be stuck in an awkward situation. That's just going to be a little bit of trading going on.
Normally, you don't see marksmen playing so aggressively like that, but Raven just very well aware of the combination that of the skill combo that he needed to pull off against a Sagi to just against a Winter, excuse me, to close out that game. I think we just saw maybe 2 or 3 headshot combo there, but we do see that members of RSG now going to be very focused onto the top tier 2 turret.
Well, yeah, they dropped in the shockwave, enough damage onto Shinsekai, but they got that T2 up top, and that's all that they need to get rid of. So RSG, they understand that, they back away. Oh, they stole the red as well. Raven snatched it away, but down bot, it's a 1 versus 1 going on. Shen's coming in as well with Stand United. Tipper, very well aware, will have to burn the flash. So now it's a little bit of standstill between both. So let's take a look at the itemizations as well. Well, when it comes down to damage output, the Caitlyn definitely has a lot more to offer as compared to the Jhin, who's with a rapid fire cannon, Storm Razor, as well as a Mortal Reminder. That's it.
I think there is a lot of anti-healing here from members of RSG against mostly targeted towards Arhedge here, as well as Sagi. I mean, Sagi will be able to heal quite a bit in terms of his fleet footwork. And I think
Arhedge's got Hullbreaker as well for split push.
Yes, and the Hullbreaker as well, already being picked up by both these Barons. Very astute there, and I was actually going to pick that up from Tipper as well as Arhedge. So we did see that Arhedge did get quite a bit of value here, despite the fact that the 4-man push onto top side was very much detrimental to Sam9. But Sam9 just knew that, all right, we're just going to match the pressure, get that turret, and it basically puts them off. It stagnates the game. I don't say it stagnates the game, but I guess it puts it on very equal ground in terms of both the teams having to deal with the tempo.
Because one team fight is all it takes for this game to end. It could be either sides. RSG so far getting back the tempo that they need, but Ravens, he delves too deep, gets caught with a Cataclysm as well. Here comes the TP in the middle of nowhere. Winter will be taken out, but the ultimate drops over the back. Tipper turns golden only for his last bit. Arhedge tries to trade right back, but Tipper moves back with a hook shot. Here comes the curtain call. Not too late overall. Shinsekai with one tick of health left. It's going to be our head shot. Whoa, go godlike. But with their health bars low, can they get more though? Tipper now in the middle, and that's going to be a little bit of a snare onto him. Tipper is the main target that is looking for. Our head still survives, forces the flash out of Rich as a gift chase to CWJ, who has nothing else left to offer. Sam9, they will eventually look to close out the game, but the Deft Harmers, the Ravens could still come out alive. Sagi will give chase, and that will be the rest of RSG being ace once again.
Wow, Sagi there showing the force shot there. Definitely one of the spiciest shots that any Jin main would always enjoy there. Lots of crit damage. We do see the TPs there coming out right into the Cataclysm onto Raven. And that's going to be game here, Contra. It seems that despite the fact that the game started off not in the favor of RSG and put Veki behind quite a bit, I feel that that story here just shows that Sam9 were like, yeah, we lose out a little bit. We were a little bit shaky in the opening game, but all it takes is just really good engages, or maybe even some turnarounds that actually worked in their favor, and RSG was just had to sit down.
That was a banger of the game, and we saw master class performances from RSG, how they controlled the tempo of that early game. But what really went wrong with some of all these team fights, I guess the calls were slightly all over the place. That moment where you saw Ravens up over on a mid, overextending, that was the golden opportunity for Sam9 to punish. And I guess the start of this match, I have to give it to our hit. You saw how many times he was at a slither of health and he kept fighting and somehow survived.
Well, the biggest question mark, despite the fact that that particular MVP was going to be RH in this game, I feel like the biggest question mark here was Ravens from RSG, just making some really precarious decisions here. But enough about that. We're going to cover that in our post-game for the next bit that's coming up. However, coming now is going to be a break. He's Contra, I'm Hound. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Here we go now.
And welcome back to the WCS MYSG fight between Sam9 as well as RSG. My name is Han, alongside with me is Contra, and man, oh man, I don't know about you, got lots of love for the Poro on our right and the Ash figurine on our left, but not so much love for RSG in game number 2 though, as Sam9 closed it out very convincingly, despite the fact they had a very rocky start. Isn't that right, Contra?
Well, at least RSG did much better than compared to game 1. They've shown some solid footing, and I was definitely impressed by some of all these early engagement, especially during the Dragon fight. They got in so many objectives, but they didn't manage to translate too much, and you know, some missteps and stuff definitely have resulted to that loss. But you know what? We got some answers to the early trivia that we had.
Despite the fact that you guys are questioning what happened in game number 2, that question is gonna have to wait. But we do have an answer for a question that we posed to you in the previous game just now. Who is the only champion that Kazik considers his equal? And I mean, it goes without saying, it's going to be Rengar, the Pride Stalker, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right. And you know, when you do have the hunt going on between the two, they get to upgrade their spells after winning that fight, and it's always fun. Even back in the days on League PC, you know, like when the hunt is on, everybody's just hunting out, okay, where's this Rengar Kha'Zix? We just gotta get him. But that's where you get your answer. So we want to see you guys whipping out Kha'Zix as well as Rengar more in your ranked games, or of course in the WCS itself. We've seen Shinsekai as well as Veki played some of these champions. I wonder if they're going to be playing it later on. As we speak about the games, let's take a look at the post-match before we go into potentially our last one of the evening, because if Sam9 gets another one, they will proceed to the grand finals. But from what we saw early on inside of that matchup, sure, Sam9 struggled very early on. We saw great rotations coming from Shinsekai, trying to put a lot of pressure down bottom side, just like how Sam9 did back in game 1. And Tipper definitely played a phenomenal game. But come mid-game onwards, it was a lot of risky plays that was being executed from both fronts of RG as well as Sam9 that have resulted into some of these team fights heavily favoring Sam9, especially the final few, which we saw. Raven, he clicked on the proto belt and mispositioned himself.
Man, that's just one of those. Okay, I mean, I don't want to take anything away from RSG, but what was Raven thinking in some of those turnarounds here? I felt that was just very, very much. I understand that they're trying to force something or trying to burst down one of those high-value targets that's mispositioning, sure, but maybe as a Caitlyn, you don't want to be doing that in a lot of those situations here, Contra,
Very
because
risky.
Very risky indeed. And if the Caitlyn we saw gets bursted down, then there's basically a whole huge gap of damage that they're not able to do in that particular turn.
That's right, and now RSG have to find a way to reverse all of the things that have went wrong in both Game 1 as well as Game 2. I think that when it comes down to drafting itself, they have found some clear answers, but it's about tidying up on the executional front. So now we will have another repeat of the sides where RG goes back to the blue, when we've already seen some of the bans remain to be a constant. Set has been that staple pick for both ends, and you definitely don't want RH to be playing this champion.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, the top 3 champions that were picked out for the entirety of this league were Set, Gragas,
and Galio.
And Galio, yes. So
that's right.
No surprises there that we do see Set being banned out on the first rotation here. Very much familiar in terms of the bans here. Not too many changes. Maybe a change in ban order, but it may be very much similar in terms of games 1 and 2 here. Both the teams now, I think, very well aware of what both other teams are able to do well. And I think the bans here are not going to be changing up, but RSG here, I think it's going to be a wise choice, so they have to ban out the Shen again.
That's right. And when it comes down to the very final ban, what would they possibly invest in? So far, Sem9 has been able to argue or basically answer the aggression coming from RSG. I guess the only troublesome part of the past round is that the Hex that ultimated them was way too disruptive, so might as well eliminate the Camille, and RSG easily says, sure, go ahead, take it, because we got this Fiora. We could basically melt everybody else down like butter. And Harhedge definitely had a standout performance last round. Negating this pick is definitely a very wise choice out of RSG.
I think for RSG, it was game number 2 where they were banning out the banned out Jace, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So I think there's going to be a wise choice for RHedge to be able to take the Jace here. Looking at the matchup between RHedge and Tipper, it's not entirely a volatile matchup. There is going to be some room to say it is a skill matchup, but there is a lot of advantages for RHedge to pick up the Jace here into the Fiora. But SSK responds with the Olaf. Veki responds with the Galio as well. Could go to the hands of Chili. Could go to the hands of Winter.
Yeah, and I guess this is going to be a very well-balanced draft coming from RSG. You have one sustain, check. You want damage, they got plenty of it. So it's going to be hard for Sem9 here to answer on the very first half of the draft. Like, what's really the best pick to deplete those health bars and to reach that Ziggs that will be hiding all the way to the back. Now, they will take away some of the picks that RSG have been displayed. Now, Karma goes over to Sem9. So, second phase of the draft, Sem9 will need to leave options for themselves. So, what they really want to do, go further down on those support picks that are still being left available. So without the Tresh, at least it's not going to be all too high pressure in that early game. And things like a Rakan could still be a very viable option for RSG if Sem9 will leave that out in the open.
Okay, the J4 being banned out here, I think this is going to be a very wise choice, because a lot of times we see when the Olaf is being picked out, junglers will actually respond with a J4. Why? Because all it takes is just one flag and drag, one cataclysm. Yeah, you're not able to stun SS Olaf when he's on Ragnarok. You're not able to disable him, but a cataclysm isn't exactly a disable. It's just an area of effect, right? So there's going to be a huge issue here for RSG if the J4 is allowed into game. Varus now being banned out for RSG. For Sem9, it's going to be Thresh as well as Rakan. A lot of these two final bans here being focused on towards Rich.
Yeah, and I love the bans that is being executed by RSG. Now, of course, early on, there was Shen in both of the matches that have been proven to be extremely disruptive. The question is, how effective can this Kha'Zix be now that Veki was forced to be placed into such a position? Though Grace was available, they could still basically play from a certain distance. Now they really want to further double down on all these team fights with this Alistar being unchained, going there to basically get those headbutt pulverizers off, and so long as you get catches onto RHedge or even Veki, they'll just be sitting ducks. So that final pick for Sem9 has to dish plenty of damage to supplement what Veki can do in team fights.
I do like this here. For Rich picking up the Alistar, I really like it because of the peel potential that comes with him.
Wow.
Especially if he's going to be coupled up with the ultimate, especially with the ultimate coming into play. He's going to be very tanky. He's going to be able to soak up quite a bit of damage here when he gets into the middle of the fights with the headbutt pulverize combo. And I felt that, for Sagi, it is going to be a Veki, it's going to be Vayne here, into the hands of Sagi.
Well, I think that this is possibly the best pick that he could go for. Like I mentioned, they need something that hits hard. And with so many of all these beefy frontliners, I guess that Sagi is left with not much options but to play on this Vayne, hopefully to position himself into the very optimal spot so that they could still juggle in that team fight. But Sem9, I guess now, with a lot of all these bans set against them, RSG looks to have a better draft as compared to Sem9, if you ask me.
Yeah, I do believe that for RSG, their draft looks a lot better compared to game number 1. But we did say the same thing in game number 2, and Sam9 just capitalized on what they needed to do and turn some of those team fights against members of RSG. So could this be more shades of of game 2 here for RSG? Could it be an opportunity for them to come back and reverse their fortunes and come back on top and push Sam9 towards the loser bracket and force them to come back on top here? So it's going to be a very long, wild and crazy ride here for RSG, but we have seen both their compositions here come towards come full circle, and I do believe that for both these teams, the keys to victories here are very much clear indeed.
Yeah, I believe that it won't end on game 3 itself. We still have a long night, I hope, or else,
yeah, I hope so
after
too.
this, we'll just hang out somewhere. But you guys definitely will have to hang out here for much longer with us because we got a lot of exciting news to share with you guys here in the Wild Rift Champions Southeast Asia. Tell us who will win this matchup. RSG definitely looking really good with this draft. They answered all the problems that they had back in game 1 and game 2, and the problem being that Shen. So is this gonna be enough? We'll have to find out. We're just waiting for the queue to run right into the rift. So Hound, 3-0, 3-2, 3-1.
I'm still very confident that it might go 3-2. I'm not going to change my predictions here, but let's take a look at the composition between these compositions of both these teams. RSG on the left side going up with Sam9. On the right side of your screen are Thipper, SSK, CWJ, Raven and Rich going up against RH, Ozraveki, Chili, Sagi and Winter. These are the 10 of the best in the Malaysian Singapore region, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be delivering to us here. The bands as well are at the bottom of your screens as well, so I'm looking at it. There's a lot of peel potential here coming in from Rich. Sagi as well will be able to dodge a lot of the bouncing bombs that comes in from Raven. There is a lot of global response here from Raven with the Super Mega Inferno Bomb, if I'm not mistaken, as well as Winter being able to respond to some of these team fights with the hero's entrance. So I'm looking forward to seeing how both RSG and Sam9 play the first 3 minutes of this game. I believe that there is going to be a lot of issues for Sam9 in the early stages of the game because of the range that's available. But with all that being said, let's crack into it. Game number 3, our potential final game between RSG and Sam9.
That's right, and we always go in for some high-octane start. Like to He almost missed that first blood. Thank goodness we managed to catch a glimpse of that. Well, we have 2 members from both ends, just tussling, getting those extra EXP so that they can walk back at lane, get a little bit more of a head start. Now, I like that you brought up a fair point over the bottom side that, sure, there's a lot of dodging that needs to be done on the bottom side here. It's such a relatively safe lane for RSG, having Raven going on this Ziggs. Sure, it's not going to be your high DPS per minute sort of pick over on the Dragon lane, but, you know, the damage can be dished out, especially in that late game when you do have ultimates expendable. And oh boy, that satchel charge really dishing a lot, forcing Winter to drop to 50%.
Alright, so this is going to be the story of a bot lane here. Sagi is going to be on the receiving end of quite a bit of poke here from Raven, and if he decides to commit into some of these fights with Sagi, he's got to be careful that he doesn't get headbutted out of the fights. And already we've seen, oh but wait, over the top side here, RH goes to the skies, but you see that the riposte will be able to walk away from it, and oh my goodness, first blood goes over to Tipper. Tipper gets taken down 1-for-1 for both Tipper and RH Contra.
Oh my! Minions are winning in such a skirmish, and unfortunately that was like the last second of vision being exposed, and that was cannon minion, so it does hurt a little bit more. Inside though.
Okay, Veki now coming in with the leap. Oh, but we're seeing Rich there. Oh, very delayed there. It seems that gave a little bit too much room for Chili to flash in response. So Rich as well as Chili losing out.
But I love the aggression being displayed by RSG from all fronts, right? Like you see how they basically move directly onto all these weaker laners of Sam9. Despite over top side, it's always going to be a little bit of skill matchup out there, but Tipper always constantly shoving in with the pressure as well. RH will be able to hold back, gets that honey fruit. But back to all these summoners being burned, what's at stake here is the mid laners on both sides. Like, whoever gets a really good rotation up mid to catch out these mages, they're just going to be able to walk away with one extra free pointer out there. But I want to talk about team fights. So when it comes down to team fights, CWJ, he has multiple ball delivery system where he could just place it onto Shinsekai, Tipper, or better yet, Rich. If he does land that good hit but pulverize onto multiple targets, that could set RSG up for success.
Alright, so looking at how RSG as well as Sam9 are interacting with one another in the bot lane here, it seems that Headbutt Provla is going to be hitting onto Winter. So I'm going to say this, right? So Winter and Sagi have quite a bit of work cut out for them because why? Every time they try to engage or try to go in towards Raven, they do have the Satchel Shot they have to be worried about there. That's going to either work as a disruption towards Winter as well as Sagi. Oh wait, but before that though, Veki now coming in. It's going to go for the grand challenge there by Tipper. Tipper's going to get hit. Oh, beautiful riposte! Veki, what just happened?
We did miss one kill though, but here comes SSK flashing forward.
Oh my goodness, there goes. Right to the flash, right to the hit here. RH now is going to get booped on here. Very, very well indeed by RH. RH right now trying his level best. Rich comes in and nope. Rich doesn't need to even give a bit of assistance. SSK walking away with 2 kills.
That was just a little bit of an insurance plan, right? From the Alistar. Travel all the way from bottom into mid. And he's been able to get some solid pickups. That's 1 kill over on the Alistar off of that camera, which we saw Chili get taken out as well. That dive was a little bit questionable coming from Veki because he had to do all that work alone. Coming close to get Tipper though, but he still had the flash attack.
Yeah, Tipper was very well aware of what he needed to do. The riposte definitely worked out wonders here, being able to stay away from the damage that's coming in. So let's talk a little bit about the dragon that just went towards members of Sam9 here. Extra bit of damage. And I do think that for Sam9, they are very comfortable here as the 5-minute mark of the game approaches.
Sure, they can get the dragon and you could dish a little bit of more damage. Pretty crucial for that late game skirmish, but if it's constantly having their members being shoved early like this, it's not really going to favor all too well. Divine Sunderer being built there by Tipper while they get themselves free access into the Herald Pit. We'll go over to RSG while they get a kill for Sam9.
Alright, we're going to be seeing members of Sam9 now. We're going to be building quite a bit of a proxy here, making sure that members of Sam9 will be able to push off that bottom lane turret. I think it's going to be first turret here for members of Sam9, but the same thing is going to be said for RSG onto Sam9. Both of them now walking away with turrets on either side of the map.
Oh, but look at the pressure up mid as well. Somehow Sam9 did all of this without the Herald. It felt like the Herald went on the opposite side instead. But RSG, sure, they picked up a lot of kills. They've also been able to rotate effectively to get things done. Now that Sam9, they go in full congregating on either side just to get these objectives. I don't think that they'll be able to get that many chances other than this early game window. Because for now, sure, you go back to the farming state where nothing too much will happen. For the next 2 minutes, I would assume perhaps a little bit more challenge over a mid side will yield a few more results for RSG. While RSG, you take a look at item builds and such, I definitely think that Tipper is going to have a pretty good game throughout the course of the battle. And I wonder, how much can RH offer?
All right, Tipper now going to get hit with the leap and to taste their fear. Has to actually get away with the flash here. Luckily enough, it is going to be his life for the price of a flash. So nothing entirely too detrimental for Tipper here. But he's got to be careful that the next time he engages in some of these fights, he may be exposed to the aggression of Sam9.
Yeah, and I guess it's pretty much a small consolation prize getting that flash out of the way. By the time that they get to the next fight, it should be available. Now, he may not need that flash anymore. He still has a build which is going to be favoring into Proto Belt enchantment. So what I do learn as a Fiora main, if you guys wonder, why do Fioras love to play Proto Belt so much? The moment you open up Grand Challenge, if you do hit a perfect Proto Belt, you can clear at least 2 to 3 Vital Procs.
All right, but before that, though, the taunt is going to come through on towards Rich here. Rich is going to be in the middle of the fight. Beautiful headbutt, Pulverize will be able to hit onto Winter, but Rich is getting dangerously low. We do see one ultimate there coming in. The chase is going to come through. We do see Ragnarok there for the side of Veki. Veki, for the side of SSK. SSK gets taken down. We do see Chili now in the middle of the fight. Grand Challenge has come out. Winter comes in with the hero's entrance. 1-for-0 exchange here. No exchanges, for the side of RSG, but 1 for the side of Sem9.
Well, it looked too close for comfort. Sure, SSK overcommitted right there. I guess it's down to the rest of the members of RSG to follow suit. If they had a little bit more reinforcement, that could easily go on RSG side to pick up even more kills. Now, Drake is spawning up soon, and I want to see what does RSG do next from here on.
All right, so I do believe that members from Sem9 are going to actually go for this dragon pickup here. We do see that a few members, 4 members of RSG are actually going to be congregating towards the dragon pit here. Gives them positional advantage here, but remember, members of Sem9 can collapse onto them. They have to be very wary of this.
Yeah, they're looking for a decent exchange. So what they do, move up towards the T1, give this Drake over to RSG. It's going to be fine. While if they try to contest over Herald, that's where they need to respond well. Not much mana left onto the Olaf, and I guess all they have to do, drop that Mega Info Bomb, and that is the answer.
All right, headbutt Pulverize there, hitting on towards one member trying to get away. Raven, I don't know what he was doing there. Not entirely sure what was the decision, why that decision was made, but we do see that it is going to be Veki there coming in from behind with the lead CWJ there. What was that? Oh my goodness, Veki almost again. You can't be making these mistakes, but we do see that it is not going to be for naught. Sem9 was able to close out onto 1 at least, so at least Veki's mistake was cleaned up by somebody else.
Well, honestly, I don't think it's too huge of a mistake. I would say that he's being ambitious. I think if he lands one more auto attack, that will be perfect for him, but they managed to push RSG all the way back, and it's all thanks to that phase check that Ravens went in. He had to blow something out, and that's definitely not really the place to be checking first and foremost. Now, Shizukai trying to race in for this Herald.
I'm very, very curious here. Oh, the Herald there going to go on. CWJ takes in a lot of damage. Winter in the middle of it all. Tries to go in for the taunt. We do see Bouncing Bomb there coming in from Raven. Raven there will definitely be working out. Rich comes in the middle of the fight. Tipper now with the Grand Challenge will be able to hit 1 Vital on towards Winter, but decides to not go for it as Winter was able to get away from that fight. We do see that there are 2 flashes already down for Sagi as well as Winter. Exhaust already spent for the side of Chile. Veki as well as RH still have most of their summoners up, at least one of their summoners up.
It's impressive how they have been able to trade back and forth, and now Sem9's the one that has been able to equalize that gold deficit that they had earlier. So was it RSG that was not being all too efficient with that push? I think not exactly. When we look at this composition, it's meant for those big 5v5s, which Sem9 honestly wasn't allowing them that room. When we spoke of one-off pickoffs, and I think that's what Veki was trying to achieve throughout the span of this game, putting himself at risk multiple times. Same goes to RH, but so long as he get things done, I think that definitely settles the score. But late game, though, I think the problem still remains. RSG, they're going to be pretty tanky for Sem9 to fend off against. So Sem9, they need to get those big builds up. And I'm looking at the wits end. Is that the clear answer? Not exactly.
I do believe that for members of Sem9 here, they've got to be a little bit wary for some of these fights because RSG still is in play. Despite the fact that they are leading at least by 1 turret, gold is very much even across the board. We do see that itemization-wise, we do see a Hull Breaker for RH, we do see his Divine Sundras for SSK as well as Tipper. We do see an Oblivion Orb, Luden's Echo for CWJ.
Yeah, the list goes on. Right?
And Raven, right? But we do also see that there is going to be some itemization that takes into account the amount of damage that they're able to take out.
Yeah.
So what do you think about this Contra?
Well, I guess itemizations aside, sure, they went in for some standard builds out there. I think going in for pickoffs is a little bit more difficult for RSG because with either these members, Tipper or Rich, to initiate first and foremost, or you could also be Shinsekai, that's going to put them into really awkward spots. So I want to see big plays, especially with CWJ to hit multiple targets, but it's easier said than done. I think that most often than not, we see Sem9 really juggling the pressure, trying to step backwards to dance off and kite them away the moment that they see either of these units move in. So I guess this is the main issue that RSG has to address. So they have to form up a chokehold. Now that there's objectives being spawned up, I'm not too sure if they're going to be big fans of that Cloud Drake, but I think a little bit of mobility definitely do help them in this scuffle.
All right, now looking between Sem9 as well as RSG. Sem9 very comfortable already with 2 games in their pocket. We do see that Shinsekai as well as Rich now going to be going for their the third Drake of the game, their second if they're able to secure this. But look at that Winter Chili as well as other members of Sem9 now going to be closing out. Oh, this is going to be very interesting indeed. Mega Inferno Bomb now comes out. We're going to be seeing another one there being taken down. Sagi in the middle of the fight was able to come out the winner in that particular exchange. Rich, Raven are still in play. One member only down, 1-for-1 for both these sides. Herald now going to come into play. And I think this is going to be wise here for Sem9 because they want to be creating a little bit of pressure and basically be diverting the attention of RSG.
It's still going to take a long walk. Shelly's got some jogging to do. But the problem about that last fight was that Becky was nowhere to be seen over on the river. He was trying to deal with Tipper, who's going on that split push. As we see this once again, you see how well they've been able to try to pull them back. And Shinsekai says, you know what? I'm just going to run in. If I do win the fight, I'll still get the dragon. But they didn't really have to overcommit with Shinsekai going down. They didn't really get their vips onto the Drake, which shouldn't be a problem. No matter how long you want to buy time for this third Drake, the last one's still going to be spawned up. It's going to be an Elder Ocean eventually, so they can play it slow, leave that objective open, and here comes the pickoff.
All right, we're going to be seeing Winter in the middle of it all with Becky as well as Chili following up is going to be very good. Rich is going to be in the middle of the fight, has to immediately pop up the ultimate here. Rich still in the middle of it, will be able to get a final hour there for Sagi. Sagi's in the middle of it all, has to be very careful that he doesn't get hit with the grand challenge there. Exhaust goes off onto one. Raven, CWJ, the final 2 members now. We're going to be seeing another one. Raven could be the last surviving member. Nope. Sagi gets taken down. Double kill going over towards Raven. But a 3-4-4 here for the side of Sem9. Big win for them. But it came at the price of Sagi, Veki, and Chili.
Well, it could be slightly cleaner out there. It was such a huge risk for Sem9 to move into the jungle. You saw that 3-man shockwave was monumental in the team fight, but where's the follow-up? Sure, Rich gets caught out. There's nothing too much that can be done there. Transcendent Grace tries to hold them back. Look at this. CWJ pulls them all together, and I was hoping that they could do much more, but everyone else committed in that choke point, and Raven just popped that perfect status enchantment in time, so Sagi gets caught off.
Yeah, I think that was a really good one for Raven to go golden here. Raven has had some questionable tactics here in games number 1 and 2, but it seems that Raven right now slowly but surely coming back into play. 2,000 gold advantage in favor of RSG thus far, Contra.
Yeah, and going back to that team fight, if they were to play on an open terrain, I think that Sem9 could still juggle it with a little bit more. But RSG, that was quite a golden opportunity out there, but unfortunately the resources wasn't really well managed. If Rich was in the more favorable position than to be caught off, sure, I think that RSG could have easily won that. Now, after that reset, they took over control, finally got that tier 1 out of the way over mid. Tipper working some magic down bot, but he's stuck under the turret. Here comes TP.
All right, TP is going to come in. Arhej now in the middle of it all. Will have to be very careful. Grand challenge has gone on. Rich is going to be caught in the middle of it all. Gets the headbutt pulverized onto 2. Arhej gets dangerously low. Has to be able to go away. He turns golden. That's the turnaround. We don't see any of those advantages being pulled by members of RSG there, and it seems that both of them will be able to get away despite the fact that Arhej was almost taken down in that exchange.
Yeah, right now, it doesn't really matter if RSG doesn't really get as much kills, so long as they keep going with these sort of trades and just break while the rest of Sem9 hold them back while they take objectives one after another. So Sem9 has to be on this lookout for this Baron. So I want to see more of this deep vision works set inside. None of them has been utilized. I guess it's on cooldown, while Rich goes in for a little bit of scanning. But if we take a look at that sort of skirmish early on, it's all started by Rich, and he's going for more.
All right, Rich there was able to make Sagi tumble into that, but it's got to be careful there. Going to be seeing in the middle of it all. SSK goes unstoppable there indeed. Going to be going onto the Ragnarok. Tipper there gets pushed off towards the backside. Luckily, Riposte will be able to save him from that turnaround here. We don't see any casualties yet from either side of the teams here, but it seems that it is slowly but surely being advantageous towards members of Sem9. Baron
so
now in play.
It might just be in favor of Sem9. You saw those health bars melt down, and that presence of Becky just by the corner of brush yields them, holds them back, telling them, I dare you to step up ahead. But Sem9 knows better, right? This is still a coin flip that they're not willing to take. They still have those resources, sure. Some of all these flashes might be burned. CWJ, one good shockwave is all it takes. And he should be able to just basically wipe them off, especially on those choke points that we talked about. So for Rich, definitely doing all that, but Tipper going 1v2.
All right, we're going to be seeing the turnaround there. To the sky goes our hedge, and it's got to be careful as Tipper is going to be chased here by 3 members. 4 members now come into play, and it's going to be Sagi that will be able to get the kill credit here. 50 seconds is going to be how long Tipper is going to be away from this game. Opens up an opportunity for members of Sem9 to come into play or even call the Baron baits.
That took 3 ultimates out of Sem9 just to remove Tipper. This guy just commands all the attention of Sem9. RSG, sure, they may have lost 1, but can Sem9 do the Baron? Hell no, but there we go.
All right, we're going to be seeing a snare onto 2. It's going to be Rich as well as Ravens in the middle of it all. Rich trying his level best to be able to take away Chili. Chili is down for the count, but we do see SSK right now goes Ragnarok. He's going to go insane. Look at the amount of damage that goes over onto Sagi. Sagi gets melted, but we do see that there are going to be casualties as well. The taunt lands onto 2, even though there is going to be the headbutt pulverized onto 3. It is not going to be enough. It's going to be a clean sweep there. Not entirely a clean sweep, a clean ace for members of Sem9, despite losing 3 members here.
My, oh my, that was just a 4 versus 5. That was without Tipper. And speaking of Tipper, he's already here. He won't be able to defend this turret, unfortunately. But it was still a valiant attempt. We saw how close it went. And it was down to a few of all these moves being called there by Becky. Watch this once again. Winter came in, went for the taunt. While we have the Ziggs pretty much stasis in place, Rich created so much space. Unfortunately, says SK, he had to flash all the way back to remove the highest priority target, which is Sagi. Sure, you got that down, but once again, it was Winter with those chain taunt that would have gotten them all caught up, and it could have actually went in favor RSG.
That's actually a very pertinent point there. Lots of members of RSG there wants to focus a lot of their attention onto Sagi, but they've also got to be very wary of Veki as well as our hedge. We're talking a little bit about itemization now. We do see Edge of Night as well as Dustblade of Darktar for Ozora Veki. We do see more Malmortius as well with the Dragon coming into play for Sem9. This is going to be big wins for them, but we do see that members of RSG now jostling for position may actually put them... Oh wait, the 3-man taunt, the 2-man taunt, they're coming in from the side of Winter. We do see Tipper in the side here. This is going to be very interesting. We do see that CWJ goes golden. SSK is in the middle of it all as well as Rich. Rich now in the middle does get rooted. One more hit is going to be Rich. Look at Sagi now being able to do a lot of damage here. And this is going to be another ace for the race to the base here. 4 members of Sem9. They don't need no dragon. They don't need no education. We just need some thought control.
Well, thought control or not, it's Tipper trying to reverse it. It's going to be a taunt once again. Winter will buy time for Sagi, and like you said, this game is about to be over.
All right, I don't know about you. Hopefully those in attendance got my Pink Floyd reference, but aside from that, Sem9 doesn't need no references, doesn't need no proper guidance here. It's going to be the end of the game for them. They're going to be closing it out there in their favor. GGW play 3-0 for Sem9.
And this will be your first team to make it to the grand finals of the WCS Southeast Asia MYSG. Sam9 will be on top, vying for the throne. And boy, we were expecting 5 games. We were hoping for at least 4. RSG, they could take this game, but unfortunately, it came down to those few moments of pickoffs where Tipper wasn't allowed to play with the team.
I just find it really sad here for Tipper and SSK. I mean, in game number 1, SSK wasn't allowed to play the game. Right? There were some times where he was able to participate.
He can play the game.
I mean, he can play the game, but he wasn't able to play the game effectively. Game number 3, Tipper was the one on the receiving end. Even though Tipper did have quite a bit of moments to himself, right? I felt that there was a lot of moments where Tipper was just not able to be, was maybe a little bit too late, or I don't know whether it's something, I don't know whether it's justifiable to say he was too late to the fight, but I think a lot of the times when Tipper was trying to go towards the back lines, members of Sam9 just collapsed onto him and he was immediately put on the back foot.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, was all that goose chase worth it to just catch one out? I was mentioning 3 ultimates expended just to get one guy. And sure, they've already utilized a lot of resources, but RSG, maybe if they were to follow up onto that chase as well, and maybe that's where the money trail will lead them to get all these other things done. We saw Rich have some amazing setups, but what a pity though. Like, if only everything fell into place perfectly, like we thought it should be for RSG. Like, ideally, sure, come in, headbutt pulverize, check. Then you have SSK running in, and then you have Tipper to come in to wipe the floor clean. That's what I envisioned. Well, when you start the fight with Tipper, he will get into some sticky situation, then somebody's got to help him out. And I guess that was the only part which they should possibly solve. Though they still have another chance. There will be a lower bracket final where they will eventually face off against Phantom 6. Sam9, if they're going to play like this all day, all night, this championship title might just be theirs.
I mean, a lot of people have been singing the praises for Sam9, and a lot of it really revolves around the fact that they do play. I think what makes Sam9 special is the fact that they don't force a lot of these 50-50 fights. I mean, those coin flip fights. But sometimes I do believe that RSG does bring it out in them. Sometimes in some of these turnarounds, they tend to try to make it a little bit scrappy against members of Sam9. But Sam9, I think they rely a lot on their knowledge as well as their discipline to be able to carry them forward. Let's take a look at the post game.
And they also do thrive in that chaotic mess of a fight that they usually pull up with. And honestly, sometimes they come up with 4 kills in favor of themselves. But if you're having this double mage setup, instead of having a traditional carry, it's going to be a little bit riskier because there's only so much mana as well as spell rotations you could possibly pull out in that short amount of time. CWJ effectively has been utilizing all these spells just to set things up. We saw a beautiful shockwave that wasn't enough, while Chili's doing exactly the same. We saw many of all that Transcendence Embrace drop into very huge areas of play, and that disposition sim for most part. Now, going to the damage department, what surprised me is not how much the Sagi dish, but check that out. 30k from RH alone.
Yeah, I mean,
it matches Raven, which is pretty hard to do.
I mean, it's pretty crazy here coming in from RH. Despite the fact that the KDA for RH wasn't as impressive as it was in games number 1 and 2, where he was, I think, 8-0, I think, if I'm not mistaken, for game number 2. We did see that RH was very, very instrumental in delivering a lot of victories. A lot of, it just goes to the skies, knocks them back, and if they decide to run away or decide to flash away, then he does have that enhanced shock blast that could actually be very detrimental towards members of RSG. And I guess a lot of it really revolved around the fact that RSG were a little bit more yeah, they did manage to steal away a little bit of the tempo early on, but somewhere along the lines, it just became disarray for them.
Yeah, it was, and I guess that there was so many underlying issues as well because the front line of defense for Sem9 was also causing a lot of issues for RSG, especially Winter. He was everywhere in this match. So let's take a look at the highlights once again. Look at these setups. Okay, first we have this early fight over on the river. Sure, we have this shockwave, and you saw Raven try to position backwards, and he's like, hey, I want to rejoin that fight. Too little, too late. And then he got forced into this position. Sure, he had to charge away and had enough time with that Zanyas to at least get one kill back. That wasn't really the biggest of highlights, but this was where they initiated with Chili flashing in, trying to get multiple members root, while this was that golden opportunity for SSK to just run rampant across everybody else. But Winter, he was left alone because he was chasing the back line. But catch this out. He had so little health, gets that double taunt, and sure, there was not enough damage after that.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here, and I'm kind of flabbergasted into thinking that sometimes RSG took a little bit of these fights that were very much a question mark here. In this particular situation, I felt that Sem9 were very well aware of what they needed to do. They just needed to pull the trigger onto his members of Sem9, onto his members of RSG, and look at that. I mean, Sagi was able to output so much damage in the middle of it all, and because members of RSG had a lot of their key damage dealers taken out from that fight, it was just a matter of time before Sem9 was able to close it out. The reports there working out wonders. Winter, very well aware of what he needed to do, just was able to get off that taunt. And this is going to be the end here for members of RSG. Sem9 walking away 3-0 here in this best of 5 series. And Husky laughs his way to the bank.
Yeah, the only guy that not only predicted the correct result, but the correct number of games.
Yep.
Man, I guess that he definitely deserves
No. We all predicted Sem9 to win this.
Sure.
Right? But he was the only one that went 3-0 here for everyone here.
Gotta check with our dear friends from SG who's making their way downtown as well, because I believe that they're also rooting for RSG to win this one. And honestly, I wouldn't be mad if they were to actually get it. But you know what? We will be speaking to our dear winners, the first grand finalists of the WCS MYSG. So let's speak to Sem9.
Hey.
Hello, guys.
Hi.
What's up? Congratulations, you guys not only won against RSG, that was a convincing 3-0 win, and you guys booked a slot to the grand finals. Tell me, first and foremost, how are you both feeling right now?
I think for us, because we came into this playoff, this upper finals with like a mentality of, oh, this is just scrims, because regardless of who wins here, it doesn't matter because we will have to meet each other again, assuming they win P6.
Okay.
Yeah. So well, we came into this tournament today's set as a scrim, as a practice match.
Well, I love that mindset because you know that it's far from over. So tell me more about, say, this series itself, because you guys look like you did prepare a whole lot coming into this. So what are some of the things that you guys have found to be, you know, a huge threat to Sem9's lineup for, you know, game 1 all the way to game 3?
You mean our preparation?
Yeah.
So for our preparation, we've been trying out a lot of different drafts and a lot of because the patch really just came out today.
Yeah.
So we had a lot of testing, and then up to that point, Wednesday was there's a new patch coming out, and then we're like, wait a minute. We practiced so much of a specific team comp, and it's just it's just negative stonks, you know, and then it's just irrelevant anymore, and then we just have to pick it up and then have to try different things before the tournament day itself.
Yeah, and I guess that all these final hour preparation definitely given you guys a little bit of that edge as well. So throughout all these games, we definitely seen that, you know, RSG did try to push you guys to your limits. Maybe it hasn't been reached yet. So when you mentioned about, you know, either P6 as well as the team that you guys defeated, RSG, to be going on the lower brackets, who would you see to make it out of that best of 5?
honestly, P6 has been showing us like consistent growth, but however that they were fighting like in incomplete P6, incomplete UCE just now with Kazu in the top lane. So I guess we'll have to find out tomorrow. Maybe it's going to be a close 3-2 or is it going to be a 3-1 in favor of RSG?
Okay.
All right, so I've got a few questions for you guys here, particularly now that you guys said, actually one question, because my second question actually got answered because you said it was a scrim basically for you guys, right? With the fact that the patch came in today and there was a lot of drafts that make you go negative stonks, you know, a little bit of sunk cost fallacy right there, right? Was the Jin a part of those particular drafts here? Because I'm a big Jin fan myself, but I kind of realized the value of Jin drops tremendously in Wild Rift. Give us your thoughts on that, Sagi, and why Jin was such a was a choice for game number 2.
This is okay. So like actually, Jin before this patch before the patch 3.1, I think on his like passive buff, on his like missing health buff was like quite irrelevant in the meta. I've been testing out a lot of Jin. Like I actually test a lot of Jin in like solo queue and scrims, and then up to before that patch, he's actually still like pretty like useless as a champion. But then after the buffs, we've been trying more and more Jin. I feel like it's playable, but it's really how the player utilizes the champion itself, because it's a low mobility champion, so you can't really do a lot of mistakes. So you see how I died like the two deaths. So it's like, like the champion itself is. I think we'll see more of it into the meta. Yeah, it's a solid champion. I would say it's a solid champion.
Yeah, indeed. I do have another question. This one's for Winter, because he's having something to say, I believe. So I want to ask you, Winter. So today, you've been tasked to do your taunt duties from Shen to Galio. So like, was that what you initially wanted to play, or you just like, oh, my team needs this, or like, yeah, I just want to be in the middle of it all. So tell me your thoughts on like Shen support in this current meta, on how to play it effectively. Maybe you could basically share to our fans out there who wants to try it.
So
you're gonna have to move closer to the mic, Winter.
So actually, my pick is following with the draft. So like they want to I play what they.
Yeah, it's like we don't have like specific picks. It's just like we just play whatever the draft needs. Like it's like today you play this because we need this in our draft, so we'll play that.
Yeah.
And then he asked you about how to play better Shen.
Better Shen. You need a better top.
Oh, okay. Love some shades being thrown. Yeah, RH really did pop off. So, okay, now about better plays and such. You guys all are doing great work working together as a team, but you guys have to fight for that MVP title every single game. So, which one of you guys think that, is the MVP of this series?
RH.
RH again.
RH again, I guess. It's like he did.
Yeah,
really well
I would reckon so. It's either RH or Winter. I mean, Winter had some really good. Winter had some really good moments as well. But RH, I think it's either between RH or Winter. What about you, Contra?
Well, close call. You know what? Let's
find out.
Production team show us the way.
Let's check it out.
And it's gonna be
Sagi. What? Nani?
Okay, boy. What do you
okay,
feel about
we were
this?
all wrong. Sagi, what do you think?
You've been humble. I guess they want to give you some brownie points for that. Okay, so to be fair, Sagi definitely played very well throughout the course of the series, but I think that it's going to be a team effort. You displayed to us that even playing Jin in a composition that everybody can run at you, you still have been able to fare pretty fine. And on top of that, yeah, other than KDA aside, positioning really crucial. I think you did pop off on that vein as well. Kudos to that. Winter might have something to say though.
Winter is like, yeah, okay, I'll let him have this, sure. But after this, in the team meeting, I'm gonna have some really strong words with him. But before we let you both go, any words of advice, words of challenge, trash talk, whatever kind of words you want to share with everyone in the tournament as well as your fans out there?
Well, we'll be waiting in the upper grand finals, so we'll see who comes. Whoever comes, we'll do our best against them.
All right. No more scrims for that.
No more
Winter,
yeah.
you got any words out there you want to share?
Yeah, come on, Winter. We know you very spicy one. Very garang one. We know.
Lie.
You say something spicy, yo. Nothing to say.
Okay.
Let us have
Let
Winter.
all the action do the talking then. Okay.
I like it. Winter is a man of action, but we also know that Winter also likes to nudge Sagi also quietly, that's for sure. So anyway, what is the biggest thing that you're looking forward to heading into the grand finals, and which team, regardless of rankings, regardless of who you think is going to win, which team do you really want to face the most at their full potential at the grand finals?
What do you think? RSG or P6?
I think ISG.
RSG, right?
I think ISG.
Yeah, I think ISG.
Yeah, we absolutely look forward to that. Well, production hasn't queued us for the final
Actually, yeah, who knows?
break yet, so I guess that that's all for now. We'll still have more questions if you guys do turn out to be the grand champions of it all. So we wish you guys all the best. You guys have a day's break, so rest up well, and we'll see you guys soon, 7-9. Thank you so much, Winter and Sagi. Bye. Take care.
Very, very much one of my favorite duos to watch is definitely Winter and Sagi. I do believe that Sagi does have a very happy-go-lucky kind of thing, but Winter also is like, don't be so happy. I do like it. I do like it. There's a really nice dynamic there between both of them.
Like this duo right here, it doesn't really take too much to, talk to each other to get things done. And Winter, he shows that he's being very reserved and he's a little bit shy and cheeky. I know that he's got a lot that he wants to spew out there, but, well, I guess that we're only going to get it through the grand finals. So with that being said, I guess the tables have been set. Now, RSG, it was far from over. They will fall to the lower brackets, but this is where I believe that they will be able to be shaped into the diamond that they are. So let's take a look at the brackets to elaborate.
All right. Just so you guys know, diamonds definitely have to be put under a lot of pressure. Sand has got to be put under a lot of pressure before it turns into diamonds. So definitely RSG is definitely going to feel the pressure here once they go up against P6. This is the brackets here. One more match for RSG to go through. If they're able to score against P6, then maybe, just maybe, they will be able to get another chance. But P6 as well has been looking pretty dangerous as well, looking forward. And I do believe that for RSG and P6 is going to be the last final obstacle for them to come through. But I do appreciate a good Cinderella story here. P6 at the bottom of the ladder, at the bottom of the bracket, were able to 3-2 PSK, were able to 3-1 UCE Upcar, and move up towards this final matchup. One more obstacle for P6 to go for the Cinderella run of the century, of the season. And let us take a look at the schedule for tomorrow.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned about Cinderella run, because P6, they were hanging on that lower bracket after being knocked down. This is where they need to seek vengeance against those who have been able to be putting them down the rut in the first place. But of course, this will be the first time that P6 will be meeting off against RSG in the playoffs. And we saw the results that they've been able to yield so far. Some pretty big runs that they had back in the group stages. It'll definitely be interesting because why? We're not going to be playing a best of 5. We're playing a best of 7.
Okay, so not only is it going to be a game of endurance, but it's also going to be a game of patience. And if it goes the full 7 rounds, right, Sem9 has a lot to work with because they'll be able to observe and watch closely what RSG is going to be providing towards P6 and P6 towards RSG. So I don't know about you guys. Let us take a look at the announcement. We've got something to announce to each and every one of you guys back at home. Ladies and gentlemen, we are introducing the Wild Rift Open 2. The tournament date is the 18th to 21st of April. Registration starts on the 4th towards the 13th of April. 1,000 Singapore dollars SGD prize pool. First place is going to get 550 SGD. Second place 250. Third place 125. And fourth place is 75 SGD. Day.
That's right. This FSL Wild Rift Open tournament is open for registration for all you female players out there that you want a safe environment to play at. And this is going to be your moment here to shine, to take part in the competitive circuit. So we definitely do look forward to your involvement. So make sure that you guys sign up pretty quickly. All the details will be given to you pretty much shortly. Go ahead, ask the chat if you really want to, because we will be basically having a lot of fun here in the Rift throughout the span of April.
Whoever thought that the ladies are not as fierce as the men, believe me, I'm going to see that when we go into this tournament, we're going to be seeing some feisty, fierce ladies go up against each other. So, if you got your sister, your aunts, your moms, your grandma, tell all of the ladies in your lives out there to sign up for this tournament. And of course, we all are all about empowering the ladies out there. So, ladies, please do your part, take part in all of this. And I think most importantly
Especially
is
for
have
you.
fun.
That's right. We're going to be here supporting everybody in this committee of Wild Rift. Lots of love from me as well as Hound. I believe that there is still a little bit more coverage before we throw it to the end of the night. So, of course, with all things considered, all your expectations or, you know, all your predictions out there, maybe off the window for now, but believe it or not, tomorrow RSG will be able to come back out of this. That's why I do predict. Well, tell us a little bit more. Make sure you follow us on our social media platforms here. If you're going to be tuning in from YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, if you're on other platforms of streams as well, other than the English podcast, make sure you drop that like to Wild Rift Esports, MYSG, and of course you can join in all the groups here, chat with everybody else, make some good friends, and you guys can rank up together. So I guess that's about all that we have here. So now, any last words?
Nothing but love to each and every one of you guys. For those of you guys who watch from start to finish, we really, really appreciate that. For those of you who just joined us, do remember to catch all of the updates on all of the relevant social media platforms. He is Contra. I'm Hound. We would like to thank you for joining us on this journey. Remember, join us tomorrow for more Wild Rift action. The bottom half of the bracket is almost done and the grand finals is on the horizon. Don't you dare miss the action. We'll see you again soon.
Here we go now. Here we go now.
Somebody blow up the ceiling, cause we're back with another one. Can't get enough of this feeling. I can't sit around. Don't you wanna start over? Don't worry about a thing now. We were born for this moment, but we gotta go now. There's nothing you can't do if you want it. Dreaming day and night, yeah. Gonna get it right, yeah. There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? I wanna change it up. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be shining bright. Na 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 na. What's next? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Yeah. Hey. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? Next, 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 next. What's next? There's nothing you can't have, so get on it. Anything you want, yeah. Take your pick and say, what's next? What's next? I wanna change it up, yeah. I can't get enough. Na 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 na. What's next? I wanna live my life. Yeah, I'll be
2, 1.